amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the on-to-the.
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
After so many intense battles, we come down to the final D-Day or the final phase of the championship with a newer format and much more intense battle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iQOO Neo 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025 powered by AMD, associate partner Gigabyte and WD Black and energy drink partner Red Bull itself. Myself, Necros, alongside me, it's going to be Lucifer joining me live on the desk. But right now, we will be breaking down of what happened throughout the upper brackets and the LCQ playoffs, but because that storyline is something that we need to discuss.
Yeah, I think it's super intense of what we've seen, and for that we need a hell lot of energy coming out, and for that you need to get yourselves hands on the Red Bull to get your wings to be powered through for the day, because this is day one, and as we spoke about it, there are two different systems functioning, two different cogwheels to find one goal of a champion, and one is, we are starting today, the Sky Surge day. It's very interesting to see this. Teams will get a head start, but not the points they earn on day one, Necros. This is a nice twist that players wouldn't have been ready for, but they're excited to play on.
Exactly. I mean, they will be surprised. So there were a lot of discussions among the players. Okay, this is a newer format. I was talking with a couple of players while I was before the grand final started. I wanted to know how are they expecting things to happen, and they were like, "This is a newer format for us. This hasn't happened in any other tournament. So yes, we are excited, and we will be looking forward to play a tad bit more aggressive to earn those entire points."
Yeah, I think teams, when they look forward to the overall leaderboard, I hope you guys had a look at the Sky Talks yesterday, where a complete debrief and somewhere down the line Q&A was also done to kind of see where you understand these two different systems functioning and how the teams would be named as champion here in the championship 2025. And now that we have an idea about it, today's day is going to be crucial. It is also like a starter day, Necros. This is what I was discussing when I was back on the Hindi desk with Captain. Is when we see day 1 to day 2, right? Irrespective whether it's been upper bracket, whether it's been LCQs, I'm pretty sure it was in the lower bracket as well, that day 1 has not gone well for the teams who are right now sitting on the top. It has been from day 2 that teams have started functioning, and imagine this system where the Sky Champ rule gets activated when you reach 125 points, and that is from day 2 onwards on all the matches that you play and when you earn 125 points. So day 2, as we've been seeing, has always been working out really well for every team. I've not seen any team had a downfall from day 2. There's been a little lapse here and there, but with the grand finals and having the best 16 teams, is going to be interesting of how this fight is going to be.
Exactly, and even for the teams, like, you know, we have seen the upper brackets, top 8 teams qualified from there, and there were a lot of big names who unexpectedly did not qualify. They were dropped down to the LCQ playoffs. They were forced to play another set of matches to qualify and make it to the grand finals, and oh my god, the LCQ playoffs, it was one heck of a show, because nobody expected that till almost 13 or 14 spot we will be witnessing teams reaching 100 points.
Yeah, I think when we kind of speak about the fights with teams, right, we did even see teams on a given day picking up 70 plus points, and then also on a very bad day them picking, as you said, somewhere under 20 points, and that kind of slided the qualification, whether it be in the upper bracket or the LCQ, to some other teams. I think it was more hurtful for the teams in the upper bracket, because we ended up seeing teams such as iQOOSOUL, we saw Team Venom being the most special teams who missed out by just like 3 to 4 points, compared to the LCQ, where the difference between the 9th position and the 8th position team was 11 points. There was a little bit of a big difference in LCQ at least, but then when we came into the LCQ with Hero Extreme Godlike looking a little better, I think towards the end of day 2, starting off a decent day 3 and almost looking great on day 4, did not make it through. That was a big upset for a lot of fans who've been witnessing and hoping to see Hero Extreme Godlike in the finals, and everybody expected as well for that to happen. But teams like 4 Miracle, teams like BLITZ, teams like RIVALRYXNRI, who stood till the end of the test, right? Even in the last game, made sure they survived, which worked out, and that is the reason they're into the grand finals. And this is the storyline that so far we've witnessed. But when we speak about consistent teams, there's one team which isn't picked a chicken dinner so far in the upper bracket. When we saw them, is ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, but there was no team who could take them out of the top 8. That's how brilliantly they were playing, Necros.
Exactly, and the consistency is the key to success, and it has always been the case for the stages where you have to qualify in top 8 or top 6. But when it comes down to the grand finals, my friends, you need to be a little bit more aggressive. You need to go for those chicken dinners, because once again, being consistent can help you be in the top 8 or top 3 or maybe even top 2 as well, without a chicken dinner maybe like that. But if you want to be champions, you have to get at least 1 or 2 chicken dinners and some consistent performance with large pointer games. So yeah, it sums it up all. If you want to become champion, you have to play aggressive, and this new format, this entire rule changes the game, changes the play style.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, but now let's take a look at our iQOO Neo 10, a device that's going to be launching very soon for all of you to grab and get your gaming on. It is the segment's fastest smartphone. You will also have the Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor and an esports level gaming with 144 FPS. More the frames, better gaming is all what we need, and along with that, a big battery to make sure that you don't have to be worried about your battery percentage when you're gaming. You will never be out of battery with 7000 mAh with also bypass charging. This is going to be launching on 26th May 2025, but you also have an advantage for the viewers. This is not just the spotlight for iQOO Neo 10, but for you guys, when you search iQOO Neo 10 on Google, you stand a chance to win 5 lakhs by spinning the wheel. So make sure you do check this out, because if you stand a chance, maybe you can grab not just a phone for you, but maybe your teammates as well, Necros, and maybe form a team with iQOO Neo 10 and then come into the tournament the next time when there's an open qualifiers. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited for that, Necros.
Exactly, and every time, I mean, iQOO bring up some beautiful devices, and every device has got such a gaming caliber, and I am really excited to see how this Neo 10 turns out to be. But again, coming back on the discussions of whatever happened in the previous stages, so whatever happened, you have to kind of forget it, reset your mind, come fresh in the grand finals. It's what we expect from all the 16 teams, right? So for the teams those who've played last lower bracket matches, they've also played the LCQ playoffs. They have been playing the games under pressure, because they didn't have those safety cushion to walk along with, because they knew if we don't be in the top 8, if we don't play good, our journey is gonna end before the grand finals itself. So they have fought hard, and we have seen some incredible talents emerging up. If you talk about BLITZ Esports, the way they have played, they have made their plays. You talk about Alibaba Raiders, you talk about RIVALRYXNRI, so many big names coming into the picture.
Yeah, I think when you speak about RIVALRYXNRI, along with them also Rising Inferno Esports, that I would want to add. Now, this is a team who also we thought might have not made it through, and especially from the upper bracket. We spoke about the competition of how close in the upper bracket it was for the 9th team, for the 10th position team, to the 7th and the 8th position team. Anybody could have walked away into the top 8, and it was that last deciding game where every team decided to stay tall and took that advantage whenever they had. They played that zone, they made use of the circle wherever it was shifting. They were the first ones to take control of it. And I think Rising Inferno Esports, the major reason for them making their way into this grand finals is that one move in their Erangel matchup in upper brackets that we ended up witnessing. But Alibaba Raiders, this caught me off surprise, Necros. Now, when we moved into the fights, on day one, yes, they were decent, they were getting points. I think 40 to 50 points is something that they were able to easily grab. But when we went into day 2, day 3, day 4 performances coming in from Alibaba Raiders, they were bang on. They were the energy that we were seeing in the entire lobby. They were everywhere. We could see them picking finishes right, left and center in the finish field at all times. Yes, towards the last day we did see them dwindle down, but this happened to even 4 Miracle. I was talking about that. 4 Miracle have been super consistent. They were in top for the first 2 days, and after that they barely picked points to 20 or 30 on a given day, and it has not pushed them out. They were still about to stay on the top 5. Same goes for Alibaba Raiders. But one team that turned the tides I would want to speak about and get your opinion on as well is God's Reign. We saw their performance in upper bracket. It did not play out well. It looked like just individuals performing. There was no proper synergy. But when we moved into the LCQ, day 1, okay. But day 2, that's a different story of God's Reign that we ended up seeing from there on, Necros.
When I and Arka were on the desk, we have discussed it over and over that the players are evolving with every match that they are playing, right? And the synergy is getting built up, it's getting better with every match, every day. And as you mentioned, for God's Reign, it worked out like that. Upper brackets was a testing ground for the likes of Apple, who is a new addition to the lineup.
Yes.
He came into the picture, he tried to chime up with the lineup, build a good synergy, and right now I feel like he's fit for the role. He was there in the top 5 finishes as well, alongside Delta PG, and also one of the key factors, Justin, Delta PG, both of them, the two big turrets on which Destro have always relied on, has worked out seamlessly without a single question. And alongside that, when Apple is also stepping up as a fragger, as getting finishes for his team, earning the points, it feels like Destro is the commander, commanding 3 big tanks, and they're let loose out in the open to get the finishes. As it is kind of giving me a nostalgia of what the lineup of global esports was. Even Murphy had a department of 3 big terrorists like Slug, Beast, as well as Ninja Boy. It is almost similar to that.
Yeah, unfortunately we will not be seeing K9. They were in the lower brackets. They tried their way through. We did even have Revenant X Spark who tried to make their way in the LCQ. There was a fight. Even iQOO, Orangutan were there in the mix. Unfortunate. A lot of big teams and fan favorite ones did not make it through. And that's, I think, the competition level and also this overall BGMI roster shuffle that we end up seeing now and then. It's very interesting how this game kind of always keeps that excitement going on. Now with that, I want to bring in 2 different variations of Team Necros, and I want to get your opinion on that as well. Learn from Past and AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ, we ended up seeing MVP fraggers on their end, whereas on Learn from Past, I think a very composed gameplay to keep their points ongoing. Just like we spoke about the LCQ, they just kept getting points, and especially after day 2, they were on another spree of points where they were able to stay and put their position as a stronghold on the top 5.
Exactly. When you just talk about Learn from Past, once again, the main major factor in their team particularly has to be Sahil OP being in the lineup here. They've got Arman as well in the mix. Arman has been one of the key players in every other lineup that he has been a part of. He's been the fragger. He's been in the fragger list alongside Sahil OP also popping off such well. And Learn from Past, the name that they have, they're literally playing on that, and they're earning the name for themselves, that they're learning from the mistakes that they have done in the past. They're evolving with every other match. And just look at it, LEFP, they just qualified directly from the upper brackets. They did not have to come down to the LCQ playoffs. They were not dropped down. The performance never dipped down, and it's a really good thing. But what matters the most is, with this new format, is LEFP ready to compete with the other set of 15 teams? While God's Reign, they had a seamless LCQ playoffs for their side. They scored over 200 points in the 24 matches that they played.
Now I am kind of thinking of how players are going to be taking this day 1, because day 1 points are not going to be added to your day 2, day 3, day 4 performances of the grand finals. Day 2 is going to be the Sky Champ that we are going to be seeing. From there on, that rule is going to be coming into play once any team hits 125 points. So today's points are going to be hit to 0, only the Sky Surge points, and that's the reason today is the Sky Surge day. Now a quick chance that I got to speak to the IGL from Versatile Somraj. I was just kind of getting his 2 thoughts on what he was thinking about the Sky Surge and then the Sky Champ that he would have to play from day 2. He's like, 10 points is good for the team who ends up on the overall leaderboard on top at the end of day 1, but it is not a big bump. Any team who gets an instant chicken dinner right from this day 2's first game should be the team who should be able to cope up to the difference of 10 points that there was already bought from Sky Surge. So it's just going to be a little bump, but not a big one for teams to be worried about, and I'm pretty sure Somraj is looking forward to getting this on for him and his team to get the championship under their name. Because imagine that Somraj's team, from their performance in LCQ, never, not even once, Necros, were moved from the top 8 to the bottom 8. He just kept getting points. He was switching in positions up and down, but he was never out of the top 8 in the LCQ.
But the question is, they had a roster shuffle. There is a player change. And will that player change affect the entire game of VXT? We have seen it earlier, and we do see it till date, that every time a player leaves or a new player joins in, synergy always I've always faced some hiccups. So now it's time that if VXT can cope up with this, S-Power not being a part of the lineup will be causing a tad bit more damage to the side of the assaulting department.
It's interesting right now in terms of seeing the, I would say, verticality of where they stand as of now. Again, as we were speaking about upper bracket and LCQ, right? It was a learning curve for teams to understand not just their own players, but also the opponents of how they've shifted in their new lineup and how they've kind of got comfortable, and if there is an opportunity of understanding their play style and breaking them down. But now with a player in between, where we did see Espower playing with this lineup of versatile, now that he's not there, they still have their playing for. That's not a problem for them. They have their lineup ready. Somraj is going to be there, Equinox, Troy, as well as Raiden is the 4 players that we are going to be seeing. We did see them in action as well, but hey, I still like this lineup of how it looks. Now I jump into the other side of it. True Rippers, Jelly wanted him having a really good, powerful lineup. He got that lineup through, tried his best, and finally, now that they feel one together, right, is looking really good for Jelly, Keolamav, Ninze, and Sam. And I'm looking forward to what this lineup can bring through, because we've been talking that this is a team which is very consistent, and especially their Erangels are super good. Now that we're going to be starting off with Erangel as our map 1, match 1 of this day 1 of Sky Search, this should be an exciting fun for team True Rippers and Jelly. Let's see if they're able to pull that off or not. And on that contrary, it is Moneymakers also on the other end. How do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, even Moneymakers, they have some roster shuffles as well, and I feel like Spray God, he's not going to be a part of the playing 4, but we'll have to wait and we'll have to see which 4 players will be there for Moneymakers. And if I am not wrong, there are going to be some interesting changes coming in. So Moneymakers, they have been solely dependent on those aggressive stance. They've always been a team to go for the finishes, which is good. There's no doubt about it. But they have somehow missed up on a lot more position points when their matches were there in the playoffs, in the upper brackets, in the upper bracket matches. But right now, again, you have to focus on to a bigger picture. You've got a lot more teams, those who are gelled up, warmed up, completely set up with their synergy. You talk about them, Moneymakers on one end. You talk about True Rippers. I would even love to mention that on one end, Moneymakers have been one of the most aggressive teams, but True Rippers, they have been really strategical. They have taken every decision very, very steadily and deciding, and they've been very slow with their approaches. So I feel like True Rippers, if they want to win this tournament, not to finish in podium or not to finish in the top 5, if they want to win it, they have to play a little bit more aggressive and kind of concentrate their gameplay rather a little bit more on finishes.
Yeah, 100%. I think from day 2 onwards, this is not about who stays on top of the overall leaderboard. It's about who activates the Sky Champ rule first and instantly gets a chicken dinner. So this game could even end at match 12. It could even end at match 15. It could even end at match 17. It all depends on the teams of how they'll be managing to play from day 2 onwards. Now we know the first 6 games, no teams can hit that 100 mark or even 125 mark. It's a very tough run for teams to do that, because so far, comparing both LCQ and upper brackets, the maximum number of points that we've seen is 73, if I'm not wrong, on a given day, on a great day for the teams. But it's not a consistent thing that we could always see. But yes, after our 8 matches, maybe by the 9th game, teams could most probably activate the Sky Champ rule. But this is all a discussion for day 2. Now it is day 1. We were talking about this, of how these teams are going to make use of this day, and especially 2 teams who managed to claw their way back in the last few games that they played in the LCQ. These 2 teams are going to be iQOOSOUL as well as iQOO 8-bit. iQOO 8-bit made their performance known on day 3's end. They did even manage to make their way into the top 8, but they were instantly pushed out. And from there on, it looked like OAS was going to be having a very tough run, because their counterparts of team iQOOSOUL, right, they got a back-to-back strong, powerful chicken dinners, and from there they sealed their walk into the top 8. Now this difference of both these teams making their way in at the end second, and especially iQOO 8-bit with Mr. Pineapple surviving till the end and making that work for the team to grab those last few position points, sealed iQOO 8-bit's chances. But here, Necros, it's no more about just getting those points to qualify. It's about the championship.
Exactly, and when teams like iQOOSOUL, they are in form, when teams like iQOO 8-bit, they are playing in this manner, it is going to be tough for a lot of teams. For even when you talk about the teams like Rising Inferno Esports, they have qualified. They were enjoying when in the last match of upper brackets. Yes, we have got this. They finished in the 2nd position. They did not get a chicken dinner, but they got ample amount of finishes, and they knew they qualified. There's no way anybody could stop them. But from there on, now the perspective completely changes. You've got iQOOSOUL in form. That time iQOOSOUL were not playing this good. Even the synergy with Goblin as well as Legit was not fixing right. So right now, all the 4 players are set. The synergy is built up and they are functioning as a well-oiled machine throughout every matches that they are playing. Yes, somehow the other way they are being trapped out by third parties or some rotational clashes and all those stuffs, but it's part and parcel of the game, right? But you look onto the bigger picture, they have been playing consistently in the last couple of days in the LCQ playoffs, and that is what matters the most. On the other side, when we have talked about all these teams, I want to bring up the topic of VASISTA Esports. This lineup led by Hector seems really promising and one of the prime contenders to be the champion of this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's always been Hector's playstyle, right? Even with his previous roster, they were known as the most aggressive in the Indian circuit. They were always outgunning their opponents. They were finding those finishes. And Hector, I think, stands true to his words of them wanting to be the best. And yes, one thing that we are waiting for Hector to see is going to be grabbing the trophy itself. Now, this is one of the best opportunities, especially with leading guns of youngsters, right? Who are ready to do anything that he says and of how the team is going to be performing and try to get themselves the chicken dinner as well as the champ rule activated and the championship trophy in their hands. Could be an opportunity, because so far compared to any other team, they've been the only team who have managed to get those 73 points I was talking about, the highest. Every other team, yes, there's been another team which has picked up 71 points. I'll let you know in some time. There's been teams who've been around 60. VASISTA themselves have done that 60, 50 as well. But then when you go down to 40 and 30, it is generally an average points that we expect from teams to get for themselves on day 1, day 2, day 3, so that they can get closer to that 125. But as I was saying, right now I think the average of 30-40 will not make the cut, Necros, because if you want to be toe to toe to the competition that is going to be coming in from day 2, you cannot expect a 30 gamer 30 pointer or 40 pointer per day, which will still keep you away from the competition. But now, talking about the competition and the trophy itself, here's an interesting storyline that I've seen. Now, as we jump right into the game, this storyline might change. It is a love story of iQOOSOUL and their #2s in every Skyesports tournament that we've seen so far. Is it going to change today with the first game?
A lot of questions in our mind, and every other fan, they are witnessing it live, that what's going to happen in the very first match and what will be the verdict, as you mentioned, for their fan favorite team of iQOOSOUL. But there are other 15 more teams also contending for that one championship spot. As we kickstart with this very first game, a lot of eyes will be in the areas of Yasnaya Poliana, because there has been so many clashes. Venom Gaming going towards that direction, followed by Alibaba Raiders, and so many other clashes in the LCQ playoffs we have witnessed, due to which iQOO, Revenant, X-Park, teams like Venom Gaming, they could not qualify. This has been a scenario for such a long time, but right now, will there be new clashes? Because I do see WYLD, they're taking the top in the areas of Yasnaya. Alongside, there has to be Alibaba Raiders in the mix, which can be problematic for both these teams as well.
Let's see, this is the first game. It's going to be interesting. I want to see where and how far these teams are going to go. Maybe a start of a fight. iQOOSOUL, Gokul, his reveal's been done. Legit, you see him. Now with this lineup, their #2s that we've been talking about. It's not just been one tournament, it's not been 2 Necros, it's not 3. It's been a total of 6 tournaments. All the way from 2020 to 2024. iQOOSOUL have seen only #2s. But with the first circle, we can see it's a northern circle that we end up seeing, and most of the teams, irrespective that there's a cluster towards Yasnaya, that's about getting vehicles and making a run for it. But maybe there could be a clash between Rivalry as well as AUTOBOTZ. Now AUTOBOTZ, a team which showed us so much prowess, and especially with Lobster playing like an MVP contender, it is going to be all eyes on him on the start of this day.
Oh, this clash has to be something really important, but overall, just imagine all the teams already rotating such in a quicker manner. Learn from past, they're aware that the Seveni area will be completely vacant because there is no Hero Extreme Godlike out there. They haven't qualified, and this is the benefits of Grand Finals. You don't have any other teams to contest, and you know which drop locations will be completely vacant because those teams aren't present. But right now, Reeb has got a big job to do. He's got 110 in the mix, but this pump shotgun, it has made wonders before. But he needs tries to do it once again. Thompson coming into the mains, but also those shotgun making those shots. But Arib is just too good in getting Morty knocked and confirmed while the backup arrives as quickly. Arib decides to fall back. This is a really good start for the side of AUTOBOTZ, but they have to make sure that they don't lose on any players. AUTOBOTZ Arib is way too far from his teammates. It's not possible for even his teammates to provide any kind of backup if the problem arises at his doorsteps.
Opening's been gotten, and there's another opening one. VASISTA eSports. Versatile. They found Zen. That's a super early frag to be finding an early finish. A little bit of a hiccup for VASISTA eSports to start things off. They would have loved to have the playing 4 and then figure out a path forward. Rather, now they have to work as a 3-man squad towards the end of the game. Shouldn't be much of a trouble still. We know the power is still going to be there on their end. Making noise. Equinox, Troy, Somraj, Raiden. This is a team who are dank as their IGL. Now they will be looking forward to maybe making a mark, picking up a trophy, which they've recently done, Necros. That's something to look forward to.
In the mix, AUTOBOTZ, even they had a really good start, confirming one finish. And also, if you talk about Arib, he has made a fallback for his side, and he wants to just be in a safer position, which is really important. But you talk about there are still 2 players. AUTOBOTZ, they need to be really cautious. They have an idea that yes, only one finish has been registered. The other players will be nearby, so we have to take every step very cautiously, not to make any mistake and not to lose on any players. AUTOBOTZ, they have been really consistent in the terms of performances. Lobster, Reap, Toxic, Ralphie, every individual has stepped up in their performance, and that is why we are seeing this team performing in the grand finals. And the main part is they qualified from the upper brackets directly. They did not have to go down to the LCQ playoffs and then make a run for the grand finals. So we can get an idea that this team is really confident and the synergy is quite set. But how the first match turns out to be for them will set the course of their momentum throughout the day.
I think day 1 was not a problem for AUTOBOTZ, and I think they should be comfortable here as well as we start the grand finals off. But we spoke about this fight, RIVALRYXNRI versus AUTOBOTZ. There's been one finish that they've found. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. They hear a little bit of a sound from another opponent team close by at Ferry Pier. That's none other than iQOO 8-bit. Mighty playing on the rooftop, playing to see if he finds even the slightest glimpse of one of the players. In similar situation for iQOO 8-bit, they also know there's another team in a close by compound. If they make a little bit of a mistake or they make a little bit of a mistake, it could be chaotic for either one of these 2 squads. And I think finally a decision's been called. They'll be jumping in on the hovercrafts and making a move out of Ferry Pier, I guess.
The best part about this vehicle is you don't get shots, you don't get damage on yourself, so it's really safer to travel a tad bit slow, but that works. iQOO 8-bit, they know they have a long journey to take, and if the circle is going up north, iQOO 8-bit, they need to find a comfortable spot for themselves, because whenever we have seen circles on the north happening, it has always been challenging for the teams down south. But the one team who have kind of escaped this matrix has always been God's Reign. We've seen how much domination that they can pull off, but it seems like RIVALRYXNRI, the domination that they are pulling off is causing a lot more trouble for the likes of AUTOBOTZ, and even Toxic is dropped down to a very low HP. Ralphie has been knocked out. He needs a quick revival, but RIVALRYXNRI, if this is a moment, this is the green signal for them to push in. Well, the entire pressure lies on this one last player.
Ooh. Chandan. Server on the other end is knocked. And it's down to Chandan. He has to try and do something. Soham is a little further away. Health super low. And there is the knock. This is RIVALRYXNRI turning the tides against the side of AUTOBOTZ. And it seems to be working. A smoke to be dropped to get Sauer back on feet. And on the other end, Arib, the man who found the opening for AUTOBOTZ, is now trying to figure out how did he lose all his members within 5 to 10 seconds. This is not something that AUTOBOTZ would have wanted in the start. And Arib is also down. That's another team There's already a third party in the mix. And out in the open, there's nowhere for Arif to hide. He was the second person in the team who is still surviving. There's only one person. BLITZ, in the meantime, have also lost Dazzler. It is a 3-man who find one finish as of now. They're still not managing to or thinking of entering the compounds of Yasnaya. They did hear a little more ruckus. They are thinking that the squad of Rivalry XNRI should be better right as now because they did just convert one in their favor.
Total of 2 finishes in the name of Rivalry XNRI. Not an ideal start, at least, because they've lost Morty. The rivals were there, but look at this. Even Alibaba Raiders, they have arrived. They have arrived in the Yasnaya compounds. Lobster, he's hiding in a shack. Not able to figure out what to do next. He's confined between 2 teams. Rivalry XNRI on the other end, it's Alibaba Raiders. The shots will be fired. BLITZ, even they are chiming in. Yasnaya, once again, this urban area is becoming a big battleground for a lot more teams.
WYLD FANGS, this is going to be a crucial tournament for them. This is to prove themselves. They've already lost Saif. The first zone's closing in. And Rising Inferno Esports, they're trying to find a lot more finishes against the likes of WYLD FANGS. Trace God trying to act and find a casualty if he can. He spotted one. Gotin as well. Exchange of bullets. Big damage on Trace God, forcing him back on that ridge. Jatin is also now angled up, ready. Spot Sensei. Anuj to OP as well. Day 1 for WYLD FANGS in the upper brackets was phenomenal, but after that they also started slipping. Now here on the Sky Surge day, WYLD FANGS have already had a casualty. Rising Inferno Esports, they know they have a lot to prove, Necros. They are the undergods, they are the underdogs that not everybody is expecting much from them. But if they're able to do this against big names, they are going to be the next upcoming best teams of India. Sensei, good hit coming in from IGL, dropping him down to 20. There's already a number disadvantage. Anuj is also looking low. And now they have to pick up Trace God and make their way across. On the other end, BLITZ, they make their move which we were talking about in the compounds, and they start putting down the players of Rivalry XNRI. This is a fight at all the way back in Yasnaya.
And you can already see all the teams playing aggressive. They want those finishes, they want those points. They want to improve their gun game. And in the same case, you can't just walk away from fights. If you walk away from one fight, another will find you. And that's a really big alarming thing for all the teams in the lobby. While WYLD FANGS, yes, they might have lost one of their players, but right now they need to figure out what to do next, because even for, as you mentioned, Rising Inferno Esports, they have had a really good year. Previously, 2024 was a great one for themselves, but right now, 2025, this is one of the biggest events that they are playing, that too in the grand finals, so they will be looking forward to finish it on a good note, maybe become champions. And the same intention is there from the side of iQOO 8-bit as well. They've grinded hard with this team. They have faced the ups and downs. And right now in the grand finals, it's time to only find the ups for themselves. Because now they need points. They need to be on the top. And for that, they need to play a tad bit more aggressive. The same gameplay or the same play style as of what we witnessed in the LCQ playoffs final day.
Early game, MAKERZ have picked up a point. Rising Inferno Esports have a point. Versatile as well, along with BLITZ with the casualty, along with even Rivalry XNRI. Unfortunate for Rivalry XNRI that they did manage to put down AUTOBOTZ. One of the players managed to survive, but still then BLITZ with the numbers made a jump. I don't know if that's going to be a problem, but the last man, we expect a lot from an MVP candidate who's still hiding in a barn. Sorry, a just wooden compound. I don't know how he's going to make this make do, but Lobster, this is not going to be the MVP game to start things off in his name. VXT on their end, they could have it, but we did see the shift of the circle. It still is making a northern movement. We will see how this works out, but Rivalry, it seems like they've not stopped after Sarwar is back. It is working out. They did lose out on Soham, but it's still Sarwar and Chandan. They've been brilliant so far in their performances. Now Alibaba Raiders, along with Blitz in the nearby compounds as well, is going to be interesting to watch. Alibaba Raiders, is it a fight that will actually conclude in favor of Rivalry?
Sarwar has a chance to confirm one finish, but as soon as he crosses the broken wall, he will be taken down. Look at the crossfire setup. Look at the nades being tossed up in that right spot. Sarwar deals splash damage. Pro OP. The teammates are trying to buy some breathing space for him, but Pro OP, is he in covers? That's a big question. If Sarwar spots him, he's going to be a dead man. But eventually, this one good nade should give some tad bit more damage on the side of Sarwar, but he survives. And Pro OP is just trying to be in the safer side, but right now he's being even spotted by Chandan from a different angle. These two players, they are putting a lot more pressure on Alibaba Raiders. Alibaba Raiders, they had a really great run in the lower LCQ playoffs. But right now, once again, this early fight, it seems still a little bit more dicey. But if they take a lot more time, you can see Blitz also coming nearby. So that's going to be an alarming situation for Rivalry Esports as well as for Alibaba Raiders as well.
I think a big problem here is going to be for Rivalry. They are getting sandwiched slow, and if they don't keep an eye out for this, it could be a problem. But seems like JD spotted Blitz, where Rambo through the mix of it puts JD down. But still, because of the distance, I think this should not be a problem. JD will be back up on his feet, ready for the fight. Murnock's trying to find the opening on Chandan, who he spotted at the window. Blitz on the other end, after hearing this, they're trying to make their move into the compound, clear off Rivalry's players. They did get one finish of them, that was Soham. On the other end, Lobster is still in this Yasnaya compound, and he is not given a little peek or a cue or even a missed firing bullet. He's trying to survive as much as he can, but the zone, less than 10 seconds. It's going to fully close, and we're going to see another circle shift, and now we might end up forcing these players out of the circle. And yes, it is. As you can see, they've moved at the edges of the circle. Until now, the compounds of Yasnaya were safe from the zone, but not now from stage 3 onwards. So they have to be quick on their feet, and you can already see Alibaba Raiders making a movement. They start getting in their vehicles as they understand if this fight continues, this zone is going to give them a problem, and the teams especially in front of them will deny them from entering the circle itself, because none of them are in the compound of that circle's edge.
The kind of setup, feeling being set up by two players coming to the bridge of Yasinaya, and Alibaba Raiders can be one of those teams, but it seems like we should be walking past really well. But Dronza, he goes all up close and personal. That's going to be the end of RIVALRYXNRI. Blitz Esports, they've got 4 finishes in the name. Dazzler has been lost, but that doesn't matter as such. They will be moving for the bigger picture. But look at the all those commotion happening in the dead center of the circle. Alibaba Raiders, VXT, Likita Esports, iQOOSOUL, so many teams in that mix.
Everybody trying to get in the center of it, but it's a fight. And hell all out, it is iQOOSOUL winning it. Unfortunate, all of those teams in the mix of it. Alibaba Raiders also trying to make it work, but Versatile, they were the ones stuck in the grinder, and all of them wiped out. That's a full-on team wipe, and early elimination with just a single finish. Versatile will not be happy at all. This is not something that they would have wanted, but they have to be okay with it. That's a forced hand situation where they were a fight away from. Versatile were just about to stabilize themselves, and in this mix as well, even Alibaba Raiders had a little bit of a tough tussle. Eggy and Murnox have made it safe. They've smoked all across, but the last person standing, Lobster on AUTOBOTZ, is finding players from Blitz, has dropped 2. That's Dronza down. Can he find the elimination as well? Can he get that finish point? We spoke about the MVP game coming in from his end, and it looks like he's not given up. He's like, I'm a solo fragger, and I will still find finishes for my team.
Lobster has been the survivor as well. He has been that one pillar who has helped AUTOBOTZ be where they are right now. The main question that arrives, yeah, Lobster is definitely going to get some more couple of knocks, but finally he's to wipe. Will be putting an end to his run. That's going to be the end of AUTOBOTZ in the map of Erangel. Man literally fought like a real soldier, but couldn't get past the finishing line. It would be a tough journey for Alibaba, for AUTOBOTZ in the next couple of matches. Only 1 point is what they concede from this match, while they've given some big heart attacks to the side of Blitz. because before that they have lost Dazzler. Right now they even lost one of their players. Two of the players remaining for the side of BLITZ, as they have to kind of hover around and at least find some sweet spot inside the circle. And this is going to be a long journey for them throughout this map of Erangel. But when you just talk about, so many big names have been decimated out of this lobby. Alibaba Raiders, they have 3 finishes. We have seen what happened with VXT. And we were discussing just before the match started that ESPORTS not being in the lineup will definitely affect their gun game, and it feels like it is already doing so.
I think for me, what felt a little different, but before we go there, it's VASISTA eSports on ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. A late entrant into the circle itself. They were playing at the edges of the zone, taking their own time, and now they've made their entrance. VASISTA eSports, they say hello to them. And it is Hector and Zin who are out, but Fury and Scary Jod. This is a duo we've been seeing doing well. Can they perform in this first opening game? They've already found one on the sides of ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. Serif trying to figure out if there's a team that I can spot who's close by, who picked a finish on us. But the zone's closed in. There's another shift that comes in, and this goes right between the bridge where True Rippers were holding. Alibaba Raiders, when they crossed that, True Rippers did not cause them a trouble, but it was that clash with the team Versatile, iQOOSOUL also being in the mix. Alibaba Raiders somehow managed to kind of survive, but still ended up losing the players. They're still at the edge of the circle, along with even Moneymakers, but at the dead center of it, at the bridge, is True Rippers, and right now making a move is Rising Inferno Esports, clashing that angle is also going to be learned from past. This could be a tussle which True Rippers might take an advantage on, and there it is, the opening on Go 10.
This has to be the golden opportunity. True Rippers, if it isn't right now, I don't know where it's going to start off, because they need to find those finishes. They have a big third-party opportunity. While you do see Goten being picked off and confirmed, it's going to be Poco coming up from afar for Miracle Esports. They're also coming up from the northeastern side. Alongside there will be Wild Fangs to deal with. We're talking about these situations. Alibaba Raiders, they had ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids as uninvited guests, and they have welcomed them in a really proper fashion. Eventually, ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they will be taking an early exit with 0 points for themselves. Alibaba Raiders, they're surviving on one last player. Eggy, he has been one of the most pillars for his team, and right now he needs to give a quick revival on Murnox. It's a big responsibility, as you do see iQOOSOUL chiming in and trying to figure out where are the remaining players surviving.
Oh, Knuckle always there to close it and get his team on top. 3 finishes, but he is in a little bit of a tussle. Another team trying to make their move is True Rippers and Kyolamau. He did get closer, take a shot of couples, and then just back out. On the other end, learn from past. They're putting down the players from God's Reign, along with the last player, Eggy, also making his way out. And as we spoke about it already, Alibaba Raiders, that was the last. Learn from past, now completely putting the players down from GDR. That is a big opening for them. Learn from past as well as Rising Inferno Esports. We spoke about it. It could be a fight that they would maybe pick an advantage on. But it was not a fight between them and Rising Inferno Esports. It was learned from past as well as God's Reign. And God's Reign did not make even a single move of an advantage. While FANGS on the other end, we spoke about them having a fight with 4 Miracle. And it seems like somehow they've turned that tides in their favor, and they are with 4 finishes.
Interesting to see how teams are adapting, rotating quickly. They're constantly on a move. But Wild Fangs, the entry for them, it's going to be really problematic. So many teams that they need to breach through in order to enter towards their designated spot. But iQOOSOUL, they've been really cheeky in terms of finding finishes. But right now they have VASISTA eSports around the corner, and I'm not sure that they're going to let them go away like that. The shot's being fired. Fury has dropped down to a very low HP. But Knuckle, he's been popping off really well lately, and Goblin doesn't give a second chance. Fury has been knocked down. Goblin is on a very low HP, but there will be Scary Jod to come into the picture. But Goblin, he ends the run. That's gonna be the end of VASISTA eSports as well. 6 finishes in the name of iQOOSOUL, as they have another problem to deal with in the name of Moneymakers.
From the very start, True Rippers, another circle shift, and they're the ones who are on the edge of the circle. iQOOSOUL, they've been clearing this western edge at all times, and it is still working out in their favor. A nice nade, a challenge coming in here from Moneymakers, but it seems like iQOOSOUL They've used up a lot of their resources. They do not want to give away another fight. They're moving towards the southern edges of the circle. On the other end, iQOO 8-bit, they're putting an end to the run of BLITZ. 6 finishes is all BLITZ got, but they did make it to the top 8, so they have one single placement position point that they will be able to get. Something to be okay with. On the other end, it is Moneymakers now. Big nades trying to fight with Learn From Past. This is still going on outside the circle at the edge of it. Trace God, one of the last men surviving, he is picking up a fight with iQOO 8-bit, and it seems like he's converted on OAS, and they did try to put a stop to it, and Pineapple successful in it.
Long journey, but while FANGS, they will end up with 4 finishes at least. They're finished in this top 7 spot, but Psylopi, look at him. He's way too cheeky. He's been very close. Pukar's got a big responsibility on his shoulder. He needs to get his 1v1 sorted out. But Clutch God, he will be there in the mix. He can be there. One big surprise for the likes of Psylopi to come into the picture. The shots will be fired. Switches to the FPP mode. But Pukar is surviving. He connects the shot. Man, one shot and the player is down alongside Clutch God. Holding on to the horns and locking the horns against the mighty LEFP as they will be decimated in a blink of an eye as Moneymakers. The aggression is still on point and the positioning is just too good. With all coming into the mix, they have got 6 finishes in their name, but right now iQOOSOUL, they will be looking forward to find some finishes in this situation as well.
It is going to be a problem right now. A quick move has to be done from Moneymakers because True Rippers, they heard this chaos. Along with them, it's been also iQOOSOUL. We spoke about iQOO 8-bit, 3 finishes in total, 2 on Pineapple. Mafia did knock a player on Rising Inferno Esports, and Thunder is making a move to see if he finds a little more. Mafia trying to quickly cross the bridge, trying to make at the edge of the circle. Should be good, but a counter nade. Big damage, splash of it. Jatin cooking another one. 2 of the players are lined up. This could be a knock. Again, it's just a splash damage, but with this, the zone is now going to cause a lot of trouble. We spoke about Moneymakers and iQOOSOUL, and it seems like an exchange and a clash, but eventually it is going to be a put down and a shutdown, and again, it is thanks to Knuckle who saves the team.
A team playing without an IGL. Manya is not in the playing 4, and without an IGL, 8 finishes already acquired. iQOOSOUL, they want to go all ham in, but look at this. He's being chased down by at least 3 big bullies of True Rippers. Ninze, Kyolamau in a mix, while Legend is in a different position. He will be looking forward to enter the circle. True Rippers, this should be their game. There should not be any mistakes, while Knuckle is seen strapped completely as Jelly. He finds him down. That's going to be a big opening against iQOOSOUL, and Legend has to do a big business, but Legend, what a beautiful spray, connects it on Jelly. That's a breather for himself, while Kyolamau comes up from behind and he gets the second one. Legend, you are just a beautiful player out there. Gets the third one as well. iQOOSOUL fighting against the odds, and this one player is just turning the tides.
It is almost to be a 1v4. Last man standing from True Rippers is Ninze. He can't believe the sights that's been set from Legend. On the other end, Thunder is wondering what just happened here. There were 4 players chasing 2 players from another different team, and it is Legend standing. Ninze trying to cut some time right now, and iQOO 8-bit, they know they have the numbers. Mafia and Pineapple helping out Thunder in this mix, and they have the circle. Unfortunate for Ninze and True Rippers and Jelly himself, and now with the position being compromised because of the smokes, nades being dropped close by encounters, it could be problem for Ninze. Vehicle being used to scout that player out. Thunder might just be able to spot him, and he successfully does. Big damage on Ninze, and that should be the closer. That's enough to give the information. Thunder has to get back into the circle, but while all of this is happening, Legit, he's composing himself, Necros.
He is looking for a big play, but the 1v3 that he pulled off against True Rippers was literally phenomenal. But can he do it again? Things like this doesn't happen all the time, but eventually Legend, he is built different. This man has got a big story to tell. And iQOO 8-bit, is it gonna be another rat being poured on his switches? The CD gives a hefty amount of damage on Thunder as well. Pineapple is surviving. He won't confirm some of the finishes, but it's gonna be a tough job, but Thunder gets taken down. Legend against the odds. He has got a 1v1 to cover up. He needs to heal himself up. He's got a nade. He's cooking it up. He wants it to make a good connection. The Molotov being tossed up, but Pineapple gives a hefty amount of damage, but the nade was right on the point, but Molotov was just too early to end the run of Legend as iQOO 8-bit. They will be walking away with this chicken dinner, but Legend, he almost had this game.
He missed out on a lot of finishes, Necros, but the way he pulled off all those 1v3s, I don't know what to say. This was not just his announcement, this was his entry. This is a BGM that needs to be played when anybody is speaking about iQOOSOUL's legend. 3 times on one team. If he had an opportunity, if Ninja did not run away, it would have been a full team wipe that he would have managed. He is on another level. He is unchained now. I feel like while his name was under a spell where nobody had revealed it, just as Gokul, he was not showing his truest potential. But as soon as that announcement was made and now he plays this first game, hey, who is this man? iQOOSOUL have gotten there. Big assaulted for themselves. He could have been a chicken dinner at the right start. One person, one player who could have pulled it all off. But again, kudos to the team of iQOO 8-bit. They composed themselves. Otherwise, this could have been a chicken dinner that they could have lost.
The one in the end, what I feel like Legit, he was he was a little hesitant in terms of like he did not had a lot more HP to fight against Pineapple. Just imagine that Legit had HP. He wouldn't even have waited to cook a nade. And a good decision by Pineapple as well. It was a really good instant decision coming in his mind that yes, I need to put one Molotov. He has got just one small rock cover to play along with. Doesn't have anything else left. But with this Red Bull replay, we can live the moments once again because it is not something that we can digest. He's got one, he gets the second, even again. He comes up, he finds the third one, but the main fact is one of his finish got stolen away by Pineapple. That's why Legend only has 2 finishes in his name. And after that, this play, the way he was switching the seats and giving damage and taking out the knocks, oh man, that was exceptional.
Mr. Pineapple, Cheyenne again saving this for the team. It was so close. Nice molly being dropped. Look at that nade. It did find its connection. If that molly was not put in place, I think it could have been an opportunity for Legit to turn things around. As we speculated, we spoke about it. This was such a close game. I did not expect this to happen. Brilliantly played from iQOO 8-bit. They were controlling the edges. They held off on the side of Rising Inferno Esports, who tried to make it across the bridge, put them all down. Then they tried to make their way into the circle. They spotted a couple of players from True Rippers, but I think a move from True Rippers, who had the circle from the very get-go, right? They thought we have few finishes, we should try to make a jump for those finishes when there's a third-party opportunity, and they did try for it, right? As soon as iQOOSOUL were about to sandwich the sides of Moneymakers, even True Rippers made a move over there. It got exchanged, but once they made that move, right, they themselves were out of the circle and they couldn't get their mark done. They still had their 4 players who they could have used and made a winner chicken dinner for themselves, but I think Legit was the wrench in their works. He changed that game within the blink of an eye, and I'm pretty sure the players and Jelly himself wondering what just happened over there. First he changed the seat. I was like, okay, nice knock on Jelly that he found. But after that he kept doing, and players from True Rippers kept falling for that. They just started one after another. That's the highlight. Irrespective that iQOO 8-bit have the chicken dinner here, the limelight, the spotlight, all of that has been stolen from Legit himself. We were speaking about Knuckle, the savior, the Batman for iQOOSOUL. There's another one in this mix. This man could be the Superman. This is the 2 big giants of the superhero universe who might have stepped into iQOOSOUL.
So the major factor is that Goblin has got 4 finishes, Knuckle has got 4 finishes, but Legend has 2. In spite of like, it could have been like a 6 to 7 finishes all for himself, while 7 finishes has been conceded, have been taken by Mr. Pineapple. All credits to his side. But you know what? We will be breaking down this match more with all the stats and all the data right after this short break.
phase me. I know I'm Godson, nothing y'all can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
It's been a phenomenal big game that we just witnessed, and we are still unable to believe what we just saw. Welcome back to the iQOO Neo 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025, powered by AMD, associate partners WD Black and Gigabyte energy drink partner Red Bull. My name is Lucifer. With me now is Arka, and Arka, I want you to make 2 cents of what you just saw.
I would say that Legend did the unbeatable, the unthinkable, because it's not easy for you to take down 3 players sitting behind a vehicle, and every single time there's a momentum. Now, the best part is when you have a shotgun in your hand, you can't trace it out. Like, a shotgun is a close range one, so if you're in a mid range, you can't fire it before the player to connect the shot when he's moving. So that becomes a problem. Now, Legend has cracked this code. So what did he do? He started changing the seat, because more than the legs in the vehicle, you're moving a bit faster, but you can pull your crosshairs faster, and that's what he did. He landed those shots perfectly and made sure that he makes a statement over here. The meta can still be changed, even though the shotgun meta is going on.
But what you guys could change is get your energy through to put up a performance like what Legend did, and for that you need your Red Bull. So quickly go grab a Red Bull for yourself. I've been, after witnessing that fight, now I'm like, I think it's going to be tough with just a single can if Legend keeps doing that all in the next 5 games. But hey, yes, I think the finishes that did get missed out, and also I think you have to give credits where it's due to iQOO 8-bit with Mr. Pineapple holding his ground, right? If he made a mistake over there, that could have been a chicken dinner slip just like this. True Rippers had that opportunity, and where do you think True Rippers made that slip up, Arka?
Now, I feel the split did backfire to them. Even though there was a split, there was no crossfire. One player is trying to take down the rest of your team. There's no crossfire coming whatsoever. So such things were taking place. But before that, we'll be looking at the star of the match. Going all out is going to be Cheyenne, the new youngster who got my eyes on him. And he also got the final elimination as well. He's got 7 finishes. He's replicated this not once, not twice, but this is the 3rd time I'm seeing Cheyenne doing so. And let me remind you one more thing, Sam. Cheyenne has got, in 24 games, he's got around 40 finishes or 45 finishes, which is phenomenal for a youngster like him.
Yeah, I think Ovesh, like we were speaking about Hector and the lineup that he has right now, it's similar to what Ovesh is right now cooking up. This brew of Mr. Pineapple, Mafia being there is very interesting. Cheyenne is that now savior that we just witnessed of him finding that final blow that he had to deliver to Legit, and with that 7 finishes he has, and right at the start he is, because of the highest number of finishes, #1 in the MVP overall, but we will see if that is going to stand towards the end of time. But now with the map 1 standings, it is iQOO 8-bit with 19 total finishes, but iQOOSOUL were not far behind. If they did get a chicken dinner over there, they could have been 20 or plus with getting the finishes on iQOO 8-bit, maybe even the players of True Rippers. I think Moneymakers tried their best to turn things around, Arka, because after fighting off with Learn From Past, it was a sandwich situation. They tried to make the best out of it, but True Rippers and iQOOSOUL fighting and firing on both the angles, they maybe were able to find 1 or 2, but after that it was a wipe on them. True Rippers could have been a better show. Blitz, I think, easy to wipe. A couple of savior nades coming in from his end, but an early unfortunate elimination. Even after LEFP were able to find a couple of finishes on a team, as you can see, 4 got wiped out on their push with Moneymakers.
Now we have to think about the disappointments. We have to speak about the disappointments. I know that these are the teams who tend to go for a slow start. That's got to be GDR, CK, we have got VASISTA, we have got 4Miracle, we have got VXT, all big names falling out at the end of the table. But nothing given away for the teams in between. They did try to do their best, but the team trying to go in for more finish points is still being rewarded in this tournament.
Now, I think start that ONEPLUS, God's Reign and ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids were not ready for. We spoke about at least Cincinnati kids, right? From their upper bracket performance, they've been very consistent. Now, to start things off on Erangel, nothing is a surprise, yes, but we know they have that opportunity to do better in the upcoming game. Now, this is going to be Miramar. We spoke about this, right? Yes, top 8 teams we saw from upper bracket, top 8 from the LCQ. It's the mix of the best 16 teams that we saw here in the championship in their entire run, but it's the first time that they're playing here under a new format of the grand final. So it's like them trying to mix and match and understand the opponents, but on top of it also trying to secure Sky Surge points if possible.
Now this is all about search point, and that's the best part. It's not like, you're not going to walk away empty-handed. You're just going to walk away with a little bit of a disadvantage getting into the grand finals, but there's a big number for you to catch up. It's not a small number. 125 points and plus is what you would want for yourself to activate, the championship mode. But still, for now, I would like to keep things simple, because those teams who have not done great in the map of Erangel, they'll be looking out for redemption, and that's going to be happening in the map of Miramar.
Now with Miramar upcoming, it is also going to be iQOO Neo 10 that you can check out to perform as better as what Legit just did now, because it is the segment's fastest smartphone that you'll be seeing with Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor and the esports level gaming with 144 FPS. And I spoke about it. You do not have to be worried about battery at all, because that's a whooping 7000 mAh battery, which is going to be launching on 26th May 2025. But for now, as you wait for the launch, you can see if you have an opportunity to grab and win 5 lakhs, all by just searching on Google at iQOO Neo 10, and you should be spinning the wheel. You might stand a chance and get yourselves the segment's fastest smartphone, or at least win up to 5 lakhs. So do check it out, because I'm pretty sure once this is out, everybody is going to be trying to get your hands on. And I did have an opportunity yesterday when the Sky Talks were going on, Arka. Grab that device. It is fluid. It is something that I'm pretty sure our viewers and the upcoming players we speak about, our underdogs, undergods, they would want to get their hands on to put their best foot forward. Now, best foot forward, when we speak about this, I think even AUTOBOTZ, you have to give credits to them, irrespective that Arib started off. Even Lobster ended up finding 2 finishes before he went down to easy to wipe on Blitz. So I think undergods are doing just to start things off here on Grand Finals.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting to see. There are a few rosters who are playing the Sky Championship as their last tournament which they're playing for as well. So before we speak more, before we tell to see an angle of what the rumors have to tell us, we'll right now jump back to what's happening in the map of Erangel. You did speak about AUTOBOTZ, you did speak about 4 Miracles, but somewhere I feel when we speak about these teams, we also have to keep in mind that they have the most success rate in the map of Miramar. So they might be concentrating on trying to achieve more points over there rather than trying to think of the failures which they faced in the map of Erangel. But speaking about Erangel, 8-bit's position, 8-bit's domination so far shows that OAS and Ash have come down to business.
Yeah, I think this was necessary. We were talking about this. OAS has always been looking to be at his best form. Now, we know he's been one of the finest that we could have expected in this circuit. And yes, he did see a little bit of an off time, but now that he's back, found Mafia and Cheyenne, it's working out really good. Ash always with him. This is the lineup that they would have wanted. Now, how it converts, how it fares down the line in our 18 matches which start from day 2, or is it going to be fewer than that they activate the champ rule? But I think main right is now for iQOO 8-bit is making sure that they do not undergo what happened on the LCQ, right? They had a good start around day 3, and once we expected, okay, this is going to work out really well for them, they instantly have a fall on day 4, especially when they shouldn't have. And it got a little bit dicey if not for their savior again, Cheyenne, coming towards the end and securing position points for them.
I mean, Cheyenne, a new youngster, and I'm for sure that as soon as Sky Championship done or the upcoming 2-3 tournaments is done, he's going to be a man in demand. Everybody would want to have him on their team. But, this is not the first time I'm seeing somebody like OAS or Ash bring in new talents. They search for them. They look out amongst the rubbles to get the best of the diamonds, bring them out here in the battlefield, make sure that they shine. It's not like they do not allow them to shine. They will allow them to shine. And once they understand this player is ready, they give them that space, and after which they come in to show their true colors. So hopefully we'll be able to see 8-bit replicate the same. A bit of a disappointment for the team of True Rippers, as you correctly pointed out at the beginning of the conversation, where 4 players for such a long time, Jelly, after cracking the code of how to hold the center of the circle, did fail to somehow set up a crossfire. I do believe they were a little bit defensive. Probably if they're gone a little aggro, taken advantage of those fights which are taking place on the other side of the map, probably they would have had better control of the center of the circle, and they could have executed some really good finishes.
Now, on the contrary, a team who wanted the center of the circle, there were 2 names, Versatile as well as Alibaba Raiders. Both of them tried to step in. Versatile being the first, there was smackdown, put down, and one after another. Players who even tried to counter the fights, retaliate the bullets that were coming through was not enough. They got stuck in the compound. Same happened for Alibaba Raiders, but they did survive, pick a couple for their name before going down, and that was Knuckle to seal that deal and close that off in terms of the compound. So these 2 teams, yes, with us expecting a lot on Versatile's end with firepower, and on the other end even Alibaba Raiders with firepower, of how they executed in LCQ, that was phenomenal. They held the top spot, but to start things off, I think a lot of disappointments have happened, whether it be teams with fan favorites, with teams with big names, with big players, and even in terms of the end fights, even if they made it till there, there, the execution level somewhere missed out in getting a really good chicken dinner. I would say the same thing for iQOO 8-bit. Now, this fight with iQOO 8-bit and iQOOSOUL has been happening in LCQ quite often. We've been seeing this is happening here as well in the grand finals as we start, and it comes down to that fight itself to decide the chicken dinner. And I think so far of how the stats between the verses, if we check, right, Arka, between iQOOSOUL and iQOO 8-bit, it is 8-bit who have had better victories compared to Soul. So let's see if this changes. At least in the start of the grand finals, it hasn't.
I mean, I think we're speaking way too early. Because let's break the ice, man. Legend is turning out to be a legend altogether. The way he showcased that talent. Now we all know that, iQOOSOUL would want this player to survive until the very end, so that he can do the same kind of, ruckus which he created in the lobby. Nevertheless, the map of Miramar is what is going to be coming up next. Before we head in over there, Sam, I've always put my co-casters in a very peculiar situation, and you are also going to be rewarded with the same. Which team do you think is going to be there in the top 3? I wouldn't put you down into the top 2, but yeah, the cushion is there. Which team do you feel is in the top 3?
I think for Miracle, as you rightly pointed out, it is their playing ground. It should be them being in the top 4. Here, a little mess up happened, and therefore they couldn't control the fight, and they did go down. For Miracle is going to be one of the picks that I would want. Maybe even Cincinnati kids, and I would put VASISTA Esports in the mix. Just because of that early casualty that they had, they did not have enough numbers towards the end, and eventually they got swept out. But I think in Miramar, that's not going to be the case. Hector would like to play aggressive right from the get-go.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, because somewhere, to differ from your ideas, I would say that 8-bit would want to replicate what they have done so far. Because after the third circle, when teams tend to go hold the center of the circle, 8-bit have always been clever to linger around the circle, make sure that they find a spot from where they can come and punish, do third parties, pick up frags, because he's got really good firepower. Mr. Pineapple, we have broken the ice. It's going to be a youngster altogether. But let's not forget that Thunder, he himself is a very strong player. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the golden sands of Miramar, and this is going to be a fight to the finish, because there are several teams who do want to put points on the table, with the flight path starting all the way from Portona, ending towards the Torre Hamara region. Sam, I think the drop clashes is somewhere far from visibility.
This is again a safe flight path when we generally see, and as you rightfully said, maybe not inclining towards drop clashes. But hey, I think after us seeing the first circle of how things went towards the northern lands of Erangel, it could change things here as well, which will force the fights to happen. One thing that we did miss out on Erangel, I would say, is quite frequent visits from different teams in rotation and clashes. Whereas I think it was a lot more of an execution where they teams tried to move towards compounds and get themselves a stronghold. There is where they got smacked down, put down, and they couldn't do much from there on. But I think here it could be different. We even spoke about that being just the first game jitters, irrespective that an experienced player or a new player joining in, or it's a new lineup as a whole itself trying to find synergy against different teams. It was just the first map. Now here is where they have an opportunity to go all out and show what the true potential strikes here in the Skyesports Championship 2025, and see if they are going to be getting Sky Search points and using it from day 2.
For now, it's good for us to say that Picardo is not going to have some uninvited guests, because every single time VASISTA is looking forward to dominate on the Picardo side. Previously, we got Venom Gaming. This is one of those teams who are really, really good in doing third parties, in going in for those head-on battles, the drop clashes, but the circle on the other side, it has a different story to say. Look at that. It's gone completely to the northern eastern side of the map. I do understand 50% of the teams do have a footing inside the circle, but the aggressors are all on the outer side of this map.
Yeah, I think as we spoke about it, right, the fights in compounds from the very start of it might have toned down, but with a circle like this going all the way north, teams will be forced to go to lands where generally teams don't explore, or even if they go, they just loot and then make their way back towards the sides of Graveyard, towards Los Leones, El Pozo, Montenuevo, all these positions. But for now, hey, things can change. I think ONEPLUS, Cincinnati Kids and Wild Fangs, one team that I think we did want to see a lot more. Wild Fangs, Trace did find a couple here and there. I think decent points acquired in map 1, but I'm pretty sure they wanted a lot more. Unfortunate, very early elimination of Safe. We did see a brilliant upper bracket 8 finishes on an individual map coming in from Safe when Trace was taken down. So opportunities to step up big is something that I'm looking forward to from even Wild Fangs. But iQOO 8-bit, this is a team that I think all of us are going to be in awe once they start fragging in all departments. Just keep getting chicken dinners. They did do that on day 3, and the way they managed to qualify at the last game of day 4 as well, Arka.
Absolutely. Now, for some reason, these energy drinks are looking so different to me, man. They're no more in the can form. I see a small bottles placed here and there. I hope that I'm not having illusions as I watch this game get more intense. Damn. But as on the other side, we've got the side of money makers, and they're looking phenomenal if you ask me. Because once Pukar stepped into this team, taking that spot of IGL, Clutchcard, he can spread his wing now. He knows that he's been that assaulter to watch out for. And there's a lot of spacing now. He steps back from being an IGL to a filter, giving a little more prowess to Pukar, a good support as well. And let me remind you, Aditya and Joker are no less of an assaulter themselves. So both of them sticking together and moving around, it seems like a bunch of ghosts are lingering around. Right now, these ghosts are present at the power grid region.
But for now, what you guys can do is quickly search iQOO Neo 10 on Google and try to win up to 5 lakhs by spinning the wheel. Do not miss out on the opportunity. The phone is also going to be launching on May 26th, 2025. This is your opportunity. So is an opportunity for money makers. I want to see if they make chiching out of this Miramar. I think with Pukar in this fray, we were talking about it. Spray Goat. He is going to be missing this grand finals, as he's no more in the roster. With Pukar joining them, is going to be even interesting, as we were initially speaking about the star-studded rosters, right? This is that roster that Clutchcard would have wanted. Is that going to work out? Because this is the grand finals. There's a lot at stakes. Thankfully, Arka, it's still day 1. And as we were talking about it, day 1 is not going to give you a big bump. It is that 10 points followed by 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 till the 12th position team. That is a minute, I would say, edge over the other teams who don't have an early start. Could give an advantage, but Wild Fangs, I don't think it would affect them in big time, because Wild Fangs are a team, if they are at full synergy, and especially with Anuj to OP as well finding frags, it's going to be tough to deny them even on a single map.
Wild Fangs, if the rumor serves right, Sam, it's believed that Wild Fangs, this playing 4, could be playing their last tournament together.
Yeah.
And keeping in consideration that this might turn out to be true, they will have to end this on a good note. They would look forward to get a really, really good ending. Probably a champion trophy could have been the best ending for this team.
Yeah, and I think Sensei, he has been longing for the trophy, right? The last championship 5.0 he played, we even spoke about this. He almost was at the brink of being the champion. Such a brilliant fight being put up on that time, where Sensei played under the banner of Revenant with Apollo. And it was that duo who almost got themselves maybe even a winner chicken dinner and the champions title. Blind did pull it off from under them. And I know from there on, Sensei has always been trying to get on that big stage, trying to get that trophy. As you rightfully said, this is like all stakes on them. They win big time, they could be going on a happy note, but things could change and it could be a little bad as well. But on the other end, bad was the first game for RIVALRYXNRI. They did start, put down a couple of players of AUTOBOTZ, but after that, squad of BLITZ pushed tactically and then just eliminated the players of Rivalry. They tried to hold them off as much as possible, and a smart move was done from Lobster over there, who decided to move out. Same was done from Alibaba Raiders, but Alibaba Raiders also suffered a different casualty when they made their way into the circle.
ONEPLUS GDR It's good to see sponsorship right behind this champion lineup. Yes, Delta. Let's not forget, Delta and Justin are now coming back to form, with Apple trying to be the perfect fit for this puzzle. It seems like GDR are going to be the next favorites to get this championship title. Because from the last chance qualifiers, this team is in a different form altogether. Let it be Destro, trying to engage into fights with his teammates. And slowly and steadily, all the IGLs, including Destro, is starting to pick up on their firepower. We have seen Manya. Man, who can forget that mid-air shot coming in the map of Erangel? Same goes for the side of Destro. When given a chance, he's taking those risks so that he can have his best playing 3 in the final circles, which is going to matter the most in attaining that chicken dinner.
Another big IGL when we speak about is Samraj. He is a man of few words, but they mean a lot every time. And with a big title under his belt now, it's a team that people will be looking up to see if they can get another title in their name. Just like you could get your hands on the Red Bull to get yourselves the wings whenever you play BGMI. And all the energy that you need to convert, and that is something that even Alibaba Raiders need to resonate with. They need the energy to brush off what happened on Erangel and make a move on Miramar. And this is also a decent map that I've seen in terms of Alibaba Raiders, and I think they pick off a lot of fights from the start, which gives them an advantage on Miramar compared to the other maps. A quick shift of the circle we see, it's still the northern one, following the similar trend of what we saw so far on Erangel Arka. I think still a little more time, but a big advantage here for iQOOSOUL. They're at the center of it. They went early towards Tore Hamoda, and from there they've been looting and they have stood that ground. So every other team making their move towards the circle, it's an all-out lookout for now iQOOSOUL to get information of where the teams are going to direct themselves in this circle.
The most important part is iQOOSOUL right now. This is the very position in which they did give away a lot of finishes to the opponents. And I feel a deja vu moment. I do believe that one of the players of iQOOSOUL did survive until the final moments. I might be wrong, but yes, those are all in the past. Speaking about the present, iQOOSOUL, they predicted the circle and they feel that the final circle might end up towards this vicinity, and that's why they want to put up a proper barricade. They want to put up a proper defense before somebody comes in with a surgical strike. Now let's not forget that the northern side of the map, from Tore Hamoda and La Crobreria, these are the regions any team would want to enter the circle from. The reason, yes, there's a lot of hard compounds, there's been ridges where you can take your cover from. La Crobreria has got a big mountain from where you can have a complete visual of where the teams have aligned themselves. So a lot is at stake when you're coming in from the northern side of the map. Speaking about stakes, we also have to speak about True Rippers. As Jelly, another IGL I look up to a lot. All thanks for him, trying to bring him some really good youngsters into every single tournament, molding them. And it's good for us to say that Jelly has a major role to play for what Godlike has got in their roster right now.
I want to see how well they fare here in the grand finals. True Rippers, I was a little shocked on day one of the upper brackets, but after how they were able to pull themselves off from day two, I'm like, yes, this is Jelly's lineup. This is True Rippers that we know of. But I think right as now, there's a similar cards if we turn the tide for VASISTA eSports.
Yeah.
They've also been a team that I expected to have a fantastic start, but I think that early casualty kind of did not give them that duo sense where they could fight off.
Oh, look at this. RIVALRYXNRI yet again capitalizing on the opportunity being given to them. And that's been the best part for them throughout the tournament so far. Every single time they see a player, they do not hesitate on capitalizing on it. Let it be mid-range, let it be close range, and that's one of the reasons why we see them in the top 8 from the first game itself. RIVALRYXNRI not shying away from taking the damage of the blue a little before heading it inside the circle. a good composition of Chandan, Sarwar, and Morty. We've been seeing that Chandan and Sarwar have been, pulling the cords, have been picking up fights here and there. They've been successful with it as well. But whereas on the other side, this is what I was speaking about. Godlike, every single time I've seen them in this vicinity, they always end up getting a lot of knocks. And probably this time around, they might be losing through to 3 players even before stage 3 occurs.
This is not the iQOOSOUL we kind of saw in comparison with Erangel. It's only Legit, the last one surviving. BLITZ, they've gotten a grapple on the players of iQOOSOUL, and you can see Dazzler taking his time. He's still worried that the last player could cause some trouble, but the last player has been spotted from another team. Versatile, Legit is making a run as far and further away from anybody's scope and lenses, but it's not working out. Moneymakers, he's so close to them. I don't know how Legit is maneuvering around this. Now back again towards Versatile, and down with this as well is ONEPLUS, God's Reign, who are now caught with the sights of WYLD FANGS, and it seems like it could be a wipe, as yes, all the players one after another have been caught and completely wiped.
Oh, this could be Legit falling into the jaws of death, because Joker on the other side with perfect information coming in of where the opponents is. Needs to be careful. But Legit, he's been the man with magic so far. He knows to play his cards right. And Pukar, being an IGL over here, knows exactly what to do with his teammates. Joker in the front line doing the perfect toss of grenades, making sure he puts the final nail in the coffin. A team which was very close to attaining the chicken dinner in the map of Erangel is the first team to walk out in the map of Miramar.
iQOOSOUL, unfortunate. Legit, compared to the other games, he was not prepared for this, Arka.
Yeah.
It was not the best start for iQOOSOUL. But hey, Moneymakers, they played smart here. They were not in a mix of a clash with other teams, and they will make an easy finish out of it. And also, no need to engage right on with rifles when you have throwables. The second circle now taking a shift to the third as the play zone is completely closed, and it is still going further north, Arka. This has even pushed out the teams who tried to take the center. BLITZ, they snatched iQOOSOUL's center position, and now Versatile, they see an entrance, as you did mention, from the sides of La Cobreria. That's where they're entering from, and they're going even further up north towards the center at Torre Ahmuda. And on the other end, we spoke about God's Reign and WYLD FANGS, and you can see 4 finishes in the name of WYLD FANGS as they've completely wiped, and an early unfortunate dismissal of even ONEPLUS God's Reign here in Miramar.
As I said, WYLD FANGS, they have got nothing to lose. They have a point to prove, and let's see how much more that's going to push them in getting closer to the championship. But as of now, we're seeing Jatin standing as the last man for the side of RIE, where LEFP, they have no interest in scouting out and making sure they pick up another frag, because they do understand after this they need to prioritize the circle. As Jatin is just a bare watcher, RIE is one of the other teams who have been, a promising lineup lately. You've seen Miss IGL himself being, a frontline assaulter when the time is given. But Chandan on the other side in deep trouble. Shots have been taken. Chandan somehow survives the sliver of HP, as Jatin is going to continue peppering him down. This persistence might, start to pay up for him. But Jatin, he needs to be careful. He needs to get into hard covers and then try to continue his assault, or rather fall back, because once NRI realizes that there's a solo man over here, they're going to rush in and make sure that they decimate him. And he's the last ray of hope. Let's remember that.
They were the ones to start things off on Rising Inferno Esports. He tried to change his position quickly, but so did the players of RIVALRYXNRI. Did not give them the opportunity, and now Rising Inferno Esports in trouble. But same goes for Learn From Past. VASISTA Esports, Zin so up close, but Honey played it out smart. He gets one finish under his name. He's waiting where the other players are going to be heading in from. He spots Scary Jord. Hector is close by. He does the deed, and he's now trying to help his teammate back up. Fury is also being knocked down. This is looking problematic. They even confirm the finish. Honey is going big in the start, and again early casualties here for the squad of VASISTA Esports. Maybe they make a quick getaway of this, and yes, picked up, but Scary again spots the players. Learn from past themselves, making a run for it. Wants to charge on Honey because they only spot one player. Honey dropped to a low health but has not been knocked. And there is the surprise of Yash. And now VASISTA Esports is surrounded in all directions from Learn from past. A no-go situation.
Absolutely. Now a barrage of grenades is going to be following up. A perfect execution coming in from the side of LEFP. They're going to be left out with just one last man to put down. And I do believe Hector can't do much with Honey head up. Coming head up. He's going to be putting the final nail in the coffin. VASISTA Esports is starting to crumble with a lot of pressure. And this has been the case of Hector. It might sound a little blunt, my friend, but in the grand finals, when they have got nothing to lose, Hector tends to do a bit of a mistake, due to which the undergods are also feeling the pressure as well.
While this was going on, there was a fight with Versatile, Alibaba Raiders, and ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. As you can see, it's still continuing as Versatile are picking up finishes. But True Rippers, they have managed to squeeze right when Learn from past were composing from the fight, and Honey has been brought down. He had 3 finishes in his name and he's already out. Flock, the confirmation that Versatile found. Other players, Juicy, Mighty and Zeref, they've gotten to safer spots. But now with Learn from past being split in different directions by different teams, it is also Rising Inferno Esports, Jatin the last man, he trying to get some finishes in his name. And yes, there it is, a confirmation on Arma, not just by the knock and the finish as well. ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kid Juicy seems like he's stuck out in the open. Learn from past after closing out on a team. Now it seems like it's down to Yash, who helped them to convert the fight against VASISTA. It's such an interesting standoff right now as the zone is closing. 1 minute and 40 seconds. And we will see how things are going to change for these individual players, especially from Learn from past and Rising Inferno Esports. After Learn from past having 6 total finishes, Harka.
An interesting state of affair, if you ask me, coming in from the side of RIEX. You know, there are several teams who did not dare to go in for that bit of a heel battle before making it into the circle. It seems like Jatin is going to think otherwise. And if everything fits right for this player, I do believe that we might find him in the top 5 in moments to come. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that 8-bit is come way too close to comfort against the side of AR, but JD Gaming, since he doesn't miss much, given an opportunity, is starting to show his true powers, as JD Gaming, very low on HP, will not have to only heal himself, but also will have to find another angle to take down Pineapple.
JD, this is an opportunity with Mafia down, pushing on Cheyenne. With already iQOOSOUL down, they were also the top team in the previous game. 2 of them pushing against Pineapple. This is going to be a tough one to blow back on. He tries his best. Look at JD, how much he survives with. But with that last blow, that was the finalization of iQOO 8-bit being eliminated here at the 12th spot on Miramar.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in from the side of JD. His flicks were perfect. His reflexes looked strong. But as of now, BLITZ, another team we were speaking about. Now, this is one of those teams who completely rely on the firepower of Easy to wipe as well as that of his teammate. But before we speak further, yeah, it's Dazzler. It seems like
unfortunate.
Dazzler...
This is problem, Arka.
Seriously?
TR, a full team wipe.
Oh my goodness, I did not see that coming, my friend. With that TR, no, they still have one more player to work things out with. And he's been hiding behind a small, a shack, or probably I would say a small dunes right behind the drop. And that's why he was not visible for us. But ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. Now, this is one of those teams who need to play it safe. They had a bad start. It's good for us to say a bad start, keeping in mind and considering the kind of performance they've led so far. Now given an opportunity, can they strike, as Alibaba Raiders are in deep troubles, as Juicy trying to pick up a frag or two is going to be failing, and getting closer is going to be Alibaba Raiders, who do not shy away from re-strategizing, changing this position coming out from the blue. Cincinnati Kids will now have to prioritize the circle.
And it's gone away from them. Big shift towards the eastern end. And ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids have to figure out what's the best move. So it is going to be even Alibaba Raiders and Rivalry. But there's a fight that breaks out. Rivalry as well as ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids spot each other. And now that's Alibaba Raiders making a move after hearing this clash. Even Versatile trying to keep the western end clear, as they did spot, I think, learn from past Yash, the last man standing. We spoke about 4 Miracle. This is a map that they love to play on, but Poco's down, and then this finish has been confirmed right at the center. This fight breaking out with WYLD FANGS. But AR making a jump. They've already found an opening on Morty, but they did not spot Soham close by, and Eggy has been dropped. Murnock's been dropped. It's a counter frag on server, but there's 2 more players still standing. This is an opportunity for RIVALRYXNRI to turn things around. But JD, does he make a move? Is this an opportunity that he turns this game around in his team's favor? A nice molly. That should be a confirmation on server. Server still trying to survive, but doesn't. That's a finish for JD Gaming.
JD on the other side will also have to be careful because he's got his candle burning on both the sides as he's going to come out in the open. Shots are going to be landing between his skulls. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, AUTOBOTZ, after showing, AR, that's going to be a team which showed us so much of brilliant gameplay with 5 finishes, will be walking away way too early from this lobby.
While FANGS get kept for Miracle. For Miracle, unfortunate. They thought they were getting into the circle and now they're getting out. Wiped out. And so is the case with ONEPLUS Cincinnati. Kid with Juicy's confirmation, Mighty and RIVALRYXNRI after withholding the forces of Alibaba Raiders. But even in this mix, getting sandwiched off this 3-way tangle. Versatile, 4 Miracle and WYLD FANGS. And this is inside the circle. While all of this is happening, True Ripper's last player that we spoke about, Sam, he's keeping as silent as possible, but play zone, this is where teams have to pay attention to that. RIVALRYXNRI, they were firing from outside the circle. They were in the play zone and one of their players, Morty, was just revived, goes down to the play zone and the other players instantly get in the vehicle, make a quick course back towards the circle, but the northern edge of the circle is clustered. That is a difficult entry if they want to get in, Arka.
Look at how close these teams are. AUTOBOTZ and 4 Miracle. We were speaking about these 2 teams. You know, they're going to be the strongest contenders in the map of Miramar, and it seems like both of them do present themselves in the top 4. But on the other side, Somrat's spray was phenomenal. His persistency has paid off as RIVALRYXNRI, they get eliminated with just 1 burst coming in from the side of Somrat. Picking up 3 frags, this IGL now says that I might not need an S power in my team to show that we are capable of taking down teams.
Look at the opening, and now all the other comrades moving in so close to Blitz. And now Dronzer and Dazzler, they quickly say, no, we're not going to be in this fight. We're going to make a quick run for it. Easy 2 wipes finish will be confirmed. But in the meantime, it seems like Dazzler quickly repositions, gets a spot where he could touch upon Aquinox and Israel Toy. Trying to do the damage, but in the mix, there was Sam. I'm not too sure if Sam was spotted from True Rippers, but in the meantime, still on that barrage of blows. 4 Miracles, Dragon now being confirmed. This is not a great sight with 4 Miracle down to the last player standing. VXT in the meantime find the last player on LAFP.
Look at how Dazzler is playing this. He understands that they've got decent amount of finish points and now they'll have to concentrate on the bigger picture of trying to make it into the final circle. Whereas Somraj on the other side, waiting for each and every opportunity put in front of him, realizes now is the time for him to move away. Trust me, Sam, I was about to say a statement that VXT might look a little bit weaker with S-Power exiting from this lineup, but it seems like that has been fueling them. You know, the lack of a frontline assaulter and people underestimating them, that has been fueling them to look forward for a better game. They've got all 4 men standing with 7 finishes, and they've got their eyes set on a single shack, which is being held by True Rippers, Sam.
Right ahead of them, they have Blitz that they have to wipe. Now Dazzler is being a thorn for them. 4M Reaper. Right in between 2 teams, but he is spot out. Seth clears that, bushes off, and that is the end for 4 Miracle. But the circle again, a small shift, and it is not favoring any team. However, AUTOBOTZ, Arka, they've played the smartest so far. No inclination towards any fight, and they've been surviving at the edge. Finally, it is the Red Bull standoff, and with an opening, that Blitz are now again under trouble. They're being under heavy fire from Versatile, and Versatile this time are not stopping, and AUTOBOTZ is also in the mix. Again, Nade parade happening towards their end, and Blitz, it's down to the last player, Rambo.
Oh, look at what Aquinox tried to do. A valiant effort. He's got to be punished for it. He gets taken down, and Troy will be clever enough to put an end for it. But Toxic on the other side now knocked off. they need to be careful as well. AUTOBOTZ are divided attention. They're prioritizing the circle and also making sure they keep VXT at bay. But can they do it? As Sensei's location is got to be compromised. A beautiful grenade is got to be tossed in. And IGL versus IGL in the map of Miramar. Let's see who stands tall.
There is the opening. That is Toxic's confirmation. He was already knocked. Sensei, he wanted to make his way inside the circle, Arka. He tried to make a quick and early push on there, and he is comfortable. But for now, that is the position which Somraj has already spotted. So Sensei, he has to expect cover fire coming in from Saif and Anuj. But before that could happen, Somraj's nade, which did not stop, finds that opening. Now they're going to be comfortable over the ridge. Now, as you can see, they're making a push for the ridge, taking control over it, making sure nobody else does. But Anuj also moves in. Toy spots that. This is a 1v1 fight with Somraj trying to cover the back, and it is Toy who puts Anuj down as well. It's all down to the last man standing, Saif. AUTOBOTZ in the mix, wants to take an advantage. Did spot Toy over there. Good blow, and Arib confirms on that finish. Versatile down to their 2 players. AUTOBOTZ with 3. And WYLD FANGS, the last man, Saif.
Saif going in for a heel battle now. ABZ versus VXT, and it seems like AUTOBOTZ, they're playing it perfect. They're telling that we are ready to take this fight head on. As Somraj from outside of the circle, can he strike to give a bit of an opportunity for his teammates Raiden? As Ralph, he's going to continue the barrage of grenades. Raiden's location has got to be compromised, and now the precision comes into play. They need to put this grenade inside of that building, and which is going to be hard, but I don't think so. It makes it hard for Ralph as he gets in closer. Somraj on the other side, his location is also compromised. He also gets taken down, and out of nowhere, ABCs are reigning supreme in this map of Miramar, and I do believe that nobody can snatch away this chicken dinner from their hands.
It's a done deal at this point, Arka. Saif, unfortunate that he lost Anuj and Sensei at the same spot where they wanted to take a control of the circle, and AUTOBOTZ, they did not pick a fight at all. They were at the eastern edges of the circle at all times, and none of the teams cleared that edge at any time during the circle shift, and that became a big advantage here for AUTOBOTZ. They are at the final zone. They are at the final circle. Saif, his position, I think, was just spotted. A little bit damage on Lobster he tried to do, and now Saif's position is compromised. This is done. He's going to be trying to survive as much as he can. A molly being tossed towards his end. The zone is closing. He will try to push as further as much as he can. He did even find a knock on Lobster, but that is the winner chicken dinner for AUTOBOTZ. What a smart and a brilliant move coming in from there, and they did not go for it from the fights of the start. They ended up in the fight for the last and won this winner chicken dinner at map 2 itself, Arka.
Who's this young kid at the center from the side of AUTOBOTZ? Now my interest has been intrigued. And I would love to see who is the new youngster who's been playing under the name of AUTOBOTZ. It could be probably Toxic or Lobster, because these are the 2 names I've not seen in a long time now. So let's see. The confirmations might be coming in soon from our production, but as of now, Sam, it's been a phenomenal game if you ask me, because all the teams in the bottom of the table were able to make a slight comeback, and I do believe when we look at the overall standing for this one day of raking points for yourself, might look pretty interesting.
Let's see if that works out, but quickly taking a look at this Red Bull replay of the final winner chicken dinner here in Miramar. As you can see, Versatile did have an opportunity. They did find the opening on Sensei, but this move towards the shack itself caused the problem, because of which AUTOBOTZ, their movement as a linear force covering all fronts, did not give enough space for Versatile to make their own chance of this last fight. And Saif tried his best, eventually went down to the play zone itself. This is the winner chicken dinner that was now picked off from AUTOBOTZ. A very smart move what they did here, as we spoke about it, their play style, the way they went and ended up in the final fight. As you can see, they had 5 finishes, I think, at total, or 4 finishes. That's all they got out of this matchup, because they played smart. They played for the position. They got enough finishes. They stayed at the top, and the chicken dinner is going to work out. At the end of the day, objective right now, Arka, is not to get as much as points, be full aggressive. It's being as smart as you can to get to the top and get that sky search point. And I think AUTOBOTZ, they're strategizing it that way.
Absolutely. All good comes to those who wait is the right kind of sentence which AUTOBOTZ had in their head. They waited for the right moment. They did not engage, as you correctly pointed out. They were not interested in picking those finishes. They were like, you know what? We have got a perfect spot in the circle. Let the others fight it out. When given a chance, let's try to third party and pick up more than 5 points of more than 5 frags. That is going to be more than enough for us to put at least 15 on the table. And I do believe that they'll be 1 point shy, because they had got just 4 frags by the end of it all. Because safe finish, I don't think so, was grabbed away from the side of AUTOBOTZ.
Yeah, it was play zone.
Yeah.
What a game it's turning out, Arka. First one, Legend started out in that way, but still iQOO 8-bit closed. Here, AUTOBOTZ play such a smart game, and this is something that I've discussed. And I think this play style, which we are seeing from AUTOBOTZ, is something that learned from past did in the upper bracket quite often.
True.
Now, this is interesting. You always have to pick the best out of the other teams and make it your best or replicate it in another form. And I think that's what AUTOBOTZ just showed us in this map too.
Yeah. Now Sky Search, this format, it's a different ball game altogether. Everybody knows that today they can either go into experiment and see what the strategy of other teams are, or they can just rely on their best fighting stance and make sure that they pick up points so that they have a slight advantage starting the grand finals tomorrow. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a short break. On the other side, we're going to be breaking down more on what happened in the map of Miramar, and the prediction of Sanhok is going to follow up as well. See you guys on the other side.
iQOO.
Yeah. Look, all of my wins going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching Skyesports Championship 2025, and the two quick games of the Sky Surge is already over. With this, it's good for us to say, with just 4 maps left out, the team who stands on top of the overall standing is going to walk away with a 10-point advantage starting off the grand finals. But yes, Necros, what do you feel is going to happen? Do you feel that those 10 points is going to be a great advantage, or do you feel that the 10 points is just another, cakewalk for teams who know to play it a bit aggressive in the grand finals?
I feel like 10 points it's like a one match cushion or something that you have. I mean, it's like getting a small head start for yourself just before the grand finals, because we know the points table are going to get reset, the bonus points, the surge points, what you're going to get, it's the only starting thing that you will have for the day number 2, which will be starting tomorrow, and the entire contest will be there for the smash rule. But we'll keep it in that way. But talking about what happened in the match of in the previous match of Miramar, the way VXT played, and as you pointed out this, if the team will go aggressive or not, I feel like yes, definitely that can be a little bit of advancement for the teams, those who are more solely focusing on the finishes.
Absolutely. Now we also have to speak about the devil in the house with S Power moving away to Godlike, which is an open secret. We are able to see that VXT, it seems like nothing has changed for them. Somewhere when I felt that they might shy away from taking fights because they're going to be a new set of groups who will be looking forward to take some decent amount of points, it seems like Somraj is like, you know what, I'm going to step it up. I'm going to pick up frags for you guys. Just make sure that you follow my footsteps. And the leader leading like that, I do believe, is a great advantage for a team like VXT.
Exactly, and that helped. Toy even stepped up, being a substitute player. He was benched for such a long time, and finally he has got an opportunity, and the energetic performance that he's put up is completely justifying that, that man definitely had a can of Red Bull for himself just before coming into the map of Miramar. But for you guys also watching us live, you can also have your own Red Bull for yourself, because there are still so many matches left throughout the day, and we want you guys to stay really energetic.
Absolutely. The upcoming game is going to be an interesting one, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be, a pretty interesting affair looking at the stats on our screens right now, because stars of the match is going to be coming in from the side of VXT as well as NRI. VXT, we've got Toy. You were speaking about this Troy, who got 6 finishes, was clever enough to pick up frags, was clever enough to support his team with minimal damage of a 541. That shows that his precision was his strength.
Exactly, there's no doubt about it. He was waiting for an opportunity like this to pounce on, and eventually when he has got a chance, he did not disappoint his IGL, his team. But right now he's kind of standing in the 2nd position in the MVP rank of the grand finals, which is a really good start for the likes of VXT, if you ask me. He's got a finish contribution of 46.15, and Toy, this is his chance. All the matches that he's going to get in the entire grand finals has to count, and has to be the, I would say, the enlightenment of his journey throughout this entire grand finals.
Absolutely. VXT will still be on the tippity top with 13 finishes and 5 possession points, a total of a big, massive 18 points. Even though it felt like they were not capable of reaching such a big number at one given point of time, but it all thanks to the firepower showcased by them. They've got the top spot. ABZ on the other side, the AUTOBOTZ, they've got a chicken dinner, a decent 14-pointer. Closely catching up is going to be WYLD FANGS. Again, a team which went a bit aggro, did get rewarded with 14 points in total, all thanks to the 8 finish points.
Exactly, and followed by that, BLITZ eSports, they will have 11 to work out with. Learn from past and RIVALRYXNRI. Both of these teams, they have had their own consequences in the first match, but it seems like Miramar has been a blessing for them, having 7 points each for their side. But in the overall rankings, what are going to be the changes? So we do see WYLD FANGS sitting on top with a total of 20 points on board, with 13 finishes already that they have conceded, followed by Team Versatile in the 2nd position with 20 points. 19 will be there for Team iQOO 8-bit, while BLITZ and AUTOBOTZ there behind with 18 and 16 points respectively, followed by we have iQOOSOUL with 16 points as well.
Look at this change of tides. All of a sudden we are able to see that 10 possession points is what VXT has changed to reach it into the top 2. And that's how well a team can perform if they think that they have got nothing to lose. True Rippers, Another disappointing performance, if you ask me, because the first one, it seems like everything was falling in their favor, but the second half of the table is where the true disappointments occur. With God's Reign walking away with 0 points in 2 matches being played, can they make a comeback? Are they taking this Sky Search seriously, or are they just trying to experiment things and try to read the opponents? Because ultimately, it's all about you counter-strategizing on the true powers of the opponents.
You know, I had a conversation with Destro, and he mentioned that day one of grand finals or day one of any stage hasn't been grateful for us, but whenever it comes down to the day 2, day 3, day 4, we have outshined and we have performed well enough to be on the top. And it seems like he's again on point that the day 1 is not going good so far.
Yeah.
But again, this is going to be the map of Sanhok, and the map of comebacks is going to come in. So we can just say, or we can expect a lot of bottom teams trying to chime up, because it's not late, right?
Yeah.
Only 2 matches have gone away. So you have this map of Sanhok. If you get a 15 or 20 pointer game for yourself, you will be there sitting in the top 2 or maybe in the first position after the end of this game as well. So it is really necessary.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching at home, you guys have a chance to win 5 lakh rupees. If you want to know how, all you have to do is make sure that you go to Google and search iQOO Neo 10. Now, it's as simple as that. All you have to do is just head on to Google right now and search for iQOO Neo 10, and then you have a chance to win 5 lakh rupees, which can be a game changer. If you don't believe in magic, if you believe in hard work, then you've got the perfect device for you to pick up so that you can start your grind. It's in the name of iQOO Neo 10. The reasons are pretty simple. You can play the game with 144 FPS. It's got a really strong processor, which is going to keep things very, very, quick in the game. And let's not forget, when you're grinding, you need to have long battery hours, and you've got 7000 mAh, which is just going to help you in maintaining that full battery life every time you're ready to pick up a fight.
Exactly, and iQOO, with these incredible gaming devices that they come up with every now and then, I feel like almost all the gamers at this moment, those who are playing or wanting to be one of those esports players, you have your own choices set right. You need to grab these devices and you can level up your gaming performance. But again, coming back into the discussion of what is going to happen next, it's going to be the map of Sanhok. And in Sanhok, we witnessed so many early drop clashes, so many early casualties. I feel like this, I don't think will be any different from any other matches that we've witnessed earlier.
I mean, I still have to say that a map of comeback is what was needed for teams in the bottom of the table. But are they taking it seriously? Because as of now, we're able to see that teams like True Rippers, teams like God's Reign, teams like VASISTA Esports, they're kind of struggling to convert those 4v4s. Nevertheless, the map of Sanhok brings them much more closer to one another, creating another scenario of where they'll be forced to go in for that close range battles. And I do believe that's going to be the test for all these teams in the bottom. In case they're able to crack this code, I do believe by the end of today we can expect them to be in the top 5, because that is where most of the points are lying. And just a small reminder, the team which is going to end up on the top of the table today is going to walk away with 10 points tomorrow with the grand finals. And let me tell you, it's going to be a great advantage for any team to have 10 points from the get-go.
We'll have to see whether that 10 points will make a difference, because we will be jumping into the map of Sanhok for now, just willing to see what awaits us in this tropical island. The first Sanhok of the day, and it is going to be really interesting to see how things are going to turn around. iQOOSOUL, they had a brilliant match of Erangel, then dropped down in the map of Miramar. Can Sanhok be that one game-changing map for themselves? Because so far, if you ask me, iQOOSOUL, they have had a tremendous performance in this map of Sanhok itself.
The map of Sanhok, you speak about tremendous performance. I speak about tremendous possibilities for the teams in the bottom. As of now, we were able to see that iQOOSOUL heading towards the Camp Alpha region have no neighbor whatsoever. Even though LEFP is trying to head into the same direction, I do believe they're heading towards that garage so that all 4 players can pick up a vehicle and then rush away. Very close to them flying is going to be Ronnie, and I do believe that is going to be the first point of contact, just in case Ronnie sticks to go towards them. But yes, all of a sudden, we're able to see that Yash has got a vehicle. He's already falling back. So Ronnie is going to live another day to tell a different tale.
No chance of overcommitments, which is a really good thing. Nobody wants to go for some early approaches, but it seems like iQOO 8, but they have some different intentions. While FANGS, they've always faced these kind of consequences. Sensei, he was way too late in picking up a gun, and this time the opportunity was pounced on by the players of iQOO 8-bit. They've got a beautiful chicken in the very first game with not a lot more finishes, but good enough to earn them the points. But right now, they have got another big job to do. Complete this fight as quickly as possible, because you don't want some uninvited guests around your surroundings.
And look at that split coming in from the side of Wild Fangs. From the side of
8-bit.
8-bit. Because I never expected somebody to glide down to the center of boot camp and not having a man advantage, because that is where Wild Fans capitalize at this point of time. But yes, given a chance, LEFP or Rivalry NRI, both of these teams are going to be intrigued to come in and do a third party. And the closest team to witness right now is going to be LEFP. Whereas I was wondering where is Puka heading his team to, because his other drop location was somewhere towards the Kampong region. With VXT making that their home, they've gone to somewhere on the northern side of the map, and I don't see them getting into any kind of a kerfuffle.
Patience, patience, and patience is what we are witnessing. But in the meantime, also Alibaba Raiders, they've taken an exit. It's a drastic change in the course for Alibaba Raiders, because it was all about Rising Inferno Esports, who wiped them off completely. But also, for you guys also watching us live, as we have mentioned earlier, make sure you go to Google, search iQOO Neo 10, spin the wheel, and stand a chance to win 5 lakhs. And as soon as you get a chance, make sure you don't waste it. But for now, the chances seems pretty high for the likes of iQOO 8-bit to have a really good control over the area of boot camp.
Pardon me, I really thought that Pukar would take his teammates to the northern side of the map, but it seems like he's way too close to comfort. He's between two teams right now at the Same region, between 4 Miracles and BLITZ. And that shows that this man with the new team is not showing any signs of backing away from a fight. They're ready for a head-on one, and let's see if that's going to be rewarding them or that's going to be affecting the gameplay from here on. With the circle forming up, it's a very default circle with the bootcamp being the epicenter. All these teams will look forward to, first loot up to their fullest potential and then come in closer. Speaking about getting in closer, it's going to be the side of 8-bit who won this fight so badly against the side of Wild Fangs.
The knocks were there, but the confirmations are still not. Wild Fangs, Sensei has been revived. He's got a good cover fire. He had his teammates to back him up. But right now, when you just talk about iQOO 8-bit, the roster seems complete. But every time they want to go for a rush, they want to go for a push, they are very selective in decision making. They take their time, they analyze the situation, and accordingly they act. And right now, Mr. Pineapple, he has been the key player for the likes of Wild Fangs so far. He's been performing tremendously well, but when it comes down in the overall rankings, iQOO 8-bit, they were in the 3rd position, and from that one, they would definitely love to climb up to the 1st spot itself. But Wild Fangs, no such movements. Everybody intact in their position, completely trying to cut off the sounds, but the nade, it should do the damage, but Sensei was just too clever.
In the beginning of the fight, it felt like both these teams would undergo one casualty at least. Speaking about casualty, Thunders, grenade is going to strike. But can they bring in the rain? And it seems like they can, as Stray Squad also gets taken down. Saif and Anush Topi have a big responsibility up their shoulder. They're trying to do their best. They're changing positions, but still they're not able to find any kind of success. Anush Topi, way too low on HP. He's going to be the next big target for the side of Team 8-bit. And they're getting in closer. Sensei gets confirmed. It's going to be hard for them, as Saif is going to retaliate. He's going to try to do his best as Anush gets taken down. It's going to be Saif going in for a confirmation. Whereas on the other side, Saif, he'll be in the beacon of hope for his team, trying to jiggle around, but Mafia, he says otherwise. He puts him down, and there goes Wild Fangs back into the lobby.
But still, Mr. Pineapple going down, it's going to be a little bit problematic for the side of iQOO 8-bit. Because Pineapple, he has been one of the most crucial players for the entire lineup, finding the frags, playing it slow and steady, surviving for the team. He has done everything that he could to earn points for his team. And him being picked off earlier in the game that in the first contention itself can be really uh, problematic, or I would say that can also decrease the motivation of taking some early fights or maybe going for some bold approaches when you don't have your strongest assaulter on your side. But we'll have to see how things are going to turn around, because we have got for now ONEPLUS God's Reign on our screen with Delta, PG, Destro, Apple and Justin in the mix.
Letting go of Paradise Resort, it seems like GDR is trying to expand their wings and so higher, getting in closer to take those fights. Chandan is being again clever enough to strike the side of GDR. One player gets taken down, the other player's location gets compromised. As Grapple gets in closer, Morty is clever enough to track those audio clues, and then he's trying to toss up grenades left, right and center. Keeping enemies at bay is going to be the priority for the side of Morty.
Just look how confined it seems ONEPLUS God's Reign are right now. He's getting the revival. He's just backing off. Too much damage to deal with for Justin. He will be getting a quick revival. There's no doubt about it. But Morty doesn't want to reveal his position. But Destro is way too close. He's way too close, and the backup arrives from the right moment. And Destro is being put down completely. The backup is there. But right as of now, it seems like Morty, everything under his control. He's taking down one of the crucial players in Delta PG, one of the strongest players of God's Reign. He wants to chime in, and it proves every time why he is one of the best, as he gets the second one for himself. Delta PG aren't stopping, but from behind comes up ALIBABA raid, AUTOBOTZ, my bad. But this is going to be problematic for God's Reign. They have lost Destro. They're out in the open. But the one plus point they have is they have the vehicles to quickly back off from this spot.
A blessing in disguise for sure, in the name of RIVALRYXNRI is just going to let them breathe for a brief period of time. Whereas on the other side, ONEPLUS again makes a big mistake of traveling in the open. It's going to be Chandan putting down one player. Even though the retaliation comes through, he's going to be affected so badly that the finish is just going to walk into his pockets. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be AUTOBOTZ. They want to chime in. They want to take advantage. As of now, they've not reaped any benefits out of this.
On the other end, you do see this fight happening. Money makers left, right and center. Players being knocked and confirmed. 3 players down and out. That leaves ClutchGod, a solo player. He's to wipe. He was out in the open. ClutchGod had an opportunity, but he didn't want to reveal his position. He knows that money makers need a hefty amount of points to be among the top 5 or top 4 teams. But he's to wipe. He's way too in the open. ClutchGod, this is a lifetime opportunity for you. But he's still controlling his trigger. He's still coming up with those trigger disciplines. But just imagine, East to Wipe comes up close and personal, and then ClutchGod gives him a big surprise. That is going to be a big heart attack for the likes of BLITZ.
Damaging the opponents is going to be the top priority for the side of ClutchGod. And I just love the way he's speaking and sticking to that stone, not giving away his location. Because he's got a very dazzling outfit, which could be visible from a distance with a dark background of green. Yet again, ClutchGod survives, and from here on, we can expect him to go in for a position points rather than being a bit aggressive.
There's no other option. If you talk about the circle, it's down southwest, and once again, you need to earn points for money makers. They were sitting in the 9th spot with only of 12 points in total of the first 2 games that they've played. Not bad, but if you want to be on top, you need to get more points in every match that you play. But talking about the scenario, BLITZ Esports, 3 finishes intact, not a single player lost. East to Vibe, Bronzer, Tokyo, Rambo, all the 4 players intact in a compound. And they are also close to the smack center of the circle.
Look at the rotations coming in from each and every team. Prioritizing the circle shows that they're pretty serious in getting more points than what we are expecting them to. iQOOSOUL, they're checking the shorelines right next to the ruins region. They did extend their wings towards the Thumbunk to make sure nobody is ready to backstab them. Now going back to the bridge region to make sure that nobody is going to come in from the Camp Alpha region as well. And this is what I would love to, see in teams. Trying to be more mature in the game. Try to understand that, it's all about you sticking to your textbook basics. Don't make any hasty decisions. And try to take the fight as it comes. But Necros, VASISTA Esports not performing in the first 2 games. What's your take on that?
I believe they're taking a tad bit more time, trying to figure out how things can work out for them. They have been a really good lineup in the upper brackets. The way they've qualified, with the way they have made their mark in this entire tournament has been something we can just literally appreciate. But right now it feels like Fury and the company, they needed 1 or 2 matches to gel up and warm up their hands, because they had a small break while we were conducting the LCQ players, and right now it seems like the shots being fired, the fight has already started. One of the players of VASISTA, they were in the close by. But when you talk about some individual plays, when you talk about some power pack performance, how can we forget what Legend did today earlier?
Oh, he was beast ultra pro max, if you ask me. I mean, every single corner he was turning around, he had a plan in mind, and everything was falling in place as well. As I explained, it's easier for you to dodge a shotgun in mid-range and then retaliate with something you have a better control of while you're moving in a vehicle. And that's the strategy many teams will now want to inculcate if they have to find success with the last man standing in the final circles. But as of now, CK towards the ruins region, where we thought that the circle might shift somewhere to the southern side of the map, a sudden twist in the tail as it heads right to the epicenter of it all, with Painan and Bootcamp having major chunk of this circle.
Interesting to see how this entire circle is gonna help or will be creating problems for a lot of teams. Well, you talk about ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they have been silent for such a long time. This is not the entire ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids that we witnessed in the upper brackets, but it seems like True Rippers, they've got some storyline to tell. BLITZ eSports, those who had their own compounds to play along with, it seems like they have been found out. 2 of the players knocked and confirmed. Sorry, my bad. There's going to be only 1 player who was there, who got completely knocked and confirmed by the players of True Rippers, as they have the southern end to themselves. But as soon as they will enter the circle, they might be just completely pounced on by the players of BLITZ. But while we talk about it, VASISTA Esports, through the compounds, they are gathering as many information as possible for their side.
You did mention about True Rippers and BLITZ coming in close proximity. Let's not forget that 4 vehicles are not far away from that place as well. They look forward for a third party, and let's see whether that's going to be a scenario which is going to be created. Sam gives another opening against the side of BLITZ, and now True Rippers will have to push in, because it's going to be a 2v4 which they can capitalize on. Same goes for the side of VXT as they're pushed in. Troy getting in closer. 8-bit, they're getting shot at from 2 different directions. This divided direction might backfire, but Mafia is making everything happen as the Molotov is going to be landing perfectly to keep both of them at bay. And now a good grenade coming into this corner will be bringing him 2 knocks. And with the blink of an eye, I do believe that's the end of a team as they get burned in that Molotov.
Oh my god, that was a really good one. But talking about that, Rising Inferno Esports, they will be taking an exit with 4 finishes in their bag. But talking about that, 4 Miracles, Dragon OP will be getting some confirmation on True Rippers as well. So this is a fight that we knew was brewing up for such a long time. But talking about iQOO 8-bit, look at them. 8 finishes already backed up, out of which Mafia has 5 for himself. Even this match turns out to be a good one for the likes of iQOO 8-bit.
I like the aggression approach. I like that, going in to take the fights every single time given an opportunity. Because 8-bit, they've read the lobby right. They knew that today everybody would try to make it to the center. Everybody would want to put points on the table in one way or the other. But their intention is we're just going to go aggro. 10 points in every game, let it be position or finish, is what they're eyeing at. And they have been rewarded all thanks to their bravery. Thunder, a perfect support coming in, is making sure that Mafia can go all out. Pineapple out of the picture. We'll have to wait and watch what's going to happen next. But let me remind you, Necros, Ash is not playing this. That means OAS is leading the team.
A big responsibility once again. iQOO 8-bit, they've been lately performing well, but right against them, it's going to be VXT, a team who have performed tremendously well in the previous match. So many finishes they had in their pocket, Toy being one of the key players, Samrat stepping up. But the question is, we always question whenever there's a shift. We even question that Espoir not being a part of this lineup, will it affect the gun game? And VXT, they answered with performance that no, it doesn't matter. We still can perform. But right now, ONEPLUS Cincinnati case, they're facing the Wrath. Zverev has been knocked and confirmed. And Goblin, he will be pouncing on the remaining players as Juicy. He will be knocked with the confirmation. Yeah, it stays with Goblin as well. But eventually, when you talk about Scary Jod, he went out in the open, trying to figure out and find that one finish. But even he gets taken down. And that's going to be problematic for VASISTA esports, because that's the green signal for ONEPLUS Cincinnati case to pounce on them.
Mighty needs to be careful because he's got to be shot at from two different players right now. Hector, in the close proximity, needs to hear those grenades properly, or else he might get taken down. Even though a push is going to be coming in, it's got to be restricted in the path due to that grenade lopsing in. And now they wonder where the player is. Hector is just going to stand flat behind the door, gets taken down and confirmed. Mighty, it seems like 8-bit, they've got some really different firepower surging through their veins. As Fury falling back to make sure that he gets a revival to his teammate.
Very important one, if you ask me. Revival is being completed, or they're just taking some more time. Scary Jod, he's just waiting for patiently to be revived, and again fighting against the odds. But right now, iQOO 8-bit, there has been so many artillery exchange from both these sides. VXT, they have the ridge advantage, while iQOO 8-bit, they want to go up against the hill and take down the players on top. And if that fight brews up, iQOOSOUL, they're in close bounds as well. They will be looking forward to pounce in with the third-party approaches.
Can that be the case? Because the circle just shifted away from this fight, and prioritizing the circle has got to be the primary objective for all these teams, as the uphill battle all of a sudden seems to be going in the favor of 8-bit. VXT, they need to watch their backs and look at the minimap coming in time. iQOOSOUL is coming in closer. ABCs are coming in from another side. It's no more a patty in the sandwich. It's like a sausage between the two buns.
Oh, exactly. And right now we just talk about it. Nakul finds one on Somraj. He's been knocked and confirmed. That's a big surprise coming up from the side of iQOOSOUL. The shot's being fired from a different angle as well. iQOOSOUL, they're playing on a very big split. But right now, iQOO 8-bit, they will be under the radars as well. Aquanox has been taken down. iQOOSOUL, all the nades coming into that same direction. Can be really a close call for iQOO 8-bit. And with that nade, that's going to be the end of iQOO 8-bit. As iQOOSOUL, 4 finishes registered. Goblin with those beautiful nades have made some perfect connections. That's going to be the end. But for now, we have to look for the bigger picture. And right now, we have got a lot more teams in the lobby, a lot more teams in the surroundings. The circle is really tricky. And the teams in the southern end, they are fighting against each other.
iQOOSOUL making a statement out here, ladies and gentlemen, as they're trying to do their best to come in and pounce and make sure that they pick away frags. The third-party kings do know when to strike. As Clutch God trying to make it inside the circle. He needs to be careful. He needs to be as silent as possible, but Toxic on the other side. He's got to be missing shots, due to which he's got to be punished. All he had to do is become one with the nature and try to heal himself, but ultimately, that was not the wise choice for him. A lesson learned the hard way. But coming back, Goblin, he's already got 4 frags and he's hungry for more. As Legit, he showcased that he's capable of some, and now Goblin steps up in the map of Sanhok.
Look at the split that they're playing. Goblin, he's been given the responsibility to be the one to check their 6 and watch out for any kind of backstabbers. And he's doing that perfectly well, there's no doubt about it. The question is, how is ONEPLUS, God's Reign, and how are they planning to enter the circle? But because for now, VASISTA esports Fury has been spotted by the players of iQOOSOUL as well. This is a golden opportunity for iQOOSOUL to get a lot more finishes in their favor.
Can it be that way? Can it be that way? Because I'm slowly able to see that GDR is trying to cover the backlines in the mini-map. We can see a dark red or a maroon color team slowly coming up. LAFP in the open makes a big mistake and iQOOSOUL can capitalize on it. But still, somehow they retaliate. As iQOOSOUL Nakul gets taken down, the Batman needs to be revived. But let me tell you, the Superman on the other side is busy picking up frags.
Look at the split. Look at the kind of positioning iQOOSOUL they are playing along with. But Fury will be confirmed by Sam True Rip as they're coming into the mix. iLOP in the close proximity. This time also Mane is not playing without an IGL. iQOOSOUL, they're functioning well, but that nade could have been really dicey as Goblin wants to go up close and personal. There's going to be Sai coming in, but he gets completely decimated. Goblin is in a godland form and he knows about all the other players have learned from past. Arman is in a big white split. He's creating those off angles and creating problems. But eventually, when you just talk about Ronnie has been taking down Arman, he's becoming that one nuisance for the side of iQOOSOUL.
Can this grenade connect? Because Goblin is taking a big risk of trying to come out in the open. From a distance, Arman agenda was to explode that vehicle and inflict damage against the side of Goblin, which did not happen. Goblin, he did not watch his backline, so there were players coming in from the other side with the divided attention. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to be the people from Learn From Past picking out winner, chicken dinner. A perfect execution coming in from their side. The split, when we thought was going to fail, all of a sudden started to show up.
Oh, exactly. That split worked out brilliantly, but the way Apple came into the picture, nobody expected. Nobody expected Apple in that position while the revival was already going on. Legit and Ronnie, they were settled in their own position, and then out of blue, that one player came in, spoiled the entire game, and even diverted Goblin from his position, made him completely focus on the back, and then it was all about Learn From Past chiming in and proving their worth in that particular position.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said that better, but you know what? I was pretty impressed with iQOOSOUL, even though the players got taken down because of that lack of cover as they were trying to peek over those hard compounds or hard covers to pick up frags. There was an opportunity, to be frank, because LAFP, both the players inside that small shack were kind of visible at one point of time. A proper spray could have taken them down and then built a kind of a pressure over Arman, but still they were clever enough how to dodge it, because it was all about being a bit offensive. Hey, I've been telling this, man, if you're good at offense, that is also a way of a defense as well.
Exactly. And just imagine Arman being in that one split, constantly drawing the attention of all the iQOOSOUL players, getting those knockouts, putting a lot more pressure on them, not making it easy for them. The basic thing that comes in my mind is that of iQOOSOUL, they were in a good momentum. Goblin have 5 finishes in his name, and he was literally looking so good after taking down iLOP as well. But Arman, the way he pressurized and conned them was really something that we need to appreciate, because that man also has 1 finish only, but the kind of efforts he put in was tremendous. But quickly jumping onto the Red Bull replay, we can have a recap of what happened in the final circle.
It was a fight to the finish for sure. iQOOSOUL trying to make sure that they could have their backlines clear. Did not expect a player to be over here as Sahil. He gets, contested in a close range. He went in for a melee, if I'm not wrong, against the side of Goblin, but was punished ruthlessly. And this was the moment where Goblin got kind of, distracted, and he gets taken down. I do understand that that was the best thing for Goblin to do. Turn around and pick up a frag rather than getting decimated by both the sides. So iQOOSOUL, they're going to be pretty happy with this performance, because according to me, they've got more than 5 frags and a second position. A decent 10-point average coming their way.
Exactly, almost like they had 7 finishes in total, and as they finish, they will be getting those placement points as well. So it's a win-win game for the side of iQOOSOUL as well. They are playing it consistently, which matters the most, will help them to be on the top. And yes, if you are on the #1 spot after the end of the Sky Surge Day, you get 10 points in total. Those 10 Surge points, which gives you a head start for the day number 2, from where the Sky Champ rule is going to come into the play. And that is where you don't want to miss on the opportunity. You reach 125 points and you take a chicken dinner, you win the tournament.
Let's see. Now, it sounds pretty simple, Necros, when you say that, but it doesn't feel like when you're in a lobby full of such big names. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be speaking more about all the fights which is occurring. And let me tell you that we are going to be heading towards a short break, and we'll be seeing you guys on the other side.
crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
After a short break, we are back with iQOO Neo 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025. Alongside me, it's going to be Arka. And what a fantastic map of Sanhok we witnessed right away. It was all about climaxes coming into the picture. At one point, we kind of thought that it was the game of iQOOSOUL. Then came in Apple as a surprise package from behind. And then in the end, it was all about learning from their past mistakes and rectifying it at the very right time.
Since you already bought in the point of Apple, I really like the way GDR have turned the tides. Once they understood they're not able to convert those 4v4s on the mid-range battles, Destro immediately resorting on a defensive approach in the map of Sanhok. What did he do? He made sure that, two of his teammates go in for a heal battle after a bit of a casualty in the beginning phase of the game, try to rake up some position points, and then try to make sure that they take the fight in the final circles. Probably with a better approach, we can expect God's Reign to be bouncing back in the map of Erangel, which is going to be coming up next. But as of now, we'll be looking at the MVP of the previous game, because we have been seeing new stars coming up. For those MVPs, I have to tell you one more thing. For those MVPs, Red Bull has been a really good friend, because they need those energy stepping into intense games like these.
Exactly, and you do need for yourself, because there's 3 more matches left in today's entire Sky Surge day, and you won't want to miss any of the matches if you're feeling a little bit low in energy. So you can go quickly grab a can of Red Bull from your nearest store and enjoy the other 3 remaining matches of the day, because I feel like you will not only require a Red Bull but also some snacks together to kind of make it a full entertainment.
I mean, Red Bull itself is a complete meal according to me, because the kind of energy it gives you, it feels like you've just got some wings. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be looking into the star of the match to see which among these players did shine out bright. And according to the statistics, it's going to be the side of 8-bit, where we got Mafia with a beautiful grenades tossed in to roast off his opponents. We've got 5 finishes. The best companion is going to go to Fury. He's got 3 rescues, even though he had a decent amount of survival time.
Oh yeah, if you kind of ask me, Fury, he was trying so much to survive and gain points for his team, followed by a lot of consequences that he was placed in. I feel like somehow, I'm not sure, Arka, I would love to know your opinion. Do you think that Fury's aggression has been dipped down a little bit? But before that, we will be jumping on to the topic of this MVP of this match. It has to be Goblin from iQOOSOUL.
Absolutely. Goblin going bonkers, getting that Goblin mode on. He was able to pick up frags, and he's going to be placing himself at the first spot of the MVP rank for this part of the tournament. Because yes, the first game also he had a decent run. The second one followed up with no points as such, but the third one he somehow caught up. LEFP learning from the past, living up to their name. They did learn from their past of Erangel and Miramar. Backed up a chicken dinner with 5 finishes, getting a total of 15 points. Following up closely is going to be iQOOSOUL. They've got a total of 13 points with 7 finishes and 6 position points.
iQOOSOUL will be pretty happy with the performance that they've put up, followed by BLITZ Esports. I mean, they have been the dark horses over and over in every other round. 11 points backed up. ONEPLUS God's Reign, they've got 10, alongside iQOO 8-bit with having 10 points for themselves. So far we can just get an idea, right? The top teams, those whose comeback we wanted to see in this map of Sanhok, we witnessed it. God's Reign coming back in the picture. BLITZ getting points. 4 Miracle having 7 for themselves. True Rippers, AUTOBOTZ having 5 all for their side. Even VASISTA have 5 points. But followed down the ladder, MAKERZ did not have a great run, followed by ALIBABA Raiders as well. So we look onto the bigger picture in the overall standings. Topmost team, it's going to be iQOO 8-bit, followed by iQOOSOUL in the second spot with 29 total points each for their side. But then coming down in the third spot, it's going to be BLITZ as well, chiming close to the top 3 spot. They have the similar points, but the difference lies in the placement points itself.
AUTOBOTZ making it into the top 5 is going to be a point of concern for all the other teams, because this team, once they tend to get that position within the top 5, they really know how to maintain it. Hand in hand goes the side of MAKERZ. Yes, they also have the same kind of a mindset, but once they are in loss, they tend to fall down drastically. And that's why we see them at the 9th spot. ALIBABA Raiders on the other side are trying to do their best. It's going to be RIVALRYNRI, not botching a place, because it's been a decent performance coming in from their side as well. But CINCINNATI kids, they're going to be pushed down, because God's Reign have picked up the pace. just itsy bitsy bit.
Exactly, and right now again this is going to be a classic map of Erangel coming up next. It's going to be interesting to see how things are going to turn around, because the first Erangel did give us a lot of goosebumps. From all those iconic moments of Legend to those beautiful circle rotations up north, True Rippers being there and then being completely wiped off in a blink of an eye. Everything went in peace, and even iQOO 8-bit whether wants to take away that chicken dinner. Will they get another chicken dinner and remain in the top spot, or is it going to be iQOOSOUL this time to snatch their first chicken dinner of the day?
You've been putting a lot of hopes in my brain, my friend, and also a lot of hopes in the fans of iQOOSOUL, because this is what they're expecting from their team. They're waiting to see that combination of Legend and Goblin work out perfectly yet again, so that they can end up with a banger of a game. They want to end this Sky Surge with 10 points in their pocket. And with teams like iQOOSOUL, VXT, or even probably the side of VASISTA, if they get a 10-point head start, we all know how aggressive they can get from the get-go. That gives them a bit of an edge to not only take fights, even if they fail in the first game, trying to bring up a strategy, they don't have to worry about getting a reset, because they're still going to have points on the table, and that's going to give them another opportunity in game number 2. But yes, after which we're going to be heading into the next map. It's going to be the map of Erangel, another default map. For the fans who are watching out there, make sure to let us know which team do you think might walk away with the winner chicken dinner. With you guys put under pressure, I'm going to put my co-caster also under pressure yet again to find out. Necros, what do you think? Which team is going to get the chicken dinner this time?
I feel like it is time for iQOOSOUL to do something better, because they have had #2 games for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, this map of Erangel will be unfolded in some couple of seconds as we dive into the directly head on to the flight path of this particular match, as we have got our captain has learned from past Honey. It has been a big run for Learn from Past. The map of Sanhok was definitely something that they wanted for such a long time, and coming down from the map of Sanhok to the map of Erangel, I hope they have the momentum set right.
I feel this flight path can be a little bit favoring the side of God's Reign. I have a strong feeling. Yes, very closer to military base in case the circle goes down south. They look forward for a big game as well. And God's Reign, all they need is one good game to pull back their sleeves and go all wild. Whereas the eastern side of the map seems to have a small cluster. As RIE heading towards the Milta power region, we have seen that FANGS is making Milta their home. BLITZ heading towards the Novo Deploy region have got some company with them. And it seems like both these teams are not shying away from being the first point of contact. That is going to be the side of Novo Deploy.
So big splits. And right now, this contention has to be something that nobody would have expected. True Rippers chiming in Novo Deploy alongside BLITZ. And then we had an early contention the very first Erangel, where we did witness AUTOBOTZ. Alongside, there was Alibaba Raiders in the mix. There was Learn from Past. So many teams around the corner. And this time, I don't feel like that's going to happen next. Again, in the Yasnaya compounds, because Alibaba Raiders, for now, they have the Lipovka drop location all to themselves. AUTOBOTZ, they will be rolling out towards the direction of Yasnaya, collecting some vehicles for their side. But the query contention is where my entire focus lies, because for Miracle Esports Poco, he will be literally cutting down Clutch God in bits and pieces, but he's got another one to deal with. But the shots will be coming up on that direction for Miracle. 3 players knocked out. Reaper needs a gun. He's helpless. He's searching for it left, right, and center, but he's not getting one. Finally finds a DBS and a pistol. But Pukar, he has a PP Bison to work out with. Will that be enough for Reaper to deal with?
I do believe that if he can play it right, if he knows how to take it slow, he might be given an advantage. But Reaper's location has got to be compromised, because Afu or Aditya is coming in from the backlines. He knows that he's got a bit of an advantage. Puka running out in the open. The revolver needs to, put out bullets right now. But Reaper is going to rely on the DBS. Where the opponents do not know that he's got a shotgun in the close range, they're still going to try to push in against him. They're going to be rewarded for that valiant effort. But Clutch God, he gets sliced down with a knife. And that's going to prick this team for a brief period of time.
What do we expected will start in Novoripnoi, started in the areas of Query, where Clutch God has been taken down. Now Pukar, the new IGL, has stepped up and finally 2 finishes in his bag. Total of 4 as 4 Miracle. Definitely not the ideal start. The games are not going in their favor. And the way they have performed so far in the previous stages of this tournament, it's not something which we are accustomed to see from their end. But right now, the map of Erangel is done and dusted. They will be looking forward to a better picture in the next 2 matches. But for now, all the 4 finishes will be cherished, and hopefully the entire quarry split will be under the names of money makers for a bit longer period of time.
Moneymakers are chilling in that car and they're just enjoying music because they understood the only way to put on pressure over their shoulder is just to enjoy the game. And that's what they're up to. Aditya is going on to heal himself and check out what True Rippers are doing right now. They're just chilling around the vicinity of Novoripnoi. They've got some decent loot as well. So that shows that their gatekeeping might find some benefits, as the side of Blitz, probably Blitz do know, and that's why they're trying to stay away from this team and make the shorelines their home ground for now.
Good approach. They want to be steady. They don't want to commit to any early fights. They have had their fair shares of consequences in the past. They do understand that we are standing in a stage where drop clashes are a very mere thing to kind of focus on. The much greater picture is to fight for the championship. For that, we need to utilize this Sky Surge day to its fullest. And again, Blitz, they're sitting in the top 3. So they're really very close to end up in the first spot. The top contenders against them are going to be iQOOSOUL, who are literally on our screens right now alongside iQOO 8-bit. But right now, we do see a fight bringing up Blitz East to wipe. He's got some company to deal with. The nades will be fired. The nade is going to give him damage, and East to wipe. He gets down and dusted. The second one, East to wipe. He has been one of the pure for a number of teams, and once again, he's becoming one for the likes of True Rippers. His HP has been depleted, but the 2 big damages that he has done against True Rippers will haunt them for a long time.
Absolutely easy to wipe when he's been sweeping the floor dry, because as of now he's done such a big damage against the side of True Rippers, and it seems like they were unprepared for the assault coming in from the side of Blitz, where we were busy speaking about the otherwise. Easy to wipe gets taken down. Now Sam says, you know what, I've also got some tricks up my sleeves. Getting in closer with that shotgun, knows that there's no player close by, and that gives him a space to go in for a confirmation. Is he going to use that knock player as a bait and they try to take down players? No, he's going to find another angle, put a player down. Rambo gets in closer, still relying to put in some throwables. Dronzer and Rambo, they're going to be left out with nothing but mere damage against the side of Sam.
Look at this situation, Sam, against the odds, trying to find the revenge of his teammates, those have been taken down by Blitz East to wipe.
No.
The revenge has been taken, but the nade was almost on point. Oh my god, Jelly. He barely survived that one. Sam is just waiting for one position to be in, but constantly those nades, those barrages, those artillery strikes, refraining True Rippers to advance and relocate. So far intact in one position. Dronzer, Rambo versus Sam and Jelly. A proper 2v2 fight.
Now this is where Rambo could be in trouble. Jelly tossing up a perfect grenade has landed right next to him. But Dronzer, he knows that he's got a shotgun and he can go in for a close range battle. But is he prepared for what's going to happen next? A perfect execution coming in from behind the wall. Can he put the last player down? It seems like Rambo can do it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers, they're going to be heading back into the lobby. But Blitz, yet again blowing our minds with the perfect synergy coming between these two, and easy to wipe. What an entry fragger is turning out to be as well.
Oh my god, this has been a roller coaster ride for Blitz Esports. They might have lost 2 of their really crucial players, Tokyo and East to Y, but the commotion that they have made will be heard by the gods. They have heard everything, and Delta PG, he's just waiting. He's heard it, he's seen the players, the information has been relayed to the teammates. And with this intel that they have got, God's Rain won't just leave those 2 players in peace. I'm not sure. I mean, definitely, when the circle is in your favor, God's Rain, they will wait. They will wait patiently. The fielding will be set for them. And they will just wait for the moment. As soon as Blitz, they try to rotate out of the compounds of Nova Ripnoi, God's Rain might just pounce on them. But the wide split that God's Rain has for themselves is something that can completely kind of pinpoint the players of Blitz Esports.
You know, it's pretty interesting for us to see how Blitz actually converted that game. As I said, True Rippers, it seems like they had an idea of where the Blitz players are, yet they were unable to strike. And all thanks to that moment which they had throughout the game. And we have been speaking about the game mechanics, right? If you be stagnant for a brief period of time and there's a player who's been launching, leaping, moving around, his thumbs are going to have a much more better reflex than yours. And he might end up having, a greater hand. Yes, you can negate my point by just telling that a practice before the game can put both of them in, equal terms. But I tend to differ, man. I just feel that at that given point of time, who's been having that perfect, moment, the perfect mechanics in their favor, that is the team to outshine. GDR. Apple does the right thing, goes into a high ground to give information to his teammates, and Justin, once given an opportunity, doesn't miss as he strikes down one player.
Rambo is trying to flee away from the compounds. He never expected a hellfire raining down on them, and even if he's a solo survivor, I don't think that Rambo has nothing more that he could do or he can do right now, because he's just intact, waiting for the BGMI gods to be in his favor a little bit more, a little bit longer, so that God's Rain, they just tend to rotate out. But God's Rain, they do have an idea. They have a complete information that there were two players in this urban compound. And out of two, we have taken down one, so there has to be another one. Rambo, waiting patiently, waiting for the right moment to strike in. He can literally end the run of at least one player if his timing and positioning is right. That can be problematic for ONEPLUS God's Rain.
Blitz. Rambo would have to replicate what Easy to Wipe did. At least take a player of two. He gets up. His location is going to be compromised. Even though he can't put a player down, he's going to be falling under pressure. Now Rambo again will have to fall back from this position. Throwables is going to be expected. But guess what? The crossfire seems to be working out for them. Yes, Rambo is going to be caught in fire. He jumps out, and what he's going to do is now land in front of Destro, who's going to be making sure he puts up a grenade. But Delta on the other side, he lands that final nail in the coffin. A valiant effort goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be Blitz for you guys, ending up with just 4 finishes and out of the lobby.
The drop fight was really nice, but out of that, ONEPLUS God's Rain came out of syllabus, and that's where BLITZ Esports crumbled down. The circle is also shifted towards the northern side, so even for the likes of ONEPLUS God's Rain, they even have to rotate towards the northern side as well. So, talking about that, even on the other perspective, Alibaba Raiders, a team who has been really well in the lower LCQ playoffs, who have been performing drastically well in the past, for them to kind of face a start like this in the Sky Surge Day is something that we don't expect, but eventually we can say that they haven't been performing that well in today's matches.
Samraj. Seems like two big bulls are planning to lock horns. iQOOSOUL and BXT. Let's not forget that VASISTA Esports is not far away, as Hector is trying to traverse through this region, and he needs to be careful. And that's why I said he needs to be careful. VXT, they're going to try to pepper him down, but somehow Hector at this moment survives to fall back. Aquanox with no view on VASISTA Esports right now, and Hector is just going to survive, somehow reach his teammates.
It's important that you reunite with your teammates in these kind of situations. While all these shots will be relying a lot of information to the teams in the surroundings, iQOOSOUL, RIVALRYXNRI will have a just about where is a team hiding or maybe holding nearby, which is really important for you to know or understand. But when you talk about the bigger picture, team versatile, they are sitting right in the position, having all the skill in the world. Such a wide split just beside the Potato Hill. They have a big bridge to play along. While you talk about the players trying to settle down in their own locations, Alibaba Raiders, they're around the shelter bunkers. Murnox has found a good spot. While you talk about the other players like you are going to witness Rising Inferno Esports just rotating side by side, trying to figure out where to get on. That's really important. You need to settle down in these kind of stages so that you can reap benefits in the later part.
It seems like shelter is going to be the center of attraction for all the teams. Look at how RIE is trying to close this vicinity. Yes, AUTOBOTZ, or rather I would say Alibaba Raiders, even though they've got one small opening of this shelter for themselves, they need to be careful. They need to regroup, and I believe that's what they're trying to do. Pro OP on the other side is trying to evade from this fight. Owen is trying to push his luck, being persistent, trying to take some shots, but won't be landing even a bullet. Due to which, Pro OP on the other side, he's going to be intrigued to turn around and see who's actually shooting at him.
We are in that one phase, Arka, where you are seeing so many rotations happening, shots being fired against each other, but there is no full-fledged fight happening, and because of which everybody seems settled down. But oh, Murnox, just look at his position. He's intact. He's not going to even move an inch. He knows that if he moves, the footstep will be given away. The position will be compromised. And Rising Inferno Esports, the way they are playing, if they have an information there is just one player just in their foothills, they will look forward to pounce on him and finish him off. And that's not what Alibaba Raiders want for themselves. And Murnox, he's been one of the key players for their side, and they would really want him to survive a tad bit longer.
Shelter has not been a good spot for any team to hold, you know. Let it be a single shack, let it be two different openings. It's always good for you to head on to the nearest hard compound, make that your home, or rather a high ground. And I do believe that Rising Inferno Esports is actually looking forward for something similar. Murnox on the other side takes advantage of them showing their backlines, is now going in for shots, but Goten says, you know what? There's a player out there, why don't we head in and push our luck? Goten comes in closer, doesn't realize where the player is, gets taken down. It's going to be Mr. IGL who's got that responsibility. A shotgun versus shotgun might take place, but Murnox, playing it a little safe, is trying to cook up a grenade as the IGL gets shot in from a different angle. It's going to be Pro OP coming to the rescue of his teammate.
Oh, that's a big blunder by Rising Inferno Esports. They never knew. They did not have the information, and Alibaba Raiders, the setup, the fielding worked out brilliantly. Murnox bought some time for his teammates, and right now the entire split of Alibaba Raiders, it is working like a trap for Rising Inferno Esports, while Jatin is the only and the sole survivor who could just make it out of that big chuck review. And right now, he has to be the flag bearer for Rising Inferno Esports to gain some more points. But in between all these, what have we witnessed? RIVALRYXNRI, they have been wiped off by iQOOSOUL, or maybe something different because they do have only 2 finishes, while Nakul has been compromised. Goblin has got a revival. Potato Hill seems completely dominated by them.
iQOOSOUL, they need to be careful, because from here on, in case they get pushed at, the man disadvantage might prove to be fatal. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that shelter region is still a place where some contention is going to take place. As 4 Miracle is trying to make their way into the circle, they're going to be shot at from the side of VXT, but it's going to be the other way round, as it's going to be Alibaba Raiders. I'm sorry, it was not 4 Miracle. Alibaba Raiders have got that right opening, and now a push is going to be inevitable from their side as well.
Oh, exactly. This has to be the moment. And right as of now, you do see even Somraj carrying his teammate. Raiden was knocked out. He needs a quick revival. And for that, VXT needs to fall back. Not a single finish being registered. Raiden has been brought back in the close vicinities. some hard covers to play along for Team Versatile, and they're almost sitting in the eastern side of the circuit, so they have a lot of playing area, they have a breathing area, and the kind of split that they were having a bit longer. I told you that it can be concerning because they will be relying a lot of information to the teams nearby, and which might just cause one of their players being picked off guard. But right now it seems like JD Gaming has been knocked out. Alibaba Raiders, they were having a really good time out there, having 3 finishes, but right now it seems like they have some intruders. They've got some company to deal with in the name of AUTOBOTZ Esports.
Eggy, in case he changes a position, you need to understand that there's a knock incoming. He's got to be shot at from different directions, but immediately chooses to go the other side. But eventually, that is when the opponents are going to strike. But from a distance, Pro OP yet again comes in as a bit of a backup. Puts down a player. JD Gaming down on his knees as well. And now they'll have to fall back. They're going to be questioned. They're going to be pestered upon because Alibaba Raiders somehow survived this assault. Somehow made sure that they bring back JD back on his feet.
And look at this revenge coming in. Jatin off guard, in an off guard position, found out Pro OP. Alibaba Raiders, who were the one who laid a trap for Rising Inferno Esports and got 3 finishes out of it, are being doomed right now by AUTOBOTZ Esports as well as Rising Inferno Esports. One last remaining player, that was Jatin. And for now, if you just talk about it,
Necros, do you really see that the can is there no more and it's just a bottle now? I mean,
exactly. I was about to say that.
I mean, it's looking so different. And what are we going to call it? Energy bottles?
Let's just go with energy boosters.
I guess that's a wise decision. But as of now, JD trying to do his best. Trying to make sure that he brings the opponents down. A grenade is going to be landed perfectly to give the damage. An opening is also going to be coming in. JD is trying to get that confirmation, but the opponents are not letting him do so. As Mirnox coming in from the other side needs to be careful because Lobster and Rafael, both of them working together. Lobster gets taken down. The grenade is also going to be missing it out. Now JD coming in closer. Mirnox get down on his knees and JD trying to put a throwable. Just get success out of it. The last man standing, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a 1v1 as VXT from a distance is trying to take away all those finishes. JD and Mirnox. JD and Rafael, I'm so sorry, coming in closer. JD gets a lot of shots, still falls back, but Rafael says otherwise, puts down that player, survives for a bit more longer. All thanks to VXT from a distance. Oh my goodness, what a fight it is turning out to be.
Ralphie was exactly on point and precise. He will still lead AUTOBOTZ, win some more frags, win some more battles throughout this map of Erangel. 6 finishes registered. It's going to be a tough journey, but VXT, they do have an information. There is 1 player surviving in that compound, and there will be at least 1 player who will be left behind from the side of Somraj. That, okay, just make sure that this player doesn't come inside the circle. But right now, this is going to be 2 ONEPLUS teams fighting against each other. ONEPLUS God's Reign take on ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati Kids, they did not have a great outing throughout the day so far. While God's Reign, they have slowly and gradually made the comeback. Even in this match, they have got 3 finishes to work out with. But when you compare it to ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they have got 4. But the main question is that they have also lost one of their players. It's a 4v3 situation. And ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they will be looking for an opportunity that any other team tries to pounce on to the side of God's Reign. And they can utilize that situation as a third-party situation for themselves. If that happens, it's fine and well. Otherwise, it seems like God's Reign, they won't be wasting a single moment and they want to find the first opening against CK.
God's Reign. Playing it a bit clever. Now, here comes a position where we need to decide which is the best among the 2 statements. Fortune favors the brave, or all good things come to those who wait. Because the circle shifting away is just going to make things much more interesting as a new storyline is going to be built up. iQOOSOUL, the persistency of holding that potato hill seems to be paying off for them. As Goblin, Legit, as well as Ronnie, all 3 of the assaulters are trying to hold that rich region for themselves. We'll have to wait and watch whether they'll be able to pick up more frags. Yes, the high ground advantage is there, but with no hard covers, will they be pestered upon? Will they be taken down? As many teams outside the circle is still looking forward for a heal battle.
They are. But look at the split. iQOOSOUL's Goblin, who has been looking really nice, alongside Legit. These are the two players who have those individual frags. Goblin has an idea about VXT's positioning. So one good thing about iQOOSOUL is that they have the topographic advantage all to themselves. They have the height advantage. They can use it really precisely. But for you guys, those who are watching us live, make sure that you search iQOO Neo 10. Go to Google, search it, spin the wheel, and stand a chance to win rewards up to 5 lakhs. So yep, don't waste this opportunity. Go quickly after the match ends. But right now, diving again back inside the match, we've got iQOOSOUL right in front of our face, right in front of our screen, as they're trying to get some more finishes, while VXT, they will be engaging themselves in a fight against VASISTA.
iQOOSOUL, they're being very, very clever. They're not interested to peek over the horizon. What they're doing is they're making sure that they step outside in the blue and check for any backstabbers. And once they get an idea that nobody's going to come to backstab them, that is when they start off their assault. VASISTA Esports, it's good to see all 4 of them with no casualty and with the circle almost in their grabs. They'll have to be careful because we have not seen a performance of VASISTA like how they've done in the upper bracket so far.
That is really concerning, isn't it, Sarka? We've had our expectations, but maybe it can also happen. I mean, as every coin has 2 sides, there's a possibility that VASISTA Esports, they are keeping their trump cards for tomorrow. Maybe we can ask, but Hector, he just fell down and he got taken down, knocked and confirmed by Somers. That's a free finish given away to VXT, but right now VASISTA, they will be taken down one after another like small pieces of card. While FANGS, they got an opportunity and they pounced on it. Anustuopi finds 3 for himself.
While FANGS trying to do their best, but it's got to be a grenade coming in from the side of Puka, which is dealing a hefty amount of damage, and a push is going to be inevitable. And who's going to be reaping benefits amongst them all? It seems like Puka's another grenade is just going to get a confirmation. But guess what? ONEPLUS CK, they need to be careful because more grenades are going to be tossed in. This is going to be Aditya and Puka. They're going to lay haywalk against the side of ONEPLUS CK, and it seems like they've been reaping a lot of benefits out of it.
Oh, just look at this position, look at the circle. They have been waiting for such a long time, but Flock, he's a lucky man. How far they have been surviving with iQOOSOUL. They've got problems to deal with, but that one good nade of Justin took down his own teammate alongside Ronnie. He will be confirmed by Justin. One good nade, Delta PG gets taken down. Legend is again making the play, but does the breathing time gives the favor to the likes of ONEPLUS. God's Reign, Justin position has been completely compromised. One good nade can give a hefty amount of damage. That's a confirmation of Destro coming in. Legend, he's got 2 more nades in his bag. He has got a dream. He has been one of the key players of iQOOSOUL. He has made history in the last match, and even now Justin is trying to fight against the odds, but Justin will be taken down. Apple comes into the picture. Legend is still surviving, but eventually can he clutch it up? That's a big question, and Legend does it again. 5 finishes in his name as he still keeps the hopes alive for iQOOSOUL.
This man is turning out to be a monster, Necros. 5 frags is what he's got for himself, and what a way to go in and tackle that situation. Sticking closely, hugging that rock, making sure that the shotguns do not connect to this player, where the rest of the lobby is looking forward to master the shotgun. This man is learning how to dodge it, and he's doing it to perfection. He's got another finish right in front of him, but this time around, Jatin says enough is enough. He puts down Legit. That's going to be the end of a story today. 2 times Legit has made sure that he gives us a jaw-dropping performance.
He has been the menace, he has been the monster, but right now it's time for Team Versatile to show their versatility and get the chicken dinner in their favor. This is a chance, this is a point where Somraj would love to come up with a statement. Toy and everybody, they have stepped up. Versatile, they have been doing this heavy lifting for such a long time. They've got only one remaining problem or one remaining stone to throw away. That's going to be the likes of MAKERZ. They are outside of the circle. The advantage is in the favor of VXT. Joker has been confirmed, but in the mix survives Rising Inferno Esports Jatin, who has been surviving for such a long time. I wonder whether he can pull this game off.
It seems like he can't. It all comes down to the 3 teams, where Puka's rotation, it does need a lot of praise. He comes in out of nowhere to the center part of the circle, whereas VXT, they're going to be in a bit of a trouble because Jatin's crosshair is still waiting to strike. This Wolf is still hungry to pick up some frags. As it's going to be Troy, who's right in front of him. Whereas Somraj on the other side is getting peppered down by Aditya as well as Joker. iQOONOX, sticking way too close to that tree, is waiting for an opportunity as well. Once the smoke dissipates, I do believe that Aditya and Puka's position is going to be the next target for the side of Jatin.
He has to move out. This time iQOONOX is the first one, but eventually Somraj had an idea. That's going to be the end of Jatin and Rising Inferno Esports, but Pukar is literally in the open. But before that, Aditya gets picked off, but the nade coming up from the side of Pukar has kept the hopes alive for Money Makers as he's trying to advance. He's got a DBS and a dream in his hand. iQOONOX stepping in front, but iQOONOX, the octopus, is just too good as this is going to be VXT to walk away with the winner chicken dinner.
An absolute treat for the eyes. What a beautiful claim it is turning out to be. VXT, when it seems like they're losing the game, they come up with some kind of a mastermind gameplay coming in all from the side of Somraj. Yes, the intention was clear. They wanted iQOONOX to survive until the final moments because he's the next big star player for this team after the exit of S-Power. And we did see what he's capable of. Taking down Jatin, then making sure that they take down the two other players who are staying outside of the circle in the name of Aditya and Joker, made it easy for a 1v1. Puka, somewhere I felt in that final moment, he did not predict the opponent. He just waited for... he did not wait for a moment. He was like, you know what, I believe that iQOONOX might be towards that hard compound. Started to rush in with no information whatsoever. That became an advantage for iQOONOX to put him down and under.
Yeah, definitely, there was no doubt about it. But the way VXT were the first team to kind of have a huge split just beside the Potato Hill, they kept their focus on, they were stubborn with their positioning, but the way, my god, this Red Bull replay gives a gist about what just happened. Knocks after knocks. This player, just imagine, we are talking about Gokul for such a long time. As soon as the announcement came in that, yeah, this is going to be legit joining iQOOSOUL, it feels like he's got a big boost. He's like, yeah, finally, I'm revealed. I can just open fire anybody and everybody that comes in my way. But the last, but not the least, iQOONOX finishing the game for the side of Team Versatile was this one good nade trying to make those connections. First of all, the DBS shot making a beautiful damage on the side of Pukar, leaving no choice for Pukar to just kind of submit that, yeah, this game is all done.
I mean, I can see a change in the tides. I can see that all of a sudden we are able to see VXT making a comeback. GDR as well, they tried to do their best, but somehow they lost it in between at the 4th or the 5th circle. But ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, this is one of the other teams who are looking in the aggressive front. Yes, they did have around 5 frags and I was expecting them to survive for a long time. But the throwables coming in from the side of Money Makers, it was so strong and so good that they not only eliminated the side of CK, but also the third party scenario which was created over there helped them retain that spot as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking down more of such fights and more of the map of Erangel right across the break. So make sure that you share it among your friends. See you guys on the other side.
iQOO.
me. I know I'm godson, nothing I can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching iQOO Neo 10 presents Sky Championship 2025. With me on the desk is going to be my friend Sam yet again. Now, Sam, I have a question. As iQOOSOUL found the talent of the century or the talent of 2025, because the way he's playing those fights, the first time ever I'm able to see a player taking advantage of the topography and things around him in a fight. Because in a close range battle against a shotgun, we have been seeing that people tend to challenge each other's crosshair, that who's going to be the better one to place it, who's going to be the better one to press the trigger. But this man, he has learned the art of somehow avoiding those shotgun fires in the close range by using the hard covers, by making sure he moves faster than the crosshair and then retaliate so perfectly. That's why I asked you this question. Is he the find of 2025?
I think he should be. He is performing to such a level that his energy, I think, is fully pumped by the Red Bull wings that he gets, and he is just, I think, a menace at this time in the lobby. Now again, an opportunity for iQOOSOUL where I felt this was another chicken dinner in the brews, in the works for them. Yes, it's okay still, they had the circle. Eventually down the line things started shifting, but Legit is that player. Like when we look into the superhero movies, right, they try to hide the identity of the superhero. Now Gokul was that undercover name that he had, but his name once revealed feels like he is now not worried about his actual identity being revealed. He is now performing to his highest levels of BGMI that we did not expect. Now we did see his clutches. We saw a really good bond between him and Goblin also at certain times. Now this is going to be interesting of how things are brewing, because iQOOSOUL, of all performance that they've been doing so far, they're at the top of the overall leaderboard. So is on the chase with Versatile getting a chicken dinner for themselves to get on top.
You know, yesterday there was a news that ESPORTS got into Godlike, right? And that was the talk of the town. But today, Legit, the way he's performing, it seems like he's grabbing all that limelight over him. He's not letting any of those news disturb the ITC, because this star player is for sure going to be visible on our screens in the moments to come. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at the star of the match, we have got Legit going as an all-out player. And he's been doing really well. Companion, yes, obviously goes to IGL Puka, coming in from the side of Moneymakers, as we're going to have VXT coming in from the side of Aquanox, because he was the final finish taker.
Yeah, this is a really good game coming in from Aquanox, and again a situation where Pukar had an opportunity to turn the tides. We did see some brilliant nades being thrown. It could have worked out well for Moneymakers, but I think the numbers on their end towards the final few fights and the ridge, that there was a disadvantage that they had to climb up, became a little bit of a problem eventually down the line, and the numbers, and I think still a good game, especially for Moneymakers, who initially we did kind of see them dropping out, missing out on an opportunity. Now they've been picking up their pace. Coming back to the MVP, we saw him going all out, 5 finishes again. Now his hashtag is at 8. I'm surprised that even after doing so much at the very start as well as now, that he did not manage to grab finishes from the get-go in the first map. If he did that by now, I think his hashtag would have been 1. But when we speak about hashtag 1, it is Versatile with a really brilliant gameplay, 7 finishes, holding the ridges really well, blocking other teams from entering the circle, whether it be from their own edges or from the opposite ends. They've been spraying them down.
VXT, yes, a phenomenal gameplay coming in from their side. Moneymakers on the other side did show us some glimpse of brilliance. The new IGL seems to be the perfect fit and the missing piece for the side of Moneymakers. Whereas on the other side, iQOOSOUL, they'll have to thank Legit for pulling off something so crucial that they have ended up being in the top 3 as well. Now, at the bottom of the table, we've got VASISTA Esports, another disappointing performance. And now I'm starting to wonder, the 3 underdogs and an IGL who's looking forward to make a statement that, yes, do not underestimate me, seems to be under immense pressure with another 0-pointer.
Yeah, I think on the contrary, when we look at it towards ONEPLUS God's Reign, I think after the second game, they've been picking up really well, grabbing points, making it towards the top 8. Now again, teams who make it to the top 8 have an opportunity to grab the Sky Surge points. That's what it is all about. I'm also kind of seeing the change in performance here from iQOO 8-bit. We were commending their lineup, the players, but this map did not work in that fashion, and especially that this was Erangel, right? After seeing the first game of how they played, how Cheyenne helped them secure it, this should have been a similar replication, but them going out with 0 might affect the overall performance, because there's just the last 2 games, Miramar and Erangel. That is the gist of the story, to figure out, do they manage to secure the top spot and get 10 Sky Surge points?
Now, that's a very big question. I would rather call it $1 million question, Sam, because we have got just 2 maps left out, and with the 2 maps getting over, we'll be getting the first team to walk into the grand finals for the first time with a format like this, with 10 points into the grand finals. Now, an added advantage. Is it a big advantage, or is it just an advantage, is something we're going to be answered by the end of the grand finals. Because for few who can debate, yes, it's a very good big advantage, because you have a risk-taking capability for more than 1 map, or the first 2 maps. The other might say that 10 points is just 1 chicken dinner away from the grabs.
Yeah, I think I really second this thought that teams have an opportunity. This is their spotlight to take, and this is also a spotlight for iQOO Neo 10, because this is the segment's fastest smartphone that you see, and it has Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor. I think it's always about the upgrade, and with the upgrade it has also 144 FPS and a big whooping battery of 7000 mAh. It's going to be launching on the 26th May 2025, but before that you can still stand a chance to win up to 5 lakhs. All you have to do, search iQOO Neo 10 in Google and spin the wheel. But with this, we have our Miramar underway. It is getting set, Arka. As we were speaking about it, teams are closer than ever for that 10 points. Is that an added on bonus which is going to give them a push to get to 125 early, or is that a buffer for them to figure out the start on day 2? What is your take on this?
I still feel that it's a proper push. It's the right kind of push you're going to get, because 125 minus 10 makes it 115. Just across the 100 pointer, you'll have to step up. And we have been seeing teams like VASISTA who tend to reach the 100 points faster. You have the side of GDR or probably VXT or iQOOSOUL themselves. These are the teams who tend to get 100 finishes. They're not even bothered about the position point. So it seems like they already have 10 points as a placement points in the baggage. That gives them a little bit of a scope to spread their wings and pick up some frags. So considering all these pointers, I still feel that this is a great advantage. Now the reason why I pester upon saying that it's a big advantage, we have seen many teams get eliminated from this tournament with just 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, I think I would also bring in the fact that it was a difference of 11 points, and if that 10 points were somewhere found in the mix, those teams would have actually made it through the LCQ.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an interesting offset, but I'm still wondering of how day 2 is going to start with that 10 points in one of the team's belt, and they are going to be using that as an advantage. Is that a big one? If they do it, Arka, right from the get-go, we were speaking about a buffer, right? These SkySearch 10 points that they're going to be getting might, after the first game itself, look at a total of 40 if they play it out right. And it could be, looking at the aggression, especially for example in iQOOSOUL itself, legit of what he's doing, finally found 5 finishes. In the first game he could have found 5 as well. That is 10 finishes, and it could go even bigger, and teams as such are also stepping up. As we jump into Miramar, this is the last second map, the penultimate of SkySearch day, to figure out who gets the additional bonus points, starting with Puerto Paraíso as the start off for this flight path.
The other end of the fight path is going to be La Cobreria, and with this, it's good for us to say the teams going to the southern western side of the map will have a long journey up ahead in front of them. But yes, understanding the meta, teams tend to stick to the flight path and see whether they can, somehow acquire compounds around the circle or at the epicenter of the circle. But in case a team chooses to go in for a fight, because the teams in the bottom, they've got nothing to lose. They'll have to take fights. They'll have to make a big game. They might end up in close vicinity with one another.
So far, don't have the overall standings, and therefore teams now have to make sure that their calculators are up and they've figured out how much of a difference is there. Now Versatile on one end, to talk about them, this was a map on the start of the day where they were close to the chicken dinner. They tried their best, but AUTOBOTZ played a smart game. When we speak about AUTOBOTZ, it always reminds me even about Learn from Past. So far, I'm waiting for them also to find a cascading chicken dinner. They did do it in Sanhok. That's a comeback map, as we all say. Now, if they do it on Miramar, it should be brilliant for them to even have a chance to get on top. But also a performance that we've been waiting for, Arka, especially with Miramar right now, is going to be for Miracle.
For Miracle, but look at what's happening at that side of Destro. They're landing somewhere to the eastern side of Los Leones, somewhere close to Puerto Paraíso, and I do believe the first point of contact might come in over here. Yes, it's gonna be BLITZ eSports trying to rake up as many guns as possible. The farming seems to be going in their favor, but ONEPLUS GDR, they were on a split, and they're looking forward to come in closer as quickly as possible. But VXC on the other side uses a Win94, put a player down, and then Equinox is going to be using a knife to put down another player. I feel that VXT are looking to finish this game on a very, very big note.
Early drop here. They've already found a couple, but they've also had a player to fall on his knees. But pushing in Raiden, right at the edge of the compound, but the player is making a run for it, and still Raiden pumps it through, finds the finish as well. But they know it's not going to be easy. Toy is down. They need to revive him. Make sure that the bleeding stops. Equinox confirms one more. That's Soham. That's for the drop clash that they did. They want to put a stop to it. There are still 2 more players from RIVALRYXNRI. But do they manage to answer back? Because of this early loot, they have nothing working for them. And I'm pretty sure that's the same here for Versatile. As you can see, they've not even picked up a helmet or a vest to push them ahead in the fight. Rivalry, they're recomposing themselves, trying to figure out the loot, but it seems like they will still go for a fight with a bow. Chandan, not the likeliest of weapons.
Oh, it's a blow that explodes, my friend. And that's the best part. I wish I could see something like that in action. But whereas on the other side, the GDR, this battle which we were speaking about seems like it's going in the favor of GDR. All thanks to Delta trying to do his best. He's got the deadly UMP and the Vector going in and out. But still, Blitz were able to retaliate. And look at what they do. As soon as they strike, they get the confirmation as well, as Justin also gets taken down. Easy to wipe is going to be answered with a beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Apple. Now Dronza has got a lot of responsibility up his shoulder. He'll have to not only save his teammates, but also will have to put 2 players down who are rushing in with all guns blazing.
There's one more. That's Dronza down. They've lost Delta, yes. But Destro's doing the heavy lifting. He gets the finish as well. Rambo making a rampage, but missed his opportunity. Did not fire as he moved up. Now easy to wipe. He was trying to patch himself for a better fight, but he will be patched out. That is a big opening coming in, and a whooping coming in from ONEPLUS. God's Reign. This has always been the case. Blitz dropping previously as well. This is the fight. It was Blitz who managed to finish off True Rippers, and then they were holding the compounds towards Novo, and it was God's Reign who pushed up, cleared them off. This time Blitz managed to decide a drop towards Impala, but God's Reign still stand the test of this fight. They do have a casualty, but they have 4 finishes at the end of it.
WYLD FANGS, another team. I'm very, very impressed with this lineup, but yet I feel that, after this tournament, they might end up not being together. Now, all of these are just rumors, my friend. I know that I shouldn't be speaking about them, but just in case they do, I'm just waiting to see how well they can perform. Just keep in mind that an added pressure sometimes turns out to be an added advantage, because players play like they have nothing to lose.
And I think that's the best case scenario, Arka. Play like you have nothing to lose, and that becomes like a victory run for everybody. You push in everything. You fight for it all. You get all the finishes that you can. And I think the main whole situation, even though we see WYLD FANGS doing really well, but all their assaulters coming up together. Trace got Anuj 2 OP as well as Safe, and it could be a brilliant game for them.
Absolutely, GDR. The recovery of GDR has been phenomenal in this game, and I do believe that the team which can recover the fastest is going to be the team which might stand a chance to be on the top of the table, or at least in the top 3. Because we have been seeing that in a 4v4 fights, many teams tend to be handicapped with more than one player, and due to which that's going to hinder their performance in the longer run. But GDR, this time, they were able to somehow survive with 3 players. And I believe that's more than enough, looking at the firepower they have in their pockets.
On the other end, firepower put to a stall on Moneymakers and Alibaba Raiders. In close quarters at Power Grid, spotted 2 of the players, Clutchcore and Puka. They're done for. Joker and Aditya, the team which tried to get closer to Chicken Dinner right now, already face a casualty. This is what happened even in the first map today. And with only 1 day of this stage 1, I would also call it, for the Skysports Day, you cannot have any off maps. All the 6 maps are crucial. And with Moneymakers having a map like this, back and forth, it would not give them the best of the spots in the overall standings, but still I think decent enough to grab from 7 to 5 points.
VXT. I mean, are you feeling a difference in VXT's gameplay after S Power has left this team? Because I'm not seeing any difference, to be frank.
Nope.
somewhere I feel that Aquinox is somehow able to fill in the shoes of S Power, even though it feels like a big responsibility. And all thanks to Troy, who's slowly stepping up to be a perfect fit for Aquinox spot of being the second assaulter. Whereas Somraj, he himself as an IGL, I believe it's a teamwork which is coming in to fill in the space and the gap which was being questioned to them when it comes to the assaulting power after the exit of S Power.
VASISTA Esports on the other end, I feel like their performance has taken a little bit of a toll compared to what they did in the upper brackets. Yes, they did that from day 2, but still, this is the grand finals here. There are 2 different stages that they have to perform on. Stage 1 to get really good points as a bonus to start, and stage 2 to get to 125.
iQOOSOUL on the other side is also going to be one of the other teams who are looking pretty promising in this tournament. Things would have been much more fun in case we had seen Godlike play this tournament, for sure. Because the 2 big bulls, they'll be trying to, move the lawn at 2 different directions, and ultimately in the final circle, they tend to come head on with each other to see which among these teams are going to take the top spot. And I do believe that's going to be the story in further tournaments to come. And with some good news coming from the side of Skyesports very soon, I believe these storylines are something for us to look out for.
Learn from past, looking forward to another good news if they're able to close out on a chicken dinner. It's not out of the ordinary for them to do it. They've done a couple of chicken dinners in a given day, and it should be something that they should be able to do it. However, not the best of the performances they have had. I think Sahil also a little bit of a step up needed. Honey did step up in the start. But that's the stage 1 coming to a close, with the stage 2 circle making a shift. And you could see iQOOSOUL's rotation as they've made their way closer to San Martin should be a good move. AUTOBOTZ again on top of all of this. They've managed to get towards the circle. This is what they did in the previous Miramar as well.
Absolutely. Now the question arises as to where F4 Miracles are. And to answer that question, they're still outside in the blue towards the Campo Militar region and the Torre Bronca. And they'll have to make it inside the circle as quickly as possible, because it seems like GDR, let it be RIE, these are the teams who are trying to take that eastern long route into the circle. And let me tell you this, previously also, there was no team trying to enter the circle from the side of Cross de Valle or La Crobreria or Torre Gemara, due to which there were a lot of things at stake for the teams who came in from the other side.
VASISTA Esports, not the best of the day, not the best of the fights that they've been able to play. And I think of all the other teams, VASISTA Esports have a little bit of a duo synergy going on. 2 players supporting each other in splits, and then they just wreak havoc. However, day 1's not been the start for them. They're not looking great even on the overall standing to get the Sky Surge points. But on the other end, if you kind of contend the question of a team looking good, it's been iQOO 8-bit. Unfortunate of the previous game, but it's something that they've been able to do. And even the last game that they played, the reason they secured their way into the grand finals was they stood the test of time.
Couldn't have said that better, Sam. And this time again, we're going to be seeing some really new challenges up ahead for the teams who are not being able to perform. Because I still believe the teams who are taking this part of the tournament lightly might end up carrying forward the same kind of a consistency. Let it be a positive or a negative one. Because ultimately those teams who are doing well will have much more confidence coming into the first year of grand finals. And we might end them doing much better than the teams on the other side. Until and unless we have somebody who's trying to not showcase their complete, tricks, they're hiding some down their sleeves and making sure they collect all the information of the opponents, and they might come up with something special on the first day of the grand finals.
I think that's kind of the right move as well. Like we spoke about this, day 1, it depends on how teams take the Sky Surge points. It could be a big jump, or it could be them disregarding it and then thinking day 2 is where we start things off. We want the Sky Champ rule rather than anything additional. RIVALRYXNRI, we just saw them. They are playing with a casualty, and around them is Alibaba Raiders. Alibaba Raiders are a team we are expecting them to pick up pro. A man who's done a 1v4 clutch in the LCQ should be something that we expect a lot more from, coming up on the MVP leaderboard as well. And this is the grand finals. This is the best stage for him to step up.
Speaking about stepping up, now this is the team which needs to step up. VASISTA Esports. I see a bit of a switcheroo over here. Hector is bought in Zen. I mean, I would rather say that, you know, Viper would have been a better placement in a pressured situation like this, because he's got some kind of an experience which can help up the team. But no, there were many questions raised against the side of VASISTA when Hector came up with three new players or three underdogs in his team. And in the latter stages of this tournament, or probably in the earlier stages of this tournament, we saw them prove everybody wrong. But this time, they might be questioned. But as of now, we're going to be looking at MAKERZ versus the side of 8-bit. And it seems like MAKERZ are on the back foot, because two players already taken down, and Aditya is very low on XP, going to get taken down. Pineapple comes in closer, and he's going to make sure he puts an end for the complete squad and get some more points. 8-bit, they're going to walk away with 2 valuable points, and all thanks to MAKERZ for just walking into the jaws of death.
And iQOO 8-bit will even be happy that they were in fewer numbers, because you could see Joker did try to counter knock over there, and all thanks to Alibaba Raiders. While they were spotted out in the open, they picked off those finishes and got themselves the wings, and also gave an advantage here with the energy that iQOO 8-bit wanted to start things off. And you can also with the Red Ball. But iQOO 8-bit, after their previous map deficit, this is the pickup that they want. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they were the ones who defeated them on Erangel. Put iQOO 8-bit down right at farm. Very pure. This time they have a casualty. They would want to pick up a lot more, because in the previous game, after finding that first fight, they did go down as a team, but they had only 4 finishes. They did not pick up anything else in their favor.
And that has hindered their performance. That has hindered them from climbing up the ladder in the overall standing. And since it's just 2 maps left right now, every single team will look forward to get this game in their favor. Get a lot of points by the end of this game. Yes, there's been a bit of a calm before the storm, but the next circle forming up might bring in a little bit of a twist in the tail. As GDR, they've got early 4 frags with 1 casualty, which we did witness. It seems like they will also look forward for an aggressive stance, because the circle is now betrayed 60% of the lobby, making sure that it evades towards the side of El Pozo region.
God's rain, this could be a bad rotation for them. They were initially greeted with bullets from WYLD Sensei, and now there's another squad right close by. They don't have that clue. But Justin, he is this MVP that the team would want to look up to. He has 1 finish. Apple's also stepped up. WYLD have been spotted now. But along with WYLD, there's been a chase. That is a brilliant cover. Does that going to work? Sensei is making a quick run for it. And it seems like Justin spotted 2 vehicles, and instantly they call that fight off.
Clever decision. Whereas on the other side, Morty, he's going to make sure that he makes the opponents pay whoever is trying to get in closer. RIE somehow gets into a ridge to avoid this fight. But Rivalry and RI, I like this approach. Even though they're just 2 men standing, they still resort on being a bit aggressive, due to which Chandan gets taken down, but still the confidence soaring high.
0 finishes here. Morty, the last man surviving. Alibaba Raiders, they have finishes early on. We spoke about it, and this is an opportunity for them to push and clear off the building. However, they're still holding for it. Morty crossing over, spotted. He should have thought about it, and it's trouble right now. Morty, the last man standing. Troubles brewing further, as Alibaba Raiders now know that he should be the last man, and he was trying to make a move. And JD Gaming with a full-on hit. He's ready for it. He's opened the door to see some pre-fires, if there is any, and now making a jump across. He knows he's close by. He's waiting for Morty to make a mistake.
Oh, there it is. There it is. JD Gaming on the other receiving end of things. JD did not expect the player to come out of nowhere and put him down. This is going to be a bit of a cushion. This is going to give a bit of a cushion to Morty to not only go in for a revival, but also get a confirmation, because there was a Molotov tossed in just to make sure that nobody's going to get in closer to revive JD. Morty comes back with a Molotov. He knows the location of another player. Even though he's going to be shot at, he's going to be somehow trying to survive for the longest time possible. The gas can is trying to be exploded. Whereas from far away, it's going to be Sahil OP who's going to make things much more harder for the side of Alibaba Raiders.
This is what Miramar brings. You cannot delay the fights and learn from past. They're here to say hello and greet both Alibaba Raiders in rivalry. This is trouble. Morty and Chandan right now picking up any finishes that they can, and so far even JD's finish under their name and belt. That is 2 from 0. They have 2 finishes under their belt. Now Alibaba Raiders, they're wondering, what is this mistake and why did we delay this further?
All the questions are going to be answered, but look at this effort coming in from the side of Rivalry NRI. They've been doing decent, if you ask me. As I said, since they were kind of brave to still take those fights, seems like they're going to be rewarded for it as well. On the other side, we are seeing that iQOOSOUL and True Rippers are getting into a kerfuffle, whereas it's going to be True Rippers trying to reap benefits out of it, puts down a player. All the crosshairs were busy picking up that finish, and Jelly is going to be rewarded 1 finish as well.
iQOOSOUL, one of the players, is still stuck in close quarters. True Rippers, I don't think they have an idea because they saw those vehicles moving back. Now they have another opponent to deal with on a higher ridge. That's going to be versatile. Alibaba Raiders on the other end, that fight is still brewing. Murnox, after such a long time, has found out on Chandan. But there was another fight, Arka, which we started off while True Rippers is still trying to make sense of this. God's Reign. We spoke about them disassociating from Wild Fangs fight, but it actually happened. The fight broke out and Wild Fangs wiped God's Reign of Miramar.
God's Reign, not another good end, not another good ending. As of now, we see the circle betraying each and every team. And True Rippers especially are prioritizing to make it into the circle. Can iQOOSOUL make them taste their own medicine? It seems like the distance is going to go in favor of the side of True Rippers. Now, making inside the circle, True Rippers is going to have a clever rotation, because they're trying to head into the high grounds of Mount Nuevo. And once they have that in their control, I do believe that there's not going to be any team which is going to be trying to pester them or put them in troubles.
You can clearly see that's why Versatile here deny. They're trying their best to stop True Rippers on their rotation. They're trying to shoot as much as bullets they can, but True Rippers have already gotten their end of the compound. They're going to hold and toy the information relayed. It's not going to be enough to put even a single player down. On the map, as you can see, Rising Inferno, eSports, and a learn from past. This is the battle that is happening towards the eastern edge of the circle.
8-bit. Another finish was red. As True Rippers, I feel have made a small mistake trying to get into these hard compounds. They could have rather, prioritized the ridge, try to hold the high ground so that it becomes easier for them to have a bird's eye view, just like that of VXT. Courtesy to our map feed, we're able to see that VXT have got a split, and 2 of these players holding the other side of the ridge will have a greater advantage. Troy trying to pull off something over here, might end up getting punished for it, and that's going to be Jelly. The tap shots immediately going in for a confirmation. True Rippers, it's good for us to say this team is looking forward to pick up as many finishes as possible. And look at how fast they're converting those knocks to finishes.
True Rippers, as you rightfully said, they could have an opportunity. They could have taken another road, which is there on the map, and got into a higher angle. But hey, I think it's about how comfortable they are. And I think this is a path which is closer to the circle, which will force the players of VXT on a shift if it happens.
Wild
Fangs at the south Arka, they have made an entry, and right close to them is going to be VASISTA. Ahead of them, ONEPLUS CK. It could be an all-out triangle brawl between these 3.
Oh, somewhere I feel that, CK will have a greater advantage. All thanks to the hard compounds they've got. And look at the split. All 4 crosshairs are going to be watching this hills closely. Scary Jor is also getting shot at from a different direction. And the next circle, that is going to just disturb the mindset of all these teams. Because yes, the circle is just going to be shrinking in. ONEPLUS are also not going to be the epicenter of this circle. and due to which they'll also look forward to not only engage and try to be a third party kings, but also they would want to make it inside the circle. Whereas Wild Fangs, they're not at all bothered. 4 Miracles versus VASISTA Esports, and I do believe reading the finish feed, now Wild Fangs would want to take a risk and evade this fight and somehow make it into the circle.
Hector, he's the solo man who's pushed here. While he heard all the commotion, he's like, this is an opportunity to strike for finishes. He tried his best throwing nades, but the fight between iQOO 8-Bit and 4 Miracle, they are the ones who are taking the finish in between themselves. And right as of now, it is looking iQOO 8-Bit better. But always going down. Dragon, he goes big there. He clears them off. I thought iQOO 8-Bit would have had an opportunity. Their numbers were up. But Dragon, within the blink of an eye, just cleared them off. And iQOO 8-Bit, done in a snap.
No, when you were saying that statement, I really thought that 4 Miracles might end up in a very early elimination. And that could have been a shocker for me. Because in the map of Miramar, we have been seeing this team time in and again. They make sure that either they survive to be in the top 3 with a man disadvantage, or they end up getting a chicken dinner with all 4 men standing with minimum finishes. And them being still alive shows that 4 Miracle will be looking forward to end or seal the deal with at least having 5 position points. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at RIE and iQOOSOUL. They need to be careful because True Rippers are now pushing in towards that ridge. And I believe that they're going to be proving me wrong. Jelly, now pushing towards the side of VXT, will have a greater advantage because the circle is not going to be their top priority.
This is what maybe Jelly was planning for, but right now, iQOOSOUL, their plan is about taking down Rising Inferno Esports. They have a big compound at the edge of the circle. VXT, on the other end, they have been distracted by Wild Fangs. iQOOSOUL, rather than moving towards Rising Inferno Esports, they're taking a route where Rivalry with the smokes are hiding. Could be devastating for them. But so much commotion, even learned from past, stuck with Wild Fangs making a push next to his shack.
Oh, a grenade in its face, and that's the end of the story for the side of learn from past. Yet iQOOSOUL, I like this approach coming in from their side. Slowly and steadily, they're acquiring the topography, not coming into the crosshairs of anybody. Raiden and Equinox ultimately had to get taken down because of that blue zone. And look at what happens when you have a high ground and no topography in your control. With Somraj trying to make it inside the circle, I'm sure he's going to be shot at from the side of VASISTA Esports. Yes, the confirmation also comes through. Whereas Equinox, his location is also going to be compromised. And shots are just going to be landing between his skulls.
Out in the open, Jatin, he spots the players. Goblin is down, Legit is low. They've bought themselves some time here, but Jatin is still going to make a move with Goten. And now they should be able to find what they needed. Knuckle on the other end is on a different fight with True Rippers. He did find a knock, but that's not going to be enough. PMWIGL, he clears off the 2 players they caught, Goblin and Legit. That is 2 finishes in the name of Rising Inferno Esports. This is the compound that we spoke about that iQOOSOUL had to clear, but did not manage to.
iQOOSOUL not watching their backlines, not sticking to the textbook basics, is now being eliminated from this lobby. And that is not what they wanted. With 0 finishes and no position points, will they be hindered in the overall standing? But as of now, Wild Fangs trying to do the best. They see Juicy. And yet they don't look forward for a fight. Because Anuj Topi knows that now compromising his location might end up not having the same amount of points his teammates are trying to, make him acquire. But yes, Equinox has got a better angle. Can he strike from the top? It seems like he's going to be taking those shots. None of it is connecting at this point of time. He's going to be left out with 21 bullets. And that means he's going in for a heal battle.
True Rippers at the same time, all the 4 are entering the circle while others are fighting amongst themselves. VASISTA Esports, they also spot the players of Rising Inferno Esports, take one down. In the meantime, True Rippers, they've made their way inside the circle. Equinox, with the last few first hits that he has, will try to survive up on the hill, but it's not going to be enough. Hector, as we spoke about it, they have managed to find on the players of Rising Inferno Esports, but ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, Mighty came up so close. Flock with now a Mole. Zin, his position is not known. This could be an opportunity, but he gets mollied and Zin in trouble. He gets knocked.
And this is an opportunity for the opponents to strike, but still, for some way or the other, VASISTA Esports, they're finding the rhythm. All thanks to CK at a distance being peppered down by the side of True Rippers. My enemies, my friend, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we're witnessing right now. More grenades are going to be tossed in. Scary Jord, he finds that opening. And ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids are right now in shambles, Sam. And I do believe True Rippers are waiting for an opportunity to strike. And look at what Jelly does amidst all of this. He gets to the center of the circle, but eventually gets taken down. And all thanks to that one last survivor coming in from the side of RIE. It's going to be Jatin taking advantage of everybody else.
Sheriff, this is an opportunity that he's also picking up. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they've disregarded the fight on VASISTA Esports, spotted the players, True Rippers, who were trying to make their way inside the circle, and a big mistake. It's all down to Kiolamau. On the other end, Mighty did get knocked. Dragon will get finished off in the play zone. Scary Jord trying his best as the Grenadier. He is going all in, but again, Rising Inferno Esports Jatin, this solo man has been a menace right from the start. Finally knocked down, put down to his knees, and now VASISTA Esports have an opportunity with Zeref. He puts down Hector, gets the confirmation as well. Kiolamau on the other end playing a heal battle.
Now this is an opportunity for Flocky to do the biggest damage against the side of VASISTA. Scary Jord on the other side turns out to be the phenomenal one. He puts down a player. Fury comes forward in the open. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. VASISTA Esports again going to be answering the question, are they the team to watch out for? And the answer is going to be yes, because they have converted a map they're not the strongest in. This is going to be the map of Miramar, and they're going to be thanking their stars because everything is aligned when the time was right.
This is a big game, and I was afraid the way VASISTA Esports was stuck in that sandwich. On one end was ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, and on the other end it is Rising Inferno Esports. Imagine, Aka, that could have been an advantage for either one of these two teams in the extremities. But I think the advantage that worked for VASISTA Esports is True Rippers making a move into the circle. So ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids were caught off into that fight and disregarded VASISTA Esports, and VASISTA Esports had an opportunity. Fury managed to knock Jatin from Rising Inferno Esports, bought enough space, and then when ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids had finished off on the fight of True Rippers and the zone started closing in, it was full control for VASISTA Esports and Fury. Such a big game coming in from his end, and this is the duo game that I was speaking about, Hector and Zin, Scary Jord and Fury, and it worked out in a map that they needed to start picking up, and we spoke about it. This is the time for them to show up, and what a way they've done it. Let's jump into the Red Bull replay, and that's what you're going to see again.
Absolutely. Now this is where 8-bit's position was such a crucial one. iQOONOX, before getting taken down, what he did was he just weakened the side. And Owen on the other side, he was also busy picking up frags as Dragon was trying to make it inside the circle. Hector was clever enough to watch the backlines, or else he would have been another menace. And this is where Fury started to pop off. And then when they understood that now is the opportunity for us to strike, that is when they did so. But there was a point where 8-bit Molotov did connect to two players of VASISTA Esports, and I really thought that, you know, Flock might get an opportunity to take down Scary Jord as well as Fury, but for some reason he was kind of, you know, in a dual-minded situation. He was either thinking of taking down VASISTA, or the other end he was looking at the side of RIE.
Yeah, I think once ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids here kind of got caught off to two different fights, and they had to take the best one. I think peeking down the ridge on VASISTA could have been a tough one, whereas the side ridge had an advantage for them, and that's where they took that fight. And VASISTA Esports, I think, held them from coming or getting closer. Same they did for Rising Inferno Esports, and it worked out brilliantly in their favor. Now, is that a bump? Is that enough for them to get towards the top 8 and better Sky Search points? We'll take a look after this short break.
iQOO.
crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. At home, got something I can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the
On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
There's been too much happening around in the performances that teams have been able to put up here in our day one of the Sky Surge points rule. I'm not too sure who's on the top, who's going to get 10 points, but welcome back to iQOO Neo 10 present Skyesports Championship 2025 powered by AMD, Associate Partners, Gigabyte and WD Black, Energy Drink Partner Red Bull. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk now is going to be Necros, and Necros, what a game that we witnessed. It was fights all across the map. At all times, you couldn't put yourselves down with just one fight being concluded.
Exactly, and the way all the fights were happening, it was like every player was completely energetic. Everybody had their own wings, just like us having a can of Red Bull for ourselves. You can also get a can for yourself because there's still one more match left. Just stay energetic, stay hydrated, because I feel like you will need much more energy for the upcoming days as well. This is just the trailer. We just talk about it. This is the day one, the Sky Surge day, giving you the trailer of what is going to happen as we will be diving into the next days, because the Sky Champ rule will be applied from tomorrow. And just remember, you reach 125 points, you take a chicken, you win the tournament. But even the players, when we were having some conversations with them, they told me, even I feel like they have told you as well, Lucifer, that we will be playing aggressive, and it is completely justified by the game that they're showcasing us.
Yeah, I think at this point I was kind of worrying about even WYLD FANGS, but you could see on Miramar the way they converted it, finished off ONEPLUS God's Reign. Unfortunate for ONEPLUS God's Reign, they had an early casualty. We thought after them spotting the players regrouping from WYLD FANGS, they would have decided something else in the fight, but eventually it ended up happening that they took up that fight. It was WYLD FANGS to win it. However, WYLD FANGS still made it up towards, I think, the southern edges of the circle. They tried to make their way in, but it was only Anuj Tuhopi. He made an entrance. He put down one player, but couldn't get much in terms of return of the points. But nonetheless, that is points that they've grabbed. As we jump to the start of the match, it has to be Fury going all out, finds 4 finishes, final elimination as well coming in from Fury, and the best companion here goes to Apple from God's Reign. That's the reason we have been talking about, that God's Reign tried their best, but it did not work out. Whereas for VASISTA Esports, this was the best game, maybe the game that helps them to jump, because before this, when we saw them on the overall standings, Necros, especially for the Sky Surge day, they were at the bottom.
Exactly. And overall, when we just talk about this, I feel like, okay, now slowly and gradually the things are getting heated up, and we are seeing almost every other team coming into the play. Fury, he might be lagging behind in terms of MVP ranking, but hey, does it matter right now? It doesn't matter. For Fury, it all matters if his team wins this tournament or not. 4 finishes with a finish contribution of 66.67. He's been trying to uplift his team for such a long time, and finally they have got a little ray of hope that, okay, from here on we can pull off some good games and be consistent in what we are planning to do in the upcoming 3 days of the grand finals.
Yeah, I think VASISTA Esports, they're trying to do whatever they can. Even Arka and me were discussing that it could be an experimental phase here on day one, because everything they occupy, everything that they secure on day one is going to be reset. It's only the Sky Surge points that they carry forward. Let's quickly talk about the map standings after Miramar. VASISTA Esports at 16 total points after the chicken dinner. Rising Inferno Esports, they played smart, they had 14. They were not backing off after fight. Jatin going down, they revive back him. Owen push up, PMW IGL, everybody is there. 4 Miracle very early on faced a little bit of a trouble, fought with iQOO 8-bit. Dragon revived them, brought them closer, got them enough placement points as well to put them in the double-digit mark at 10. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, ever so consistent at 9. True Rippers at 7. Rivalry, Versatile and WYLD FANGS 6, 6 and 5. And then everybody starts dropping down. iQOO 8-bit, where we thought they had a good start, the fight with 4 Miracle, that turned complete 360 and they were wiped.
Even for iQOOSOUL, it is going to be a setback match. And why do I feel like the matches that they are winning, after that instantly a performance drop is happening? You talk about the first Erangel, the Miramar went down again. Sanhok was decent, they finished in the 2nd spot. Then again Erangel come into the picture, and all the matches that somehow I have casted iQOOSOUL, they have played well.
Okay. that was a weird one to kind of represent, but I thought you were another fan. Nonetheless, when we go there, we will talk about it. But for now, it is going to be the final game here, Necros, to see which is going to be the top team. Right from Erangel, we have not seen the overall scoreboard. We don't know which team is on top and how far they are from their counterparts to get to that first position to get Skyesports 10 points for the overall leaderboard topper. But do they get 10 points? Is that going to be a boost? Is that going to be a buffer or not? But the spotlight right now goes towards iQOO Neo 10. iQOO Neo 10 is going to be released on May 26, 2025. But before that, you stand a chance to get cash up to 5 lakhs. All you have to do is Google search iQOO Neo 10 and spin the wheel, because this is the segment's fastest smartphone, Necros.
Exactly. Look at the processor that it has, a Snapdragon 8S Gen 4 processor. Alongside, you have a esports level gaming with 144 FPS, 7000 mAh battery. What more do you need in a phone when you're a hardcore gamer?
I think this covers all the corners, all the check boxes when you want to be the best from the rest. Let's see if it's something that you're going to be able to do if you want to get your hands on it. It's going to be launching on May 26th. Do check it out. Right now, all you can do is Google search and get to know more about the device, and also, as we said, 5 lakhs. But for now, the main question, Necros, is who is getting the advantage at the end of Skyesports Day. Let's jump into the game. Let's see who it is going to be, the last and final game of day 1 of the grand final, the Skyesports Day. After this, everything is reset other than the Skyesports points. Who gets this bonus? Who gets this additional? As Hector starts things off as a pilot and the flight path from military base.
Interesting flight path, and once again, a completely diagonal one, starting from the military base, ending around the corners of Kameshki. Completely a southeastern oriented flight path is what we witness. A lot of teams will be looking forward to drop, and this time I really hope that there are no early casualties happening for any of the teams, because we have seen it happen in the query area for Miracle Esports against, if I'm not wrong, it was Money Makers. Then before that, the first Erangel of the day in the Yasnaya, we have seen AUTOBOTZ Esports versus Learn from Past. There's so many teams coming around the corner, but yep, we have to look for the bigger picture, and I really believe for all the teams, those who still have a shot for the first spot, they will be looking forward to end the day on a good note without having any problems. And I feel like if there has been some drop clashes, things or teams will be looking forward to kind of avoid it in this very final match.
One final game. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids and iQOO 8-bit, again a drop towards Ferripier. Oh, Miracle going a little ahead towards Quarry. This time there is no Blitz, who are going to be troubling the likes of True Rippers at Novo. God's Reign, I think we will see them in action later down the line. This is an interesting flight path. Seems like none of the teams are going in for a battle. Autobots splitting up around Yasnaya. Learn from Past moving even further. But iQOO 8-bit and ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, we spoke about this. Ferripier again under scrutiny and fight. Thunder did not have a weapon, but what a wait for him to dodge around the players of Cincinnati kids. Now Mafia trying to cover, but they've crossed 2 of them and they've spotted Thunder. Unfortunate, that's the opening. That should be even a finish, but Mafia, he's covering. He's found an opening. That's Zeref being knocked.
A need. This is what I was talking about. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they are aware. They saw that coming way too from a distance. And eventually, when you just talk about, Vlog decided to just pick up Zeref, go in the backyards, get him a quick revival, and then come back into the picture. But before that, if you talk about Mafia's position, it's really valuable. And right now, when you just talk about Juicy, he's going to give some surprises to Waze, but eventually gets traded off.
That was a quick one. That was necessary. They did not expect him to be there. Mr. Pineapple making a quick run, but Flock on the other end, pushing on the flank. Mr. Pineapple and Mafia, the last 2 survivors there, reviving Oasis in the meantime. There's been a knock as well. Juicy's down, but Juicy, as he go in for it. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kid Zeref, he was the first one to find and also secure the finish for himself. A nade being cooked. Oh, sorry, it's not a nade. They're putting down the smoke. They're going to completely block the path and vision Mr. Pineapple on the roof. As he spot the player, Flock is close. Blitz on the other end in a fight with WYLD as well. This is an early fight happening, and it seems like WYLD, they're taking an advantage of this fight, and this should be working in their favor as they wipe Blitz completely. That's 4 finishes right from the start for WYLD, and this could be interesting on the overall leaderboard.
Juicy's waiting for his rival to come in, while Oasis, he's in a close contention with Zeref. Flock has got a beautiful angle alongside Mafia, but there has been so much commotion that you do see 4 Miracle coming up from behind. If this fight goes on for a bit longer period of time, 4 Miracle won't even hesitate. They've got their loots done. They know that two teams, they do take this drop location of Ferry Pair. This is being shared, and eventually Ferry Pair is not a really big urban compound where two teams can fit in. You can see the players fighting with pistols and whatever they have had for themselves, but it seems like iQOO 8-bit, they've decided not to engage further and rather focus on their loot, because there is a possibility that there can be a third part. And look at 4 Miracle changing their positionings, finding some better compounds to play along with. This is going to be really concerning for both of these teams of iQOO 8-bit as well as ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, because I believe 4 Miracle, a team who has got and completed their loot so far in the map of Erangel, they can be that one wrecking force who can rip things apart for both these teams.
Sparse is the loot right now. iQOO 8-bit, they have to somehow make the best of this and then figure out how to stall, buy some time, put ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids down, or the other end of 4 Miracle. Not sure who is going to be the first one ringing the bell on this door of this compound. Thunder's down, unfortunate of that very early on loss, but they were able to capitalize on the other end for one of a trade. Rather, my bad, actually, the trade did not happen. It was just a knock. They did knock 2 players, but none of the 2 players were wiped. All the 4 players are standing. On the other end, we're speaking about standing. Anuj, as there's no third seat present, he makes the best advantage of however he can travel along with his teammates. But a good start for WYLD FANGS here, Necros. 4 finishes in their name.
You know, by seeing this, it just gives me a kind of flashback of how me and my friends travel when we on a bike or a scooty, when we don't have extra ones to carry the others. It's like
I was about to say that's why you get knocked down, but then you said friends on a scooty. I was like, okay, that would not be right. Nonetheless, but you would have been fined for that, Necros. No, do not do that next time, please.
Yeah, exactly. Jokes aside, right now we've got iQOOSOUL in the picture. The last match was a nightmare indeed. Both the Miramars for iQOOSOUL have been tragic. They've been eliminated earlier on, did not find points, but the points that they found for themselves in both the Erangels that they played and the Sanhok they played, that has been great. Legit pulling the strings, gobbling in form, Knuckle also stepping up, Ronnie trying to be, try being that support player for this team side. Everything is looking like it's aligned. Everything is falling into the pieces. Manya not being there in the playing 4 without an IGL, iQOOSOUL. They have racked up some really good points.
Necros, while we wait for this last map to get over and also kind of figure out the overall standings, who are the top 3 picks that you have right now in the overall standings?
I feel like iQOOSOUL, Versatile, and BLITZ.
I would pick Versatile, WYLD FANGS, and iQOOSOUL. I think these are my 3 picks. I feel like maybe WYLD FANGS are somewhere in the mix, especially after the previous game, and also a head start here with 4 finishes. I would have said even ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, but after the previous Erangel where they just got that first 4 finishes after wiping out 8-bit, and then again in the previous game they did try to get to the top 3, but we saw back and forth was their fight. Maybe, I think now that I think about it, them being in the top 3 in the Red Bull standoff, maybe they could have made it through. But if you want to make it through into the best of the big gaming, iQOO Neo 10, which is launching on May 26th, should be your option.
Powerful device, 7000 mAh battery, you get a beautiful processor. What beats that? iQOO has been coming up with some really great devices in the recent past. And when it comes down to the game, bring the best performance in BGMI. So it's a big opportunity, and even you can go to Google, search iQOO Neo 10, and you can stand a chance to win rewards up to 5 lakhs. So go spin the wheel and don't lose out on this opportunity. But again, jumping back into the conversations, we are talking about teams. WYLD FANGS was in the conversation. 4 finishes racked up, not a single loss, a definitely good start. But what I feel like, WYLD FANGS, they have been a team who have taken a lot more time to settle down in the lobby. It has never been the case that in day 1 we've seen WYLD FANGS. I mean, not very often, once or twice, most probably, that Wild Fangs, they have had a really great day one, but in the further later days, we have seen them crumbling down. So I really don't want that thing to happen again, and I really wish, even if Wild Fangs don't have a really good outing in day number 1 of the Sky Surge Day, hopefully they should have a better outing the next 3 days, which matters the most.
I think that is something that all the teams could maybe take a bit off, because everything is going to get reset. Now, when we quickly talk about the stats, you can see Rising Inferno Esports, they've been in top 5 4 times, top 3 5 times, and in top 10 10 times. And Rising Inferno Esports, not just with aggression, in terms of smart strategic planning, they've always managed to get towards the final fights, towards the Red Bull standoff. However, on the other end, Red Bull standoff being missed is going to be Alibaba Raiders. I thought their start is going to be fantastic. Their finishes, I think when we ended our LCQ, they were at that triple digit mark just with finishes. That's how phenomenal they were playing. But hey, here, not a great Sky Surge start coming in from them. And for those teams, as you rightfully said, as it wipes all the points, it should be a reset for them. Forget about any teams that got an advantage and bring out the best for yourself.
Right now, Lucifer, I'm looking forward to the circle. And the kind of colorful teams that we're seeing who are trying to like pour in from the northern end, I'm just kind of having this thought in my mind. How many fights are gonna we witness? How are we willing to witness around the areas of Shelter and the areas of Milta? Because I see almost like 3 to 4 teams around the corner.
Spoke about fights. There's been a couple of bullets rallied, and now that gives them a confirmation. Goten, he's been damaged. But he's not the only one here. There's Moneymakers and Wild Fangs and Moneymakers together now pounce upon Rising Inferno Esports. They're exchanging the finishes, 2 here, 2 there. Jatin and Owen, the last 2 survivors, and they're nowhere close towards their other teammates, and that's the reason they got picked off. But Pukar, the newest entrant here for them, and Moneymakers seemed like they're also making the move towards the top. I'm not sure if they made their way towards the top 5 or top 3, but I'm pretty sure they should be towards top 8. On the other end, even Wild Fangs get a confirmation on a knock. That should be a 5th finish that they should be securing.
The Shelter circles have been really problematic for so many teams. Lucas, Rising Inferno Esports. Oh, poor Owen is just trying to flee away as far as possible, but he's being chased down by Anuj 2OP. Man, just give him a rest.
That's a 1v1 chase. This is like a cop and robber chase. Oh, yeah,
I was about
Sensei
to.
also, my bad.
I was about to say.
Oh,
Tom
this
and
is a
Jerry.
solo man chase.
But it's fine, right? Wild Fangs are hungry for those finishes. They know that they need finishes. They need to rack up a lot more points, but it seems like RIVALRYXNRI, they're creating problems for VASISTA Esports. There were knockouts. Not sure how many confirmations came through. But yeah, VASISTA Esports, they will be losing one of their players. Definitely not a great start by the position that they are holding around this farm split. They need numbers. They need players to survive till the end phases, because even if there are no more players surviving till the end stages, it would be a hectic job for the 3 players to take and rack up a lot more finishes. While you talk about VASISTA Esports, after conceding 1 loss, they have decided to just back off, be in bounds of those hard covers and play along with it.
Even Versatile have suffered it, but one advantage our viewers can take is going to be subscribing to Skyesports. You have 20 Royal Pass giveaway. That's going to happen. If we reach the mark of 850k, we've already reached 800k and given 10 Royal Passes to lucky viewers from our chat. And you could be the next 20 if we reach 850k. But while we reach into the subscribers, we also move towards the Alibaba Raiders, reaching out for a fight. And this is against ONEPLUS God's Reign. Destro caught out on the mixed, along with his teammates being distant. I think this was a fight which was caught off during rotation, and Destro got separated from his teammates. But the cover fire is there. There was a little bit of a damage on the player Pro OP. But they have surrounded Destro for now, and the cover fire from his teammates is going to be tough, but Destro lands the opening. He knocks JD Gaming. JD is not having a great start here on day one. He's been that MVP player that we've also seen from Alibaba Raiders. Now Destro on a safe spot. His teammates closing up, and Alibaba Raiders, I think they are in trouble. Propi, he's made his way through,
What?
but Sam from True Rippers, where did the third team make their way into the mix, and Destro easily grabs that finish.
Destro says thank you very much for the help, and Sam unwillingly he has saved the life of Destro, and once again he's got a big job to do more and more. But Alibaba Raiders, one after another, they are being decimated left, right and center. Destro, he had ample amount of time to bring his reinforcements, and yes, Justin, he came into the very right picture. Destro gets 2 finishes in his name. Even Apple came in for the rescue mission, but even he got taken down. Alibaba Raiders, Murnox, he's the only player surviving, and look at him. He was outside, but why would you be outside in these kind of situations? With Murnox being taken down, Alibaba Raiders, they will be eliminated from this map of Erangel on the 15th spot. Not an ideal position to get eliminated without having a single placement points to yourself, while ONEPLUS God's Reign, they will be cherishing all the 4 finishes of Alibaba Raiders, but they've got another problem to deal with. That is going to be VASISTA Esports Zin.
VASISTA Esports Zin only here. This is looking very weird. Teams are making rotation, helter-skelter. They're worried so much, but I think a good decision from God's Reign to regroup on the same position that Destro is in, so that they have covered all the friends. All this fight is happening towards the bridge at Novo. True Rippers, generally their stronghold. It seems like there's a clash. Knuckle push. iQOOSOUL are in the mix here, and God's Reign, they have fortified this compound and they're not allowing any teams to get closer. 5 finishes in total, 2 for Destro, 2 for Justin, and 1 for Delta. And anybody who's still trying to retaliate at this compound, they're the ones getting knocked and finished off as well.
It feels like these are all sacrifices coming towards the side of ONEPLUS God's Reign. Nobody have an exact idea of where God's Reign they're holding on. They're trying to just come and scout out the positionings, and eventually they are being taken down. Similar thing happened with iQOOSOUL. It seems like Knuckle, he's always been that one to go up front. If it's not Manya, it's Knuckle. As Manya is not playing, the scouting role is being completed by Knuckle. And I wonder what's going to happen next, because even if Knuckle falls down, it hasn't been a much problem for the side of iQOOSOUL, because Legend and Goblin, they're in a good form. Yes, the assaulting power or the assaulting department might just get a little bit hamper on its side, but it's fine. But Somraj, this is a big blow. This is a big blow towards the side of iQOOSOUL, as Goblin, he's been knocked and confirmed. VXT, they got the knockout, but it seems like the confirmation was from a different end.
All that efforts. This is the second time VXT, after finding a knock, unable to confirm. iQOOSOUL, I think on their run to get information, figure out where they need to make their next move. They've lost 2 players. That's a big dent. They've not even found a single finish. That's even detrimental for their performance. We've been just discussing that this is a team right now who should be in the top 3. But in this game, the last one, which is so crucial for the Sky Search points, they have nothing. They've also lost 2 players. And now they have to figure out how they fight amongst the other 13 teams in this mix. Such a detrimental situation. Such a weight on the shoulders of the last 2 players. And they also get spotted. WYLD FANGS, they also have 5 finishes. This might be a chase on the last 2. It's Legit and Ronnie. The vehicle sound has been heard. It is on the Potato Hills. They've spotted the player. Are they going to secure the hit? No, the ridge is proving as an advantage here for iQOOSOUL, whereas WYLD FANGS, they're still slowly and steadily trying to chase, but eventually seeing iQOOSOUL jumping right into the mix of the other lot of teams, they decide to hold off on the ridge for now.
iQOOSOUL, they're moving like vagabonds at this moment. There is no place inside the circle where they were kind of comfortable to kind of settle down, something like that, but it seems like they finally found a compound to play along with. But at least this circle, which has shifted towards the western side, keeping the entire farm compounds inbounds, and sits, it is going to be ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids who will be sitting in the smack center of the circle alongside VXT. So last time we have seen the circle happening, God's Reign, They had a really good footing in the game. They got ample amount of points. Even when you just talk about VXT, they have some really good strats to play along this farm splits and farm circle. And ironically, both the teams are still present in the lobby. So I wonder whether these two teams will be the ones to dominate this circle, or it can be WYLD FANGS, those are feeling a little bit too wild and going way too aggressive.
You spoke about the circle, and one thing that we've seen in our upper bracket and LCQ matches, Team Versatile and OnePlus Cincinnati kids both were the teams who managed to qualify but without a chicken dinner. Now, Grand Finals Day 1 here, Sky Search Day, already Versatile have a chicken dinner in their name. With the circle at the dead center for OnePlus Cincinnati kids, could this be their chicken dinner? They are inside the circle in the next shift, and they can gatekeep a lot of teams who are still in the northern as well as western regions of the map, who will be pushed by the play zone, and especially WYLD FANGS, who should have a big clash right at the Potato Hills with Learn From Past.
So many commotions, so many fights might just happen, and it feels like Aditya has been taken down. AUTOBOTZ, they have a fight against Moneymakers, but right now that fight is happening in the northeastern side, while Moneymakers, it seems like they have dealt a lot of casualties. Aditya has been taken down, and that's why Clutch God and Joker, they've decided not to engage and just fall back 2 steps to survive and gain some placement points for their side, while RIVALRYXNRI, they will be picking up the players of VXT. Those have tried to get some control over the areas of shoreline. The hard compound covering teams will be trying to reap benefits out of the positionings that they have got for themselves, while Somraj has been taken down by Flock. OnePlus Cincinnati kids trying to chime in these kind of situations.
This is a crucial one. Moneymakers, they've lost 2 of the players. It's only Joker and Clutch God, and make it only Clutch God now. Wanted to take control of the compound but get spotted. Unfortunate. At the same time, we spoke about the northern region fight. Learn from past. Seems like that's a wipe. WYLD FANGS find all the players. There could be one of them. I'm still trying to search the map. And yes, there is one. That's going to be Sahil OP. It could have been a full-on wipe. WYLD FANGS, that's another set of finishes that they've grabbed 8, and all their players are still standing. On the other end, OnePlus God's Reign, they figure out another in their favor. And also the last player from Rising Inferno Esports, they are also going in big. 7 finishes, and Justin coming in with domination for God's Reign.
I wonder why Owen came into the smack center of the circle. There was no need of it. You could have played a bit more time outside the circle, tried to figure out where you should have taken the entry from. But for you guys those who are thinking to buy a new device, iQOO Neo 10 is launching on 26th of May 2025. For now, this is one of the segment's fastest smartphone, and for now you can go to Google, search iQOO Neo 10 and stand a chance to win rewards up to 5 lakhs.
Domination still ongoing even from WYLD FANGS. This time it's Sensei. iQOO 8-bit, after a long wait, they make their way into a fight, but unfortunate, they're also facing clashes back and forth, and this time it's from VASISTA Esports. Mafia trying his best on an exchange, but is that gonna be enough?
Hector takes down Pineapple. VASISTA Esports trying to retaliate. The next circle shift was going to be really crucial, but it seems like Waze has got some different intentions. Fury has been knocked out. OnePlus Cincinnati is trying to just make this rescue mission possible, but Zeref, he's unsuccessful so far. Juicy won't be surviving. There is no chance that Zeref can complete this rescue mission. But talking about these nades being tossed in, Anuj to OP, he's got an idea of the position. But Trey's got and Sensei both have been knocked down. Even Anuj to OP, it decided to sit in the vehicle, and everybody was waiting for that moment to happen, and eventually pounced on it. 3 players gone in an instant. WYLD FANGS seems to be in a really backward spot with 8 finishes in their bag, while Saif, the MVP of this team, is just looking forward to grab some placement points for his side, while he has at least 2 teams to deal with if he wants to enter the circle.
The last time Saif had this situation, he became the MVP of the map itself. This is an opportunity that he can try, but it's very tough. The numbers are bigger on the other end of this fight. Circle is going to be tough to get into, and making it even tougher for VASISTA Esports is RIVALRYXNRI. iQOOSOUL's Legit is still trying to fight it out as much as he can, but in the meantime, VASISTA Esports, with Fury's confirmation, they'll be down to their last wing, I guess. It is tough for them. This is not looking that great. OnePlus Cincinnati kids as well, while all this commotion was happening, they also lost a couple of the players. And with this confirmation, we have VASISTA also out with just 4 points after having a brilliant game, a chicken dinner in their name. This time just 4 points and no position point as well, Necros.
Problematic it is going to be for them. But right now,
This is the last game.
exactly that's the point. If you want the most points out of this entire Sky Surge day, you have to be on the top. Because the top team walks away with 10 points, which eventually is a head start for your day number 2, because the point table is going to get reset, and that's really important. But right now, some artillery strikes being done on iQOOSOUL. That's one small to play along with. One good nade can wipe out the entirety of iQOOSOUL, and True Rippers, they're quite aware of it. But look at this, Ronnie, he gets another knock, and Sarwar might be looking onto this opportunity, will be stealing away this finish. WYLD, they have been the ones to kind of pounce on those free finishes, but Flock has got some different intentions, finds down Sarwar. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they're trying to be in the mix, and Flock, with this topographic advantage that he has for himself and for his team, he's just trying to get the most out of it with 5 finishes in the back so far for his team side.
ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids from afar. They know where iQOOSOUL are. They want to hold them off, but it is a split that they have. Zeref and Flock playing together. Mighty on the other end. RIVALRYXNRI make a quick push. It's going to be tough for them. A big one, and it seems like ONEPLUS, God's Reign on the mix are also finding AUTOBOTZ, who are trying to make their way into the circle. It is the split that they are playing and is working out in favor of God's Reign.
Oh, look at the circle shift. It has gone up north. It's going to be problematic for the teams like ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. Rivalry to chime in, but Flock is trying his level best to confirm all those finishes, while 2 of his teammates have been knocked out. So Flock is the only player surviving, while iQOOSOUL, they have taken an exit, it seems. Oh, they're still surviving. I thought of a different shot.
They're hitting as well.
Yeah, they're even hitting, and RIVALRYXNRI, they're in the mix, and the revivals are still on.
On the other end, ONEPLUS, God's Reign, they eliminate AUTOBOTZ, keep that eastern compound completely in control and the circle as well. Flock will be feeling left out. His teammates got swept out from 4Miracle, who made their entry into the circle, and because of the split, now he's the last man standing, bombarding his way towards RIVALRYXNRI, but is not working out. But brilliant domination coming in from God's Reign. They're looking unstoppable, and now RIVALRYXNRI, they are being spotted from True Rippers. In front, there is iQOOSOUL. On the right hand side, they have TR. On the left hand side, one player from ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. If somehow they dodge all of this, there is even 4Miracle to ruin the game. RIVALRYXNRI, they have to make something fast, otherwise this play zone will start troubling them in the next 20 seconds.
So many utils being dumped onto that one spot. Just trying to make one good connection. One good nade was there, but it is outside of the shack. It's really tough for RIVALRYXNRI to kind of find the perfect angle in which they can toss in the nades and get the finishes. We'll just talk about in these kind of situations, RIVALRYXNRI, the survivals have been done. Soham and Chandan, you need to be quick, but once they try to enter the circle, it is going to be really problematic for them.
4 finishes in the name of RIVALRYXNRI. This is what they had to do. They're trying to make their way into the circle, slamming towards True Rippers. It could be an all-out brawl coming through, and there's an opening. Kyolamau, he has to step up. He is doing it. Soham is also down in the mix. It is a Ninja with the final blow to the side of RIVALRYXNRI as they get those finishes in their name. But even iQOOSOUL, they are getting hit upon by 4Miracle, and we are in the last Red Bull standoff of Sky Surge Day. And ONEPLUS God's Reign, they're trying to dominate, they're trying to hold off, but 4Miracle, they are bombarding, trying to slow God's Reign down.
Ninja invested all of his knees in that one mosh pit, but at this moment we talk about Legend still surviving one last first aid. He will be spotted by the players of True Rippers. There's no doubt about it. This player has been a menace, but for him to enter the circle, it is going to be tough, but he should make it. There shouldn't be any problem, but he will be barely surviving on without any healings. ONEPLUS God's Reign, they're in the mix, but eventually when you just talk about True Rippers, they're backed up 7 total finishes throughout this game, and of which Kyolamau has the highest one.
But look at God's Reign, they have 15 finishes, they wiped 4Miracle, they're trying to compose themselves, but True Rippers are not giving them the time. Destro's knocked, that should be a finish for Kyolamau. He's finding a lot more, and in the window through, he finds Apple as well. This is going to be big for him. It is Justin who's trying to survive amongst them. Ninja has been knocked. Can this work out? Justin is in a little bit of a tussle, a 1v2 situation for him. Justin slowly propping up a nade. It's 2 players against 1. He spotted both of them. This should be a big nade if he connects. And it does go through, but they miss as they move to the other edge.
Oh, Justin, he's cooking up something. This need should make the connection, but eventually it doesn't make that one what he desired to be. And True Rippers, they have got 9 total finishes. Once again, another Erangel, another story. Legit finds a crate, he gets some healings, 2 needs to work out with 1v2 once again. He's been a pure nightmare for True Rippers. Can he become? That's a big question, but eventually he has got a lot of disadvantage, doesn't have any covers to play along. It's going to be a big chance for Legend as he will be driven by Sam, and that's going to be it. True Rippers, they will be winning this match with 10 finishes in their back.
You have to give it to Kyolamau. I think if not for his end stepping up, it could have gone all south. What a game coming in. I was wondering, where is this Kyolamau that we've seen finding all frags, being the MVP, and in what a map that he stepped up in this last game for the Sky Surge Day. And it is True Rippers who get this victory for themselves, the winner chicken dinner, and now they might be ever so close towards the top. But imagine even God's Reign going out with 16 total points at the 3rd spot, meaning they have 5, should be 21 points without a chicken dinner, Necros. This is a super duper big game, all out brawl coming through from all the teams.
Yeah, indeed, there's no doubt about it. The way they have played, the way they have performed, it was an incredible day to kind of wrap things up. But overall, the Sky Surge Day comes to an end. I'm really excited to see which team is in the topmost position, which team will be walking away with those 10 points to start the day number 2. Because once again, this is a different format out of all the tournaments that we have ever had, and this time it is kind of pushing the teams to play aggressive. Just imagine what is going to happen tomorrow. But before that, bringing the entire conversations, ONEPLUS Cincinnati guys, they were playing really nice. They have 5 finishes in their name. You talk about ONEPLUS, God's Reign, Justin had 9 finishes in his name. So far, probably the highest number of finishes by an individual.
Yeah, we've seen 8, which was in the upper bracket, as well as in the LCQ. I think we even saw 7, but 9 and Justin. Now you know on one end why we call Destro the trophy magnet, on the other end an MVP on Justin. He has done it. He is known for this aggression and his aim prowess. If he almost put the players down, because he had connected damage on Sam. Sam was surviving at, I think, less than 10% of health, but unfortunate that he couldn't land the blow. This is where it started. Kyolamau made his move, put Apple down. That was a surprise. And Justin, look at this, finding Ninja and then trying to stop, using nades, pushing them off as much as he could. Did the damage on Sam, as you can see here, but Sam countered. If that damage became a knock, it could have been God's Reign surviving over there. Maybe made it into the top 2 teams. It could again come down to a 1v1 with Justin and Legit on the other end. But I think still you have to salute to what Justin tried to hold off, because he was also at the edge of play zone when True Rippers made that push. But also kudos to True Rippers to compose themselves, did not give Legit enough space to buy himself a little space of breathing and figure out what's the next best move, and therefore he was put down. Otherwise this could have been a winner chicken dinner for iQOOSOUL.
Yeah, it could have been, and the kind of impression that Legend has on True Rippers, it is something that True Rippers will be really scared of. That okay, he's a danger man. We have to be.
Imagine
really
how it started.
Exactly, the match number 1, almost like okay, that could have been a different story. So we don't want to get it repeated in this last match as well, but. Nevertheless, True Rippers, they had a really great outing. No questions asked. Even if you just ask me, this is a 10 finishes game for them. They will be having 10 placement points altogether, 20-pointer game. But when I calculate the total finishes of what God's Reign had, it's 17 finishes. 17 finishes, #3. So you can just imagine they have scored more points, almost like close to the similar points of what True Rippers have earned totally.
Yeah, so if that's 17, then that's total of 22 points with the placement that they're going to be getting.
Yeah.
Hey, this is table topping on another level coming in from ONEPLUS God's Reign. And imagine when the day started and God's Reign did not start off great, we were like, no, this is not something that we've seen from God's Reign. After what they did from day 2, we know and we expect them to do even better. And hey, at the end of the day, they go huge. They go berserk. And I think it was also kudos to the circle and the compound that they were holding really well. But I think too many teams kept pushing ahead one after another, and it was that last edge or the fine thin ice that they were on when 4 Miracle pushed. After 4 Miracle pushed, while they were about to compose themselves, True Rippers also made the push, and once that was done, there was nothing much they could do, but it was a brilliant standoff nonetheless that we ended up seeing from the last 4 teams coming through. iQOOSOUL as well, I did not think Legit and Ronnie would have survived for so long and find finishes, Necros. Imagine one compound. Thankfully it was not a wooden shack, it was just one middle room which was in the mix, and from there they've been finding knocks, a couple of finishes here and there, troubling the sides of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids and putting them down. So many things that they did. Even I think at one instance, player from True Rippers also suffered a casualty just because of one iQOOSOUL coming over there, and it was ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids who took an advantage of that finish, or True Rippers I guess, but
No, it
so
was-
much trouble being caused.
Yeah, it was Juicy who was picked out, or so one of the player of True Rippers who was knocked out, and it was confirmed by
Yes.
Server from RIVALRYXNRI, right? But overall, we can say that iQOOSOUL, they did not get a lot more finishes. I mean, they got a lot of knockouts, but it was like their luck was not in their favor. They could not confirm all those finishes. But when it comes down to the entire performance, I'm kind of recalculating of what happened from the start, right? So Destro was pushed team, and there Sam unwillingly came as a help for Destro, and from there on Destro got 6 solo finishes for himself. But quickly jumping on the start of the match, going all out, best companion Justin, the only one name. He's got the highest finishes, he's got the total of highest rescues, 2 assists, 2 rescues. Even his survival time is a little bit better as compared to other teammates, and also in the final elimination it is about Sam who came into the picture and wiped out Legit. So we have to say that somehow or the other way, God's Reign's success depended on Sam's one good health. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was Sam who managed to put Justin down. If Justin did not go down over there, this whole star of the player that you ended up seeing would all be Justin everywhere. It could have been that, but with Justin getting 9 finishes, he jumps to the MVP rank #1. He's the topper at the MVP overall leaderboard. His finish contribution coming at 52%. His team has total of 17 finishes. Out of that, 9 he has, which tells us that the 8 finishes also that we ended up seeing with his teammates were brilliant. 22 total points, and True Rippers come at second with 20 total points after the chicken dinner.
What a beautiful map of Erangel it has been, with a lot of setbacks on the other side where you talk about VXT not able to get a single point for themselves, Rising Inferno Esports. Even the outing they had was not quite nice. They were being chased down by FANGS, but FANGS did spoil a lot of games for a lot of players, individually picking up players of the either team, chasing players down of Rising Inferno Esports. So they have been one of the nuisance in the lobby. But talking about the overall ranking, True Rippers, they will be sitting on top with total of 47 points and 1 chicken dinner that they secured out of the 6 matches that they have played. And just below them, it's going to be iQOOSOUL with 46 points in total.
Look at how close this is. When we saw the upper bracket and the LCQ matches, there was teams at least picking up 60 points on a given day, and the next team coming closer at 50 and then 40. So there was at least a difference of 5 to 8 points per team between themselves. But here, look at how close. 1, 2, then there is again 1, then you move on towards it being 3. That's how close this first page is. This is why this Sky Search day was crucial for teams. And we've seen days where teams, even on the 16th spot, Necros, where Alibaba Raiders are, teams have managed to secure just 4 points, 10 points at max on day 1 of the grand finals, or even any other given day, which we saw upper bracket as well as LCQ. You look at how close the competition is. The difference from the team on the 1st to the team on the 16th is just 26 points. One good game.
Incredible. Just by looking at it, I can just feel the intensity what's going to happen in the next 3 days. But quickly jumping on to the top 5 fraggers, Justin leads the chart with 13 finishes in his bag, followed by Anuj TOP with 12. Then you have got Jatin OG with 10, iQOO 8-bit Cheyenne with 10, and iQOOSOUL's Goblin with 10. So we can see a lot of contenders, but the spot is only 1. While Justin is leading up the chart, I feel like everybody's looking up to catch him as quickly as possible. But not only that, kind of keeping the top fraggers aside, every team have given us a gist about what's coming next in the next 3 days when the Sky Champ rule will be applied, or everybody is aiming for 125 points in the next day. And it's tough, right? We do know that getting 125 points in a single day, it's almost next to impossible, but you can almost, by the end of second day, we can expect somebody touching 125. But the question is, Lucifer, will that team be allowed to take a chicken dinner in the very next game as soon as they reach 125?
I'm wondering if they would even allow teams who are closer to 125
100.
reach 125. This is going to be an interesting day to start when we see things, but right as now, as we have our overall standings, we know how much points teams are going to be getting. The Sky Surge points table in front of your screens. True Rip is tomorrow will start with additional 10 points. They will not be added to the total points they have now. For all the viewers wondering, is it going to be 57 points? No. The total points they've earned today will all be reset to 0. The only points that they will have tomorrow is the 10 points for True Rippers, iQOOSOUL with 7, Team Versatile with 6, ONEPLUS God's Reign with 5, WYLD FANGS with 4, Team iQOO 8-bit with 3, Rising Inferno Esports with 2, BLITZ Esports 1 along with AUTOBOTZ, Learn From Past, 4 Miracle and Moneymakers, who all have 1 point each. Then from the 13th to the 16th, ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, VASISTA Esports, RIVALRYXNRI and ALIBABA Raiders start with 0 points tomorrow, just like they would start any other grand finals, Necros. This is interesting now. This I want to see of how it works out.
It's going to be a challenge for Hector and the company. VASISTA Esports, they were one of the favorites of winning this iQOO Neo 10 presents Skyesports Championship 2025. But it feels like it is going to be a tough exam. It's going to be a tough battle of 3 days for Hector and the boys. Also talking about ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, it's going to be a tough battle for Juicy. It's going to be a tough battle for Alibaba Raiders and all the bottom 4 teams out there. It is going to be a challenge of how they can nullify all these head starts that the teams have received, but also talking about what happened throughout the day. We have the Red Bull Wings play of the day. All the matches summed up. The first match was nothing but a big blockbuster movie for us.
Yeah, I think if Legit would have gotten the chicken dinner, it would have been a perfect ending to that movie. And yes, that was a brilliant hero-villain action coming through. He proved himself of why he's closer to being the superhero. But Cheyenne proving us why he was the MVP at so many times in the previous LCQ and even the upper bracket games. And after that, we moved towards WYLD FANGS trying to cause a little bit of trouble to AUTOBOTZ, but this was seen and then stopped from Versatile. And there we thought even Versatile were the ones who were up for that winner chicken dinner once they made the push to WYLD FANGS stop them. But that's where AUTOBOTZ took advantage of this. They knew where all the other teams were, meaning they were just 2. They were right in front of them. They cleared them off and their winner chicken dinners striked on the second map.
Exactly, and after that, the map of Sanhok, once again, the way Goblin was literally finishing players left, right and center. It did give us a idea, or it was giving us a trailer that, okay, this can be iQOOSOUL's game, but little did they expect Apple coming up from behind of God's Reign, who spoiled the game for iQOOSOUL, diverted Goblin's attention, and that gave the opening for Learn From Past to come up from our backyards and run down hellfire on the players of iQOOSOUL and bag up the chicken dinner. But this fight, once again, Legit, he has been the hero of the day. There is no doubt about it. 2 Erangels, 2 big storylines being pulled off by this player, and amazing clutches is what he has shown the entire audience of India today.
Yeah, look at this last blow coming in from his end. Quick switcheroo once he understood that is a close range and he did not have enough. And there he made the advantage, turn things around, but it was not enough for a chicken dinner. iQOOSOUL presented themselves in multiple opportunities when we saw them so close to that chicken dinner. Map 1, map 3 here as well. We saw them a little bit closer on Miramar as well, and the last Erangel that we witnessed, it was the last 2 players, Legit as well as Ronnie. This is the Erangel, that is match 4, where Team Versatile, a team who did not even have a chicken dinner, they picked it off. Rising Inferno Esports here on Miramar. We thought they could be the one, but VASISTA Esports, you have to salute them of how they held off ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids and Rising Inferno Esports, and kudos to True Rippers because they were the distraction that ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids fell for.
Exactly, and in this very final match as well, 4 Miracle came into the picture. Again, Sam, I mean, I don't know. I have to kind of say that Sam has been a helper for the opponent teams maybe once or maybe twice in this entire match, but at the end, he was the only one to put a rest to Justin's run. Otherwise, I mean, he is one of the reasons why God's Reign survived for that long. Even he was the one to put a full stop, and in the very end, he also took down Legit as the final finish of the game. Overall, we can say True Rippers, they are the table toppers, but they've also helped teams to grab a lot more points.
Big
Unwillingly,
points.
completely.
Big points. God's Reign, I think because of that, not just Justin being on the MVP position, they've also made their way into the top 4, right? So they have a total points of 5 points that they're going to be starting as an addition tomorrow, with iQOOSOUL having 7 and Versatile having 6. Now these are the top 4, and the 5th coming in is going to be WYLD FANGS, who are going to be with 4 points. I have a really interesting positioning tomorrow for these top teams who have got themselves. Every other point that is there is going to be set to 0. It is only the Sky Search points that they will be carried tomorrow for all the teams who earned it. For the teams who missed out, they are going to be starting off with 0. It is just like every other grand finals that they start, but from tomorrow the Sky Smash will turn into the Sky Champ Day, because tomorrow every team starts fighting for that 125 points. Do they do it on day 1? It's a tough call. Day 2. Do they do it on day 3? Should be possible, but all this action will continue from tomorrow. Make sure you're staying tuned with us, and also make us hit 850k for the 20 Royal Pass giveaway. My name is Lucifer, with me is Necros and Aka with us on the desk. We will see you tomorrow in day 2's action.
iQOO.
Yeah, look, all of my wins going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I know I'm got something that can phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s. Okay, whoa. Got a lot of wins on my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the on.
On to the next one.